And welcome. Welcome, yes. My voice is pretty deep. I need some water. You guys like my background? Made it myself. Nice. I know, you guys are jealous. That's okay. You guys are allowed to be jealous. I mean, it's a really awesome background, so, like, just take it in. Breathe it in. Beautiful. I don't know if the rune words are up yet, but they probably will be within an hour or two here. So we're gonna hop in and we're gonna take a look. We're gonna hop in chat. We're gonna see if anybody's on. Yada yada yada. Obviously, we're gonna be testing out all the rune words today. But without further ado, let's get started. All right, we need a poll for the day. What kind of poll do we do? How about snackums? Let's do snackums. Have you snacked on that like button yet? Let's see. Chips. I snacked on chips. I snacked on beef. Let's say jerkums. Let's just say jerkums, because there's all sorts of jerkums. There's beef jerkums, there's pork jerkums. This one right here is called Duke's Hatch Green Chili Smoked Shorty Sausages. It's kind of hard to read it because it's in green, and a green screen kind of like messes with it. But these are actually pork, I believe. Yeah, they're pork and diced hatch green chilies. And then what else do we want? I snacked on popcorn slash corn chips. I think they're kind of in the same category. And then what else do we want? We want a Yo Mama joke, right? We have to have a Yo Mama joke. Yo Mama snacked on all the like buttons. Oh, it's not enough room. There we go. Alright, let's update the Twitch Jank here too. Sorry, I know I'm late. Everybody's here. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Joy? What's up, Jessamine? What's up, Wabajack? What's up, Smooth Operator? What's up, John? Let's hop into Diablo 4. I'm assuming there's probably going to be some kind of update today. That would be my assumption, is there's going to be some sort of update today. Let me pull up the launcher and make sure. Let's do a quick check for updates before we launch. A sweet roll? I'd rather be a bunny. Turn me into a bunny or a chinchilla. How about that, Wabajack? Can I be a chinchilla? I will live out the rest of my life in a cage, eating snackums. Snackums, my friends. Snackums. Alright, so I would assume that we would know the rune words are active by just simply talking to the cheats. And the vendor of cheats is currently not active. So my assumption is just like yesterday when the PTR went live around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard, that we're probably going to be looking at the cheats activating at around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. So it's probably going to be about the same time period. So 1 p.m. today, which is about an hour and 15 minutes away, which isn't too bad. We got time to like mess around with stuff and play with things. Do we feel like the leveling system is better this way? No, I don't at all. It's needlessly complicated. The difficulties make no sense. Like there's no actual difficulty to them. Normal being the easiest. Like, it doesn't even make any sense why you would call that normal. It's basically just like baby mode. It's peaceful mode from Minecraft with like no monsters, basically. I've already made fun of the difficulties enough. The interesting thing is that because of the way that they have the difficulty structured, you're probably not going to find any challenge whatsoever until you hit around Torment 3. And once you hit Torment 3, then you might actually have some challenge. And very quickly you're going to pass Torment 3 and you're going to be in Torment 4. So, like, the difficulties are meaningless for the most part. And I'm not even saying like this from a perspective of a person who's played for like 5,000 hours or whatever. I don't know how many hours I've played this game. A lot. I'm saying this from a perspective of just like not really even trying your best to make your character as strong as you possibly be. Like, we went out of our way to try and go like as terribly as we could go, and we still passed Torment 2 like with garbage tier equipment, no gems, no Paragon points. Like, it was laughable. I just try to keep my mind off of it, Joy. That's as simple as it is. And as sad as that sounds, I just try to keep my mind off of it. I don't give my mind time to wander in the wilderness of the world, deep within the valleys and the nooks and crannies of the old English muffin that butter sauce did drip. A sprinkle of cinnamon and sugar and cinnamon old English muffin was obtained. What is this? This wasn't here before, and I don't know what this is. Like, why is there a pyre in front of the training room? Like, what's up? What is up with that? Look, little dancing cheat vendor. Let me in. Let me in. Monster dog. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, monster. That a monster, dog? Why you gotta be a monster? Huh? Why you gotta be a monster? What's wrong with you? Huh? Do you want a monster punch in the snoot? How about that? You want I do this and I just do this and then I do this and I go. Psh, 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 psh. What about that? You don't even care, do you? You're so big. He said, what was that? He said, I didn't even feel it. It doesn't even do nothing to me. I was too big for that. Don't work. What if I snack them on your ears? Can I give that? Alright, come on, get down. Big old butt. Big old butt. So big, you take up the whole bed at night. And you knock both me and my lady off the bed. And we can't even sleep. Because you big butt. That's right, I said it, big butt. Need a king-size bed just for a dog. What's up, Adam?
Not being in the channel for a while. I'm going to see a live band tonight. So I'm going to be probably having my tea about 5 and then probably get picked up about like what 5:30, 6 because my mum's taking me out about like 6:30 and then we get down to the floor pavilion and then I have to then after I've been to the floor and watched the band we then have to travel all the way back and I will be staying up till late hours in the morning.
Sounds like fun, Adam.
But
Sounds like fun.
I think it's mainly the fact that I'm playing a lot of WoW, as you've experienced, and I'm trying to gear my character up as much as I can for raiding and doing mythics, because I find that mythics and raiding is a whole hard thing to do, especially on World of Warcraft.
I mean, honestly, MMOs are a whole other beast entirely. I never really got into WoW, but I played a bunch of other MMOs, and yeah, it's not easy to get maxed out rating gear now. Yeah, on top of that, like most of the rating groups won't even let you in unless you're up to snuff.
Well, the thing is, like, my guild have said to me I need to have a very high rating. Well, this is potentially for mythics, not for rating, because I can go to LFR for that. But even LFR is hard because it's looking for raid, so it's still going to be difficult.
I mean, that's why I said it's going to be difficult. It's not gonna be something that you're gonna be able to achieve easily because most raids require pretty high levels, not only of gear but also in your understanding of the mechanics and things like that. Because one person in a raid can drag the whole raid down.
Oh god, I didn't even think that far ahead. Good job you brought that up. Thank you for your help there, Ginger. That really does give me a good heads up. How are you anyway?
I'm doing all right. We're gonna be testing out the runes in the public test realm for Diablo 4 today. That's what I'm online. The public test realm basically just gonna give them all to you for free, for the duration of the public test, which is only like a week. But you get to get in there and you get to like play around with them and test them out. So we're waiting on the dancing demon here to activate so we can get access to these special things.
I didn't
The
even think it was out. The public test one's out already.
It's been out for several days. Today would be day 3, Adam.
And I haven't even noticed. Oh my god. Because no one tells me. Well, no one tells me, or no
No
one.
one tells you. I only have a YouTube channel where I post videos every single day. And I was live for 2 days prior to this. So, all you gotta do is hop onto my YouTube channel anytime and you'd see, live stream, day 2, PTR, public test realm, Diablo 4.
It looks so cool. That looks unbelievable. Wow. I never thought to this day it would look so cool. Like, literally, the skulls on the loading screen are just so cool.
Mm.
Like, I've never seen anything so cool. Like, it's just unbelievable. That just shocked me completely. And my
Do what I
thing
want
is,
to do today.
what the hell? I logged into the thing, and for some reason, it's frozen.
Well,
That should not happen.
I mean, people have been reporting some bugs, so we'll go do some HellTides while we're waiting.
Do you reckon it's best me just, like, kind of reloading it, possibly?
I'm not exactly sure. I didn't really encounter any issues. The people that have been encountering issues apparently haven't been really able to fix them.
Oh, that's a problem.
Sometimes rebooting the client, and I'm not 100% sure.
Right.
Pink cursor, it's purple, not pink. It's a light violet. Okay, Mewtwo. A violet. Alright. Why you gotta be calling my cursor out like that? I was trying to make it the most ridiculous color so that it would stand out against the background so that I could see it easier. Thank you very much.
Right, I'm gonna restart my whole system because I'm just gonna get nowhere otherwise. So if you hear a ping, it'll be me coming back into Discord.
I need time to prepare that.
It helped for declone on ladder. No one in the kinship is online. I mean,
I need more
And Bob is on. Well, no, Bob might not be online. He's in hardcore, but you could probably drag him over there. I don't see you in voice chat.
I'm not ready yet.
Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna go watch the Beetlejuice movie that's come out. Pretty excited about that. I like Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Oh, the HellTide just ended. Alright, let me go pick up this waypoint anyway while I'm here.
I need time to do that.
The hardcore group was on late last night. Yeah, I mean,
I need time.
they're having fun playing. I mean, I hope they're having fun anyway. I keep seeing a lot of deaths, so kind of worried for them, to be perfectly honest, because like there's been a lot of deaths over there in the hardcore section. A little too many, to be perfectly honest.
I need time to prepare
I'm stuck on my tooth or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. It thing hurts. Got a rock in there. Rock stuck in my tooth.
So you said there's been a lot of bugs. What by that? What do you mean?
I mean, it's a public test run. That's not a final version of a client, so there's tons of things that are wrong right now. There's a whole, like, laundry list of bugs that have been posted in the Diablo 4 chat. If you take a look in the Diablo 4 chat, there's a link to a known issues. It's a rather long and extensive list of known issues with the public test realm at the moment.
I'll tell you what. I hope this is sorted by the time it comes out. Because they are still having those issues. It's not going to be good for other people.
I just want to get into the devil. The devil's making me wait to sell my soul. I told him I'd sell my soul for $1 million, and he's like, sure, yeah. I'm busy right now though, but in a minute, I got other souls. I got other souls on the line, other souls.
Oh, the Spiritborn is only available on launch.
Yeah, this is not for the season expansion, the expansion data. This is only for the new systemic changes that they're making to the game overall as a whole. So this is going to be like Eternal Realm and everything. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I don't know what to pick. Rogue. Rogue is pretty easy to play. Well, I hope you don't crash me again, you stupid thing. Okay.
Sorry about that. That's something stuck between my tooth. It was bothering the crap out of me. I got some gummies. I mean, Welch's fruit snacks. I know you guys are jealous. That's okay. You can get your own Welch's fruit snacks. Oh, where did Adam go? He left. Cody said, I like... Cody said, I like Welch's fruit snacks too. He said, didn't you know that I like those? I like snacks. Alright, come here. I'm going to take 2 of these. I'm going to put them up both your nostril holes. I'm going to put one in this nostril. Right there. I'll put one up there in that nostril hole. Alright, then we're going to put one in that nostril hole so you can't breathe. There you go. He said, oh no! Got boogums on them? Does it taste better with boogums? Mm-hmm. The things I do to my dog. I mess with him so bad. If you don't mess with your dog, do you even have a dog? Yeah, they want to keep the new class a surprise, which I can understand. I can understand.
I need time to do that.
What's this? Screaming Hellbane? Ah! Get your dirty hands off me, suckers. I'm trying to live my best life.
I need more time.
Living my best life out on the town now. Gonna do some HellTides for the day we're gonna do no.
I need
HellTides, yo. HellTides, yeah. HellTides, yo. Boop, 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 boop. Die. 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 You die. You die. You also die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Da la 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 la.
I need time to prepare
You know, Ginger, the game makes its own sound effects, and you don't have to make your own sound effects when you're using your abilities.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But what fun would that be? Where the hell's the frickin' lady at? She down here? Is that her down there? Maybe.
What of Skull?
The field of broken spears. Having a good time. Da, na, na, na. Bom, 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 la, 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 la. This is not it, but this is an event.
I need time to prepare. I need more time.
I do not like you very much. I think you is a dirty hoe. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do, cause you might be the dirtiest black poo poo.
I need time to do that.
Bow. 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 Bow.
I need time to prepare.
That's a mon dirty, dirty doo doo. Why you got to be a dirty, dirty doo doo? So, I want to test one of the rune words on this person, and it has to do with a special effect that this particular character has access to. So the runes. You know, we could talk about the runes for a little bit before they actually come out, because why not? That'd be kind of smart, right? Maybe that sounds like something a streamer would do. That sounds like something a streamer would do. Well, if you head over to Diablo 4.life, all the runes are actually already up in the Runeword builder, thanks to Proner, who has worked diligently to get them set up, if you guys want to check that out. And in here, there are two different types of runes. There's a rune of ritual and the rune of invocation. The invocation rune is the one that really matters for, like, you know, getting the effect. The ritual rune is like how you achieve the effect, and we'll kind of talk about that. What's up, Joe Cronin Show? Thank you for the $5. What time is PTR starting? Probably already answered this 10 times. My assumption is that well, PTR has already started, so I mean let's get that out of the way. Public test realm is already up, and it has been up for several days. But the Runeword portion of the PTR, I'm pretty sure is going to activate around 1 Eastern Standard, which is in about 48 minutes or 42 minutes. So about 42 minutes from now, would be my guess. So the runes that are going to be activated are things like the Gar rune, which is 2.5% critical strike chance for 5 seconds, up to 2.5 times 10. Lum rune, it just says restores 1 primary resource. It doesn't seem to have any cost. Now, normally with these, there's some kind of cost as far as the offering is concerned, and you have to achieve the cost to be able to activate the effect. Now, with certain effects, you can activate it more easily than others. Like, for instance, if you look at the Lack rune right here, so evoke Barbarian's Challenging Shout, reducing your damage taken. It says 800, right? Whereas the Gar rune says 25, so the cost of that is 25. Now, as we go forward and we take a look at these, there are tons and tons and tons of runes of ritual, and the runes of ritual all have varying ways that you can generate that resource. So there's everything from like casting a non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. So if you use like the same skill multiple times, casting an ultimate skill giving you like 150, casting evade, your minion or companion kills an enemy or dies, drinking a health potion. Like there's tons and tons of different ways, ritual-wise, that you can like combine the invocation runes together with, you know, like making your character build up enough resource. Like the Yule rune right here. Yeah, I guess I can get enough sleep. Which is something as simple as cast a skill with a cooldown. So, like take for instance the Flesh Render build on the Druid, where you literally design an entire character around spamming as many cooldowns as you possibly can. Well, that's going to be excellent for a class that is spamming all the cooldowns that possibly. So you're going to have basically infinite resource from spamming as many cooldowns as you possibly can, and then you use that offering that you're generating to actually like add the effect.
Put that in. Right, I'm just logging off. Give us a sec.
So then we have, you know, like all the invocations themselves, and there's some really good ones in here. And we're going to go over them real quick before they launch. So we've got Evoke the Necromancer's Abhorrent Iron Maiden, counterattacking damage and from enemies and healing you when they die. So some of the stuff that they're activating here, specifically, is not just the base form of the ability. Like, if it says that it is running like one of the enhanced versions of the ability, then trust that it is running the enhanced version of the ability that gives the enhanced benefit, which the developers have confirmed will give you whatever the enhanced version offers. So as an example, we have a rune here. Way too much crap open, don't I? Always way too much crap open. Where is it? This one. So in this particular case, it says evoke the Necromancer's abhorrent Iron Maiden. So not Iron Maiden, but the abhorrent Iron Maiden. So taking a look at the skill tree, which of course my buttons are reset yet again. It's a ongoing issue with PTR, is it keeps resetting all of my changes to the buttons. It's gonna bug me if I don't fix it. Alright, so if we take a look at the skill tree and we look at Iron Maiden has curse the target area. Enemies afflicted by Iron Maiden take 476 damage, 30% damage every 2 seconds, and each time they deal direct damage. They take it takes 476 damage every 2 seconds, and each time they deal direct damage. And then it says the abhorrent Iron Maiden specifically. So the abhorrent Iron Maiden is this one over here, which means you're also going to get this effect, which is Iron Maiden no longer cost essence, instead gain 5 essence for each enemy cursed. Does not work with enemies who are already cursed with Iron Maiden. So this also means that with this particular effect, because you're also going to be getting the enhancement, because it's a traveling situation, now you're also going to gain essence or gain maximum resource, essentially, every single time an enemy is cursed, which is really nice. And then you're also getting this one, which is the abhorrent Iron Maiden, which is specifically labeled in the ability here. So abhorrent Iron Maiden specifically. Heal for 7% of your maximum life when an enemy dies while afflicted with Iron Maiden. So you're going to get a heal. You're going to get a restoration of essence, or rather your maximum resource, every single time somebody gets cursed, or any of the monsters get cursed. And then on top of that, you're also going to get the damage ticking on the target every 2 seconds, as well as the damage that is going to tick on the target every single time they deal direct damage to anything. So it's a way that you can add damage, add healing, and even add some essence regeneration to your character. And then we can take this further. So we start looking through here. We have evoke the Druid's dancing bolts, seeking and dealing damage to enemies. So this is actually a, if I remember correctly, it's an aspect. Of course, wait, hold on. I got to take this off. Here it is, the Lightning Dancers aspect. Lightning Storm critical strikes spawn 3 dancing bolts that seek enemies in the area for 367 to 288 to 406 lightning damage. The Lightning Dancers aspect. There are dancing bolts that happen like in a couple of the Druid skills, and I'm assuming that that's what they mean, because specifically we're talking about the dancing bolts for the Druid. I mean, they did say the Druid's dancing bolts. And they're going to seek enemies and they're going to dish out damage, which means they're also going to be lightning based, which means they'll probably scale with lightning multipliers. My guess is that you could potentially use these on a sorceress. You could potentially use them on a Druid as well for additional dancing bolts. You could also potentially use them on any character that's scaling non-physical damage. Not entirely sure how that one's going to work. We also have you leave behind the Necromancer's Desecrated Ground behind for 3 seconds, dealing damage to enemies within. The Desecrated Ground is something that I think I can show you, actually. Because I do have the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. Unless they don't work. I think there was something about them not properly working in the patch. But here, let me pull out the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. And we're going to go outside real quick, and I'm going to show you the desecrated ground. If it works. So there's the desecrated ground right there. Notice that when I evade, I'm leaving like a patch of like this like evil death behind me as I evade. Of course, I've got no equipment on it. I'm in Torment 3, which, you know, probably wasn't the brightest idea. But this patch of evil ground that's left behind me will dish out damage to targets. It is, I believe, considered shadow damage. And on top of that, it does have some other interesting effects besides, obviously, the main effect. Like on the Necromancer specifically, there's a lot of ways that you can use desecrated ground to your benefit. There are character like glyphs that will enhance your desecrated ground. There's abilities that do more damage when the monster is in desecrated ground, and so forth and so on. And it's interesting. I'm not exactly sure how it would apply very well to other characters, but it could be an interesting way to get additional desecrated ground on the Necromancer itself. We also have the Evoke Barbarian's Earthquake, dealing damage to enemy within, which is the Tech rune. The Earthquake is an interesting mechanic on the Barbarian that allows you to get a lot of bonuses, like a lot of bonuses. The bonuses generally revolve around things like damage reduction while you're standing in an earthquake, damage bonuses while you're standing in an earthquake, as well as glyphs specifically that will allow you to get multipliers while you were utilizing earthquakes. So with the aspect of the Bull Kathos, which I don't think that most other characters are going to have access to this stuff, but the Barbarian definitely will. Which is, you know, leave makes an earthquake, blah, 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 but also 30% increased damage reduction. And then you also have the earthquake aspect, which the earthquake aspect is another one that gives a 25 times multiplier, or 30 times multiplier. And if you have it on a two-hander, it's 60 times multiplier, so it's a pretty nice multiplier there that you can add in. And then there's also the glyph, which I don't know if I could look at my glyphs without actually having access to my board. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the board on the Barbarian yet because I'm still waiting on Mr. Cheat Boy over here. I've only leveled up 2 characters so far in the PTR. But there is a glyph that gives, I think it's 10% multiplier per earthquake active, up to 50 times multiplier. I believe it's 50 times multiplier now. And it's a pretty huge amount of damage that you could potentially get through that particular earthquake gem. What's up, Leon?
What's up?
Howdy, gamey. I'm waiting for these runes to come activated. They not activated yet. We also have rogue stun grenades, which stunning and dealing damage to enemies, which is pretty self-explanatory. There are ways that you can make those count as traps. That kind of like bleeds into like a whole like. There's already a build that you could do on the rogue where you're just spamming as many grenades as you can possibly spam. And the Ton rune is literally just going to add another way to spam more grenades. I mean, I could totally imagine just like pulling every single grenade aspect on the rogue, throwing in the Ton Runeword, and then just like maybe building for traps, because I think you can turn the grenades into traps. And then just spamming as many grenades as you like. It would be ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. But, I mean, who doesn't like throwing 10 trillion grenades out? There's also evoking the Sorceress's Meteorites, dealing damage to enemies, which is going to be like the fire damage, obviously. It's not the meteor itself. Like, there's these aspects on the Sorceress that will evoke these, like, mini meteorites that will fall down around the original meteor. And this is not the meteor, but the meteorites themselves. Could be an interesting way to enhance, say, a meteor build on a sorceress even further by adding even more meteorites to the mix, giving you even more of that particular type of damage. There's also a couple Spiritborn abilities in here that we're going to be testing today. So apparently we're going to be able to evoke the Spiritborn's Pestilent Swarm, which I'm assuming is some sort of poison ability, which we have no clue about. There's also the Sarune, which is summoning a Spirit Wolf to attack enemies, which should be pretty nice for, say, summon builds for an additional multiplier, perhaps, or even just for an additional wolf to summon. We'll have to test around with that and see how that works with, say, like the aspect that turns them into werewolves? Like, does the aspect that turns them into werewolves work on that particular wolf that's summoned, or does he just kind of stay, you know, as whatever? What else are we talking about here? The Spiritborn ability, the other one. Evoke Spiritborn's concussive stomp, dealing damage and knocking down enemies. And then we also have Evoke the Spiritborn's Vortex, dealing damage and pulling in enemies. So, a couple different Spiritborn abilities that we're going to be able to test out there. One is that pull-in seems really nice, just as a way to add a pull-in pretty much to any build. That sounds pretty cool. We've also got the Evoke Sorceress's Mystical Frost Nova, which of course freezes enemies and makes them vulnerable. And they specifically labeled it as the mystical version. So if we go take a look at the Sorceress, we can see exactly what we'd be getting with the mystical version. Let's go pull up my Arc-Willed Sorc. We're going to take a look at the Mystical Frost Nova and see how that looks for like adding in freezing effects. Okay, so there's Frost Nova, and then there's Enhanced Frost Nova. We got Shimmering and Mystical, so it's going to be the Mystical Frost Nova. So that means that we're going to get the original Frost Nova effect, which is unleashing a torrent of frost, freezing enemies around you for 3 seconds. Which is going to be nice, because obviously the ability to freeze all the enemies around you is going to help you out really nicely defensively. Can also feed very well into certain abilities, like, for instance, the Icy Alchemist aspect on the Rogue, which requires the monster be frozen beforehand so you can get 100 times multiplier. There's also a lot of various multipliers and things throughout the game that definitely have to do with freezing a monster. On top of this, freezing effects have a really nice stagger effect on bosses, so it can help you stagger bosses relatively fast. And then we have Enhanced Frost Nova, which is killing enemies frozen by Frost Nova reduces its cooldown, so that doesn't matter because we're casting it through the Runeword. So there is no cooldown on it. And we have Mystical Frost Nova. Frost Nova makes enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds, increased to 6 seconds against bosses. So we get a nice 4-second vulnerable every single time Mystical Frost Nova goes off, which could be a way that you could add vulnerable into a build that may not necessarily have access to it, which is nice. And then, of course, we get 6 seconds vulnerable against the bosses, which is not bad either. So that's a very interesting one as well. We also get Mott, which is gain a shadow from the Rogue's Dark Shroud, reducing damage taken per shadow. So the shadows are going to do a specific amount of damage reduction, and I would assume that they're not leveled up. So if we go take a look at a Rogue real quick. The Dark Shrouds are a very specific thing that add the damage reduction based on like the level of the Dark Shroud, and also how many Dark Shrouds that you currently have active. They also get consumed when you're hit, but my assumption is that if you're building this one, you could probably maintain full Dark Shrouds on basically any character. So essentially any character can have Dark Shrouds now, which is going to give you a pretty large amount of damage reduction. So if you look at just the Tier 1, the Tier 1 is 8% damage reduction. Now, I'm going to have to assume that it's not going to give you anything higher than Tier 1, because it doesn't state like maxed out or anything. And if we're going by what it says, it's probably just going to be the 8%. So with that assumption, if you have the 8% version times 5, so 8 times 5, you get a total of 40%. 40% damage reduction is the maximum that you could potentially have. Now, the thing about Dark Shroud, though, is you're not going to always have the 40% because they're going to be consumed. So you're only going to get one Dark Shroud per a pip of whatever this is. So the way that it says gain a single. It says a shroud form from the shroud, Rogue's Dark Shroud, reducing damage taken per shadow. So you're going to get one. So every time you trigger it, you're going to get an 8% damage reduction. But the thing about Dark Shroud is it also, every time you take damage, it removes a shroud. So if you're not generating them quickly enough, you're not going to be able to ever reach that 40% DR, which is, I don't know. It also doesn't specifically say that it utilizes any of the other effects. So we're probably not going to get the each active Dark Shroud gives you 5% movement speed and a 15% chance not to get consumed. That's probably not going to be activated. You're probably also not going to get the you heal for 10% when a Dark Shroud is removed, or the when you have at least one active, you gain the 10% crit strike chance, because it doesn't say that you're going to get any of these. So you're just going to get the 8% damage reduction for each Shroud active, and if you can manage to maintain all the Shrouds, you get 50%, 40% damage reduction. But there's a very good chance you're probably not going to be able to do that, so we'll see. It also is going to come down to how much it costs. Like, for instance, this one costs 150 offering, and how much you can potentially generate, right? So if you can generate a lot of offering, then you might be able to maintain it permanently. So I guess we'll see. Nair, which is the Evoke Rogue's Countering Concealment, gaining dodge chance, movement speed, and unstoppable and stealth. So countering concealment, that is in these subterfuge skills. We've got concealment, got enhanced concealment, subverting, so not that one, so countering. Okay, so concealment is vanish from sight, gaining advanced form of stealth for 5 seconds that will not be removed by taking damage. Concealment also makes you unstoppable, grants 30% movement speed, and unhindered for its duration. Using any attack will break the concealment and basically take your stealth away. So basically what they're giving you with this is they're giving you a free unstoppable, which you can trigger randomly, assuming you have enough offering, and also it's going to make you go into stealth, which is interesting. Then you're probably also going to get this one here, which is you gain 40 energy when you enter concealment. And then you're also going to gain this one here, because they specifically said the countering concealment. So casting concealment grants 10% dodge chance and increases the movement speed bonus by 60% for 5 seconds. To be honest with you, this one seems really powerful, because not only does it offer the ability for you to go to stealth, it also offers you the ability for unstoppable and unhindered, and it gives you a boost to the energy that you create, and movement speed. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. It does look like it costs 700 offering, though, and as far as the, like, just looking at the cost of some of these, 700 seems like a lot. So unless you have the ability to absolutely spam the crap out of your offering, it might not necessarily be, you know, something that you can activate on a regular basis. We'll have to, like, play around with it and see. We also have the QAX rune, which I can't even pronounce because it's got no U in there. Your next non-basic skill casts spends all of your primary resource to deal up to 100% increased damage. So this one's kind of neat because it basically kind of mimics the Beastfall boots, sort of, which is where it just like eats all your resource and has like one of your attacks will do like a mega hit of damage, which could be really interesting. You could also maybe put this together with a ritual rune that doesn't necessarily trigger all the time, so it's not like permanently active. So it's like just every now and then you just get a hit that just does a massive amount of damage, which certainly wouldn't be terrible. Zac is just reduce your active ultimate cooldown by 4 seconds. So a way you can spam your ultimate cooldown. Then we also have the Watt rune, which I had to laugh at because it reminded me of the Watt meme. The Watt meme. Watt. 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 What? Why you want what? What? Evoke Necromancer's Horrid Decrepify, slowing enemies and reducing their damage and letting you execute them. So let's go take a look at the Necromancer's dojank here. And we're going to go over to the Anukromancer. It doesn't really matter who we choose because we're just going to look at the skills. It's not really different than D2 North Sky. It's actually pretty similar. One of the main defining characteristics of runes in Diablo 2 was the ability to cast other classes' skills. That was like one of the main things. And that's really what they've taken from like D2. They're like, oh, people like to cast other classes' skills. Well, we're going to let you cast other classes' skills. So you get what you asked for. You get what you deserve. All right, so with the Decrepify, it specifically says that this is the Horrid Decrepify. So Necromancer's Horrid Decrepify. So that means that we're going to get the Decrepify ability here, which is curse the target area and enemies afflicted by Decrepify or slowed by 40% and deal 20% less damage for 10 seconds. So that means that the monsters are going to hit us for less damage, and they're also going to be slowed by 40% for a pretty long period of time. 10 seconds is not bad. We're also going to have lucky hit. Enemies hit with afflicted by Decrepify have up to a 10% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds, which is just a free stun. And then we also have the, not the horror, is it the horrid? Yeah, the horrid Decrepify. That's the one we're looking at. It's not the other one, which is, I think, is the abhorrent Decrepify. So when you or your minions hit an enemy afflicted with Decrepify below 10% life, they are instantly killed. Does not work on bosses. So basically, any monster, including elites, if the monster is hit and they are below 10% life, bam, they're dead. Executed. It actually seems pretty powerful, especially when you get into some of the higher tiers where the monsters are just like ridiculously tanky. Having like some of those 10% executes could certainly be nice. But I mean, overall, you're getting a really nice 40% slow. You're getting a 20% damage reduction to the amount of monsters that the damage the monsters are dealing. You're also getting a free stun that could potentially happen, and you're getting the ability to execute monsters. Everything except for bosses. Just like a free execute on everything except for bosses. We also have restore and evade charge and gain 6% movement speed for 5 seconds. We've got gain at 20% maximum life for 4 seconds. So just a chonky boy little 20% maximum life, which could come in handy for some Thorns builds and various things. Evoke the Druid's Earthen Bulwark, granting yourself a barrier. So this one's kind of neat because it's going to evoke specifically the Druid's Earthen Bulwark skill, which we've all seen the Druids spam tremendously. Don't pay attention to my naked Druid. Okay? Don't pay attention to him. Don't make eye contact. All right? He might flex his pecs at you. So with the Druid, you're going to get access to this ability right here, which is Earthen Bulwark. So rocks surround you for 3 seconds, granting a barrier that absorbs 45% of your maximum life in damage. So the barrier amount is only at 45% for level 1. It didn't specifically say anything about the enhancements, which would be Enhanced Earthen Bulwark, Preserving Earthen Bulwark, or Innate Earthen Bulwark. None of that was stated. Which, let me just make sure. Evoke the Druid's Earthen Bulwark. Yeah, so it doesn't state any of the others. So basically, it's just going to give you a barrier. The Unstoppable, unfortunately, comes from the Enhanced Earthen Bulwark, so that's not going to be useful. But you could potentially be spamming Earthen Bulwark on yourself, getting yourself a barrier. It does require 800 offering, though, so it seems like that one might be not spammable, judging by the amount. We also have Evoke the Barbarian's Challenging Shout, reducing your damage taken. So that's the Barbarian skill. Hairy boy Druid, that's right. He got all the body hairs. Cody's already in his cage taking his nap. He said, it's nap time. Daddy's playing games and I'm gonna take a nap. Don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm sleeping and I'm snoring already. Can't you see my eyes are heavy? So we're going to get Challenging Shout, which is this one right here, which is taunt nearby enemies and gain 40% damage reduction for 6 seconds, which is pretty nice. It doesn't specifically say that it invokes any of the enhancements, though, so no Enhanced Challenging Shout, no Tactical, and no Strategic. But the taunt is actually really nice for staggering bosses, and the damage reduction that you get from it is actually really good, too. So could be quite interesting to throw in some damage reduction into a build. Then we have Evoke the Barbarian's Enhanced Warcry, increasing your movement speed and damage dealt. So if we take a look at a Warcry, we've got Warcry cooldown, Bellow a Mighty Warcry, increasing your damage dealt by 15% times for 6 seconds, and nearby allies for 3 seconds. Enhanced Warcry, Warcry grants you Berserking for 4 seconds. So this specifically says that it gives you the enhancement to Warcry, which means that any class in the game can currently become Berserk for at least 4 seconds. What does Berserking offer? Well, Berserking grants a 25 times multiplier, and it also gives you 15% increased movement speed, and the effect can last for up to 5 seconds. So basically, any class in the game can now get Berserking status through the enhanced Warcry. There's also a new unique that gives access to Berserking as well, which I found, which is really quite strange. It's called the Shattered Vow. And the Shattered Vow has a lucky hit up to 66.6% chance to become Berserking. It's a really weird item. And the graphic kind of reminds me of something from like an orc. Like Lord of the Rings orc style graphic. Let me go to the wardrobe real quick. It's really kind of like orcish. I don't know if that's actually the final graphic for this thing, but definitely interesting, huh? I don't even know if that was already in the game or if that's just like a placeholder graphic or what. But it is there. It is something. And that's another way that apparently other classes can get Berserking. I actually tested it on the Necromancer yesterday, Leon. And it works on the Necromancer. It doesn't work on the Sorceress, though.
That's interesting.
So I put it on the Necromancer, and I was able to cast abilities. When I put it on the Sorceress, I couldn't cast any abilities. I don't think the
But she
Sorceress
can
is...
equip it.
Yeah, but I don't think she's supposed to be able to use a polearm. I think that's the problem. It must be a bug. I think the Necromancer can use it because he's predisposed to using scythes. I think it probably just counts as like a two-handed bladed weapon for him.
Druid definitely can use it. I know that. That was changed.
What's that?
What's up, Zilorian? I'm going over the runes.
I guess
Oh.
just create one of each class gender and see what it works on, just for testing purposes.
We've also
Are
got
they live?
the Vex rune, not yet, which is +3 to all skills for 5 seconds. Pretty generic, but obviously powerful. Zan, which is your next skill cast, will be a guaranteed critical strike and an overpower together, which sounds like it would be absolutely insane with the Banished Lord's Talisman, which also gives you a 60 times multiplier for having a crit and a overpower together. We also have the Yam rune, which I think is going to be pretty popular, which is Evoke the Druid's Petrify, stunning enemies and increasing your critical strike damage against them. So let's take a look real quick at the Druid's Petrify ability. Remember, don't look directly into the hairy boy. Do not stare directly at that. Always avert your eyes. Avert your eyes.
Zyler, did you see the new barb skill?
Mighty
is it the one
Throw.
that-
I didn't hear what you said. Is it the one what? You cut out.
You're throwing the throwing one?
Yeah. It's kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Like I saw a video of someone just destroying.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful, to be honest. Although I really hate the screen shake thing and some of the other stuff, but
Both new skills I've used so far are really good. Like the Rogue's Dance knives, really good. The Barb's Mighty Weapon Throw, really good. So I expect them all to be. I can do the Druid next and stuff. I'll just boost the Druid one, and the Necro his only new thing is the ultimate, right? You can get a new like other kind of skill. Circuit the familiars.
so the Petrify ability is encase all nearby enemies in stone, stunning them for 3 seconds. You deal 30% times increased critical strike damage to the enemies affected by Petrify. Against bosses, the critical strike damage bonus is increased to 50% times, and its duration is increased to 6 seconds. So you got two things going on here. Number one is you've got the ability to multiply your critical strike damage, which is going to be big for critical strike builds. Number two, it's going to stun everything in a pretty large radius. In fact, it's actually a lot larger than I originally had thought when I was first thinking about this ability. I was like, well, how big is it? How many monsters around me is it going to petrify? And actually petrifies a really large amount. I'm kind of excited for this for the Charged Bolt Sorceress because it synergizes with her enchantment I didn't click on that. They did freaking. It synergizes with your enchantment, which spawns charged bolts every time you stun enemies. So I'll have the ability to just stun everything around me and then spawn tons of charged bolts, which should potentially do tons of damage. And then, of course, I get the multiplier when I use the Petrify, which sounds pretty amazing, to be perfectly honest. I think a lot of people are probably going to use this Petrify one. Because, number one, it's just a really nice crit multiplier. And at number two, it's also a pretty nice defensive ability, too. So, like, as an example, let me go ahead and I gotta put, like, a weapon on. You said test it on the Druid, see if it works. Yeah, it does work on the Druid. So, to see how big the Petrify effect is, you'll see here, it covers, like, pretty much the entire training room. Like, that's a ridiculously large area, like, the entire training room. So, not exactly a terrible size there. So you're gonna stun everything within an area basically the size of the entire screen when you activate that rune. It does require what is it, 500 offering, and we'll get a better feel for like how much is a lot of offering and how much isn't. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's really going to depend on the character that you're building and how you can take advantage of a rune like the best way with your specific build. And then we also have the Eom rune, which is reduce your active cooldowns by 0.25 seconds, and the Jaw rune, which is replace your next evade with the Sorcerer's Teleport, blinking further, dealing damage, and becoming unstoppable. So if we take a look at the Sorceress, there's a lot of things that go on with Teleport. It's more than just a movement ability. There's a lot of like little things that have to do with like how the teleport works. But you're not actually going to get access to the teleport skill. It's just going to replace one of your evasions with a teleport so that the next time you evade, you teleport instead of evading, which is actually kind of nice. So if you look at the teleport skill itself, it says transform into a lightning, becoming unstoppable and surging to the location, dealing 22,498 damage around you upon arrival. So you're going to become unstoppable. You're also going to gain the movement ability, basically. So you're gonna move, become unstoppable, and obviously you can use it to teleport around, which is nice. It does require what was it on the list? 500 offering to get that, but it'll be really obvious when it happens because your evasion right here will turn into the teleport skill, so it'll look like this. I think I have to go out of town before it'll show up.
I need more time.
So once you activate it, you'll see very clearly that your evasion button has become a teleport button. And so instead of evading, you're going to teleport with your next evasion, which is actually pretty cool. You do damage when you teleport to the location. It could be useful even for like the Oculus build, just to add even more teleports into like cooldowns into it. I don't know, so you can just spam even more than you could possibly spam now. It could be weird to see. And I think that pretty much covers all the invocation runes. The invocation ones are the runes that are really important. For the most part, that's going to be what you're choosing to build around. And then the rune of the ritual, this is really just how you're going to achieve that goal. You're like, okay, well, I need to activate this rune. How am I going to activate this? What methods am I going to utilize to activate it? Like, for instance, on my Rain of Arrows character that can spam Rain of Arrows with an efficiency that nobody can match, I would probably choose Zan, because Zan gives me 150 offering every single time I cast an ultimate skill. Whereas, like, if I was on a Flesh Render Druid, Flesh Render Druid spams cooldowns. So I would probably choose the Yule one, which is the ability to spam cooldowns, giving 50 offering every single time I spam a cooldown. There's also ones that say casting a non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. So that could be, I don't know, maybe that could work for a basic build. I guess we'll have to test that out and see. But if you're going for like a really fast build that's spamming the same ability multiple times, you can get 25 offering every single time you cast that ability 3 times in a row. So that could be an interesting one for classes that just have repeatable skills over and over and over again. I mean, there's a tons of one here. There's even a Yax rune, which is drinking a health potion. And there's that whole like health potion thing that they added to the rogue where you can like You drink a health potion and gain like evade chance and a bunch of other crazy things. And there's that one they added where like you drop a health potion every time you run a certain amount of distance. And speaking of running distance, there's also the back rune, which is traveling 5 meters. So if you have a character like the new Dance of Knives rogue or the Whirlwind Barbarian, if there's any way that you're moving and attacking at the same time, like you're traveling a lot as you attack, then the back rune could definitely be a really good one for generating offering that way. There's definitely a ton of ways that you can combine these, and I believe Proner actually like calculated them all for us. There are currently 476 runeword combinations. For those of you who want to keep track. So if you're trying to like think about like how many different combinations you could potentially make to come up with, you know, specific outcomes for your character, that's the number of combinations that there currently are. Will there be an update to download, or will there be hotfix on the backend servers? I do not know, FR Mart. I do not know. You might have to log out and update, or it might be a hotfix on the back end that just enables it. I'm not sure. My assumption is we got about 12 minutes, and the rune words will be up. So how you been doing, Zilorian?
I'm doing freaking awesome. I'm excited about testing all the runes and stuff.
I can't wait.
Raise,
Your lightning spear already cleared 100, Zyler.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So,
That's not bad.
with 540 legacy gear too. So I assume everything's getting buffed, or that's getting nerfed into the ground. Either one.
Yeah.
I mean, did they use a 540 legacy weapon?
No, they had to upgrade the weapon, but the gear,
that's-
like all the other gear, stayed the same.
Well, that's pretty much meaningless then. If they kept the same weapon, I'd be like, okay, well, yeah, they definitely need to buff that.
I mean, you know how much intelligence, like primary stat, you're missing for not upgrading? Like my 540 does have like 60 strength.
I mean, I get you, but they still got access to the 12 masterworks on the equipment. Like, they still got access to the 2 tempers that were on their equipment, so it's not like the 540 gear is terrible. It's just not... It's lacking armor, and then it doesn't have, like, the stat bonuses, but a lot of the bonuses on the 540 gear, I noticed, are the same as the 800 gear.
He's definitely going to be missing like 1,000 to 1,500 primary stat. Like by doing that. So that's a lot of damage extra that he's missing. And he's already clearing 100.
Yeah, I'm gonna build from scratch without any 540 gear.
Well, I would hope so when they're giving you the gear.
Yeah, yeah. Are they going to give us greater affects uniques?
I
too?
don't know
Like
if they're giving us
customizer?
ancestral. I assume they're giving us ancestral gear. Maybe not. We'll see. I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I assume they're giving ancestral gear because everyone's complaining that it's too hard to get. That's actually like the one takeaway that I love from this PTR. I like how rare the ancestral gear is.
I mean, let's just say that on the other side of the equation, because we can just say it from the other side, which is, I did not like having an entire stash full of ancestral equipment.
Yeah.
Like 5 stash tabs of ancestral equipment was just crazy. I would rather have less and it be more meaningful than literally all my stash tabs be full constantly.
That basically solves the whole loot filter thing because you don't need a loot filter.
It's more meaningful loot. Exactly.
Yep.
And the whole thing is cool too that the ancestral gear have like a higher tier of the aspect that power that you want as well. That's really awesome.
I cannot use that.
Time to go to Kmart.
Did you see my thumbnail for the day?
Saw yours last night. Yeah, I saw it last night. Yeah, with the rooms.
I had fun making that.
That's another good one. 2 good thumbnails in a row.
We're gonna have to make a seasonal character to test it, you think? I don't think so, no. This PTR is just a PTR, it's just a PTR. Like it's just they just do whatever they want in the PTR, nothing like none of that stuff matters. If
Did
they
you see
wanna
the
if they wanna
season
give
theme got
you
leaked?
although it did?
Yeah, if you highlight the seasonal thing when you create a new character, it gives you like a description of the season.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, let me see if it still does it. Confirm class. Finalize seasonal. Yeah, it still does it. So Ginger, just go to character creation and then highlight your mouse over the seasonal word and it'll come up the season theme and everything if you want to see it.
Season of hatred.
There's an update available now.
I don't know.
Creatures twisted by Mephisto's.
I posted it in the thing. Encounter creatures twisted by the ichor of Mephisto's hatred. Slay realm walkers to access hell portals. Delve into hell portals for powerful buffs. Hatred seeps from the jungles of Nahatu as the mysterious realm walkers spread Mephisto's influence across Sanctuary. I mean, hell portals is very fitting for Mephisto, who created the first hell portal, which took us to hell in Diablo 2.
Creating a seasonal character is recommended.
Although, honestly, I think they may have missed out on something here, which is Mephisto could not create that portal without actually having all 3 primevals. So he actually couldn't make the portal until he had Baal, Mephisto, and Diablo all in the same room. That was when he activated the portal. I don't think he could activate it without them. I missed the campfire.
Yeah, it's too zoomed in.
Like I don't understand. The campfire was epic. Like them all sitting around the campfire and you're just choosing like which one you want. It was beautiful.
If they wanted to change it, I heard a good idea where, like, because the campfire is kind of in front of them, you zoom out a little bit, and then all the other classes are standing around, like in a circle around the campfire, so you can see like 1 or 2 classes to the left and right of the character you're looking at, and it kind of like pans around the campfire to each one you're selecting. That would be okay for like a new version of it, but what they did is horrible.
Yeah, it just doesn't look good. It does not look good. We got somebody with the Simpson, one of the Simpson names in here. Oliver Closeoff. Does Ginger have access to the chat? Yes, I do, but I'm often busy, so like spamming multiple times and asking if I can see you probably isn't going to get my attention. You'll get my attention eventually when I look over and see the chat. Sometimes I'm busy. Trying not to die, or looking at stuff on the screen, or reading things, or taking screenshots.
Hey Ginger, I found out that the rogue is very overpowered this season.
I mean, the rogue has been very overpowered every season, so nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
I'm literally gone into a dungeon, mate, and I'm literally honing everything in my sight.
What are you in the public test realm?
Yeah.
Well, until you get access to one of the higher torment tiers, you're pretty much in like the baby modes. They start you out in well, they start you out in normal unless you chose hard, and then you can go to expert, which is still really easy. And then at level 50, you can choose Penitent. So if you are using one of your copied characters, you can go into Penitent, which is the first difficulty mode before Torment. Penitent is also very easy. And then you get to Torment 1, Torment 2, and Torment 3, and Torment 4. Torment 1 and 2 are actually pretty easy too. And Torment 3 is where the challenge actually starts. To get access to those, you need to start doing the pit. So you got to go to like Penitent, and then you go to Saragar, and then you're gonna like clear your first pits, and that'll get you access to the Torment difficulties.
Right. Okay.
I imagine anybody who doesn't know about the difficulties probably logs into the PTR and is like, I am a god! Until they realize they're like literally on the easiest difficulty that you could possibly be set to, and then you have to like bump that up.
Yeah, I need to find out how to get my potions, because at the minute, when I'm taking my other potions out of my stash, they're not showing up in my bag. So I'm just gonna.
2 minutes. Give me that Doojanks. Give me that Doojanks. Give me that
That's in Clover's side,
Doojanks.
right?
Give me that Doojanks. I want some of the Doojanks. Give me the Doojanks. Give me the Doojanks. Stop dancing and give me the Doojanks.
I cannot use that.
He's not going to give me the
Sound like
Doojanks.
you're in a pretty good mood today,
I
Ginger.
cannot.
What? You never heard of Love and Marriage?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just singing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just singing the theme song from
Yep.
from freaking yeah. That's just I'm
Yeah.
just throwing
Al-
other
Al
words.
Bundy,
I'm
yeah,
just
I
throwing
know all
other. I'm just
about
throwing
Al
other
Bundy.
words in there. Give me the
How's it going?
Doojanks. Give me the Doojanks. I
How's it
want
going,
frickin'
Razor?
all the Doojanks.
How's it going, Razor?
Oh, it's going okay. This is a learning curve for me.
You're telling me.
I'm learning through the school of hard knocks.
Razor
Everybody
is
laughs
just
at me, but that's
happy to
good.
be here.
You betcha, I am.
He's happy to be here.
I cannot use that.
I'll have a little better idea how to level up this time. I think I'll create a new character and start from scratch again, just to see if it takes me another 11, 12 hours to get to level 60 or not. I'd like to get there in about 5 hours, actually, if possible.
Surprisingly, I made myself a rogue tonight, Razor, and
I cannot use that.
I'm already level 11.
Well, I'm in Torment 1. I'm just on the fence.
Hey, it
into
works.
Torment 2.
Right, guys, my mum's here. I have to go.
All
See you
right,
later.
Adam.
All right. It looks like everyone just came
Equipment.
here.
What just happened? I don't know. What am I? How do
All right,
I?
applied.
What?
All boots. Crafting materials.
Get random legendaries. Grant all uniques. Grant all runes. Grant all runes. How does that work? Did it work?
How come Grant gets all the runes?
All
Doesn't.
materials.
Oh! It gives you caches. Okay, that works. All right. Paragon.
So did you go for that? Yeah, ovals.
Grant all glyphs. Max all glyphs. I'm gonna max all glyphs on this character. We're gonna test that.
Paragon.
So does that just like literally max all my glyphs? Don't teleport away. Dear Lord Jesus, just because I restarted the game, you just reset all my freaking bindings again, huh? Didn't you? Ah. Freaking T for Town Portal can go suck it. Wow, they really do have them all maxed. That's crazy. So, wow. Alrighty then. I am now at 3,199 intelligence.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm at almost 2,500.
I'm kind of scared to open up the, like all these DJs.
I don't
Okay, I just opened up the rune cache. Now I have all the runes. Beautiful. They're
Wow,
so
those runes.
they're so shiny.
Ooh, max
So that was
level.
so this is just, according to what I'm seeing here, this is just the runes of invocation, and then the runes of ritual are in a different box. So we can't actually pick all these up. We're gonna have to like arrange these in the stash. So let's play around with this, shall we? Let's put the legendaries first.
All right, yeah, we need to delete our stash tabs.
If you have a bunch of 46 glyphs, take a picture of the multiplier before and after. Before you boost them.
Oh shoot! I already
I forgot to
boosted
do-
them.
I have another character I could do it on.
Yeah, I'm only maxing the glyphs on one character. I'm not gonna do the others. I'm gonna go ahead and put all of these in here. They actually do have different graphics. That's neat. I thought they were all going to have the same graphic, judging by the pictures that they showed and whatnot, but they do actually have different graphics, little symbols. Alright, so that's all of the invocation runes, and then this is the other set of runes. This is the offering. I'm going to put the offerings in a different tab, so I don't get them mixed up.
It gave every mythic unique. Okay.
Yep,
That's kind of cool.
Really?
that's what we wanted.
Yep, you got every one, the new ones and everything. All right, this is nice.
Okay, so what did I want to test out first? I wanted to test out the Petrify. I think the Petrify is a pretty popular one, so I'm not really sure what I want to sacrifice for it. Massive amounts of intelligence. Them converting all the gems into like damage gems may not have been the best idea, because now you have to replace damage gems with a rune word, which might not necessarily be worth putting the rune word in. Let's see here. I kind of want to try out Zan. And also Yam. I think that's a pretty good combination for this character. And then for the offerings, I feel like we probably go with what is that one? I think would work really well for this character, because we're kind of just spamming the same ability multiple times. Cast the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. And then I feel like we could also utilize the... What was the other one? It's the cooldown one. I think the cooldown one would work with this one too, because I'm also spamming cooldowns.
Battered Vow. That looks pretty cool.
So yeah, 50 offering, Yule, cast a skill with a cooldown. Looks like Zan has a higher cost on it, so maybe we put Zan together with the cast the non-channel skill together twice. Where's my jeweler?
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
Alright,
All the uniques are not 800. They're like random in the 600s.
I saw that.
okay, and then Yam. Cast a skill with a cooldown 10 times to obtain Petrify. Cast the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row, 28 times required to activate the effect. So this will be interesting. Let's go play around with it on the training dummy real quick first. Oh look, it's like a purple thing down here. You see this?
Yeah, it looks cool. I like the icon.
It's very, very standoutish.
Oh, you got a triple affix mythic?
Yeah, the mythics go crazy.
Yeah, all mine are just single affix.
Stork meteorites. I do want to test that one.
That one seems interesting.
I'm gonna build the fire barb for sure with that. Dude, there's so many runes. I have to put them in my stash right now. I'm trying to still pick up my runes. Spirit one. Free up 3 more slots.
Trying to see how long it takes to activate the Yule rune. Yule rune doesn't seem to be all that amazing. Maybe I'm just not attacking fast enough. Because it's giving me... It says 28 casts. Should technically give me the thing, but... No, it's... Oh, it's... Never mind. It's 28 times. 3. So 3 times 28, which is going to be like almost 90 casts to obtain the free overpower. Yeah, that's not really... That's not going to be a good combination.
When I look at the jaw rune, I started smiling. I don't know why. I just started smiling.
You has the jaw rune?
Yeah, I have a jaw. The Yar rune. The Ya.
Zeyarun. Yeah, I don't like the Yule. I'm gonna take that out. So supposedly you can just unsocket them. Yeah. I don't like that part, but okay, let's put this one back in and let's choose a different one for an invocation or the ritual. Because I do not like the Seer rune seems like it might be useful if it I know I lost a lot of intelligence. I know. I'm very well aware.
I never had any to begin with.
I know. I never had any to begin with. Exactly. Spend 5% of your maximum resource. That one could be interesting. What, 5, 10? So that's like... It's not a lot of offering, though. You're not getting a lot for the 5% maximum resource. But it could be interesting with something like Kick or Bone Spirit that allows you to spend all your resource relatively quickly.
So Xylor, they give you unlimited obols, so you could gamble Ancestral. It seems like I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I just got Ancestral Mace finally.
Lucky hit up to 100% chance against injured enemies. Stand still for 3 seconds. Or 0.3 seconds. Cast a non-channeled core skill 25 offering. Tamrune. That might work. How many casts does that require? Okay, that's 28 times, but it's not 28 times 3, so that might be a little bit more effective. Let's play around with that. Into a bunny you shall transform? Oh, I know, Chinchilla, not bunny. Chinchilla, I don't want to be a bunny.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh yeah, that's way better.
I need time
And you can see the overpowers happen too. That's okay. That's pretty powerful.
What combination are you doing?
I'm using Tam and Zan. So Tam for the guaranteed critical strike and overpower, and Zan for the casting a non-channeled core skill 28 times. Or this, it's actually casting a non-channeled core skill grants a certain amount of offering, but it's telling you basically on the when you make the rune, it tells you kind of like how many times you have to perform that action before you're going to get access to the effects. And this one actually works pretty well for me because I cast charge bolts a lot as the main ability I cast. I'm kind of interested to see just how this petrify works. I want to like kind of sneak up to it. Okay, one more. Looks like just one more. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible. That's not bad at all. I like it. It's a good combination of effects. Like, you can definitely get them activated all the time.
I need time.
I'd like to take them into, let's take them into, like, an actual, a pit. We'll go into, like, a high-level pit, and we'll see how well they function. Like, you know, in a real live scenario.
Still gotta do mine in a second here.
Alright, let's go to 69. I don't think I've ever cleared a 69. I haven't really been trying.
You never cleared a 69, did you?
69, 69.
I need time to
Come on down to 69.
Am I missing the Grant Obusite section? Why am I not getting Obusite? Do I have to go farm Obusite? Am I dumb?
You can get it. Unlimited.
I said Grant all materials and no Obusite drops.
Did you put a box?
I need time.
Did I get a box? No.
Because when I did the runes, I got a box.
Yeah, no, the crafting materials he just kind of gives you. It's gold, obols, which works. I've used those many times. Granule materials gives me max gems fragments. If I get no obols, or no Obusite. I don't see an option for Obusite. Maybe somewhere else, progression? I don't know.
I need
Yeah,
time.
I don't know. It's all good, I guess.
It's all good in the hood.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, my Vex rune. I need my Vex rune back in.
I mean, I would say that right now I'm currently pretty much on par with a druid as far as petrify. I'm using petrify about just as much as pretty much any druid is using petrify. I mean, maybe even a little bit faster, depending on like how I get my cooldown set up. Like if I use like fractured winterglass or something in here, and I get like faster cooldown reduction, I could probably spam it faster than the druid does.
Yeah, I like to do it.
I need time.
I'm not really sure the guaranteed overpower is the best like option for this character, but I'm definitely able to get it to happen a lot. Which, when it does happen, it's nice to see a whole bunch of overpowers pop up on the screen, which just certainly isn't terrible. It's just guaranteed overpowers constantly.
I'm not ready yet.
It's no different than any of the other guaranteed overpower stuff. So it's like once every 20 seconds or like once every 10 seconds or something. Like I can only activate it every 28 casts. So 28 casts takes me a decent amount of time, which means I'm not going to have it active with 100% uptime or anything. Building attack speed would definitely help.
I need time to prepare.
Overpower for your hairy boar bear. Yeah, your hairy boy bear can get some overpowers. Sounds like fun.
I need time to prepare.
2.3 million. I mean, when the overpowers do happen, I mean, they're guaranteed overpower crits. And it's not just crits, it's crit overpowers. And they hit. They hit hard. I mean, it's very obvious that it's happening. So you get like all those beautiful orange numbers coming up on the screen.
Yeah, I gotta decide my setup here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my perfect mythics.
Yeah, I could sit in town all day doing that stuff. I'm not. That's silly. I'm gonna go test out the runes. You guys are silly willies.
No, I'm trying to figure out what generation runes are best for me right now on my build.
I mean, which one are you doing? The rogue or the?
I'm starting with the bard, so I'm not doing the movement thing.
Oh.
But yeah, I think you're definitely right about that.
Yeah, because if you're on the rogue, that moving every 5 meters thing sounds absolutely excellent for that build.
I'm just trying to organize them to the ritual versus the offering.
I put them in different tabs. Is what I did. Just
Okay.
just separate them into different tabs. I think that's the best way to do it. Put your rituals in one tab and your offerings in the other, and that way you can just flip back and forth as necessary.
Exactly. I think that's what I'm working on right now, just organization.
I mean, you could also just throw them away and just re-grab them because they're in 2 different boxes, and then just open one box. That's the ritual, and then you can just put all those in one tab, and then open the second box, and that's offering, and then you put those all in the other tab.
I need time.
That's how I did it because they didn't give them to you all at the same time. They spread them out. In
Two different boxes, right?
Yeah, it's 2 different boxes. So you could just throw all those away. So that's like you can get as many as you want, and just redo it. Just grab the 2 boxes and then just open one box first. Throw all those in the stash on one tab, and then open the second box second, and then throw all those in the second tab.
You're saying I'm an idiot. I understand.
Well, I'm glad they did it that way. I mean, it made sense. For a minute there, I thought they were just gonna like slap them all in your inventory and just be like, here. And they did not, and I was very appreciative of that.
I need time to do that.
Yeah, so now I'm organizing them by like magic, rare, and legendary.
Yep, that's
And
what I did too.
All the gaining ones versus the required ones. And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go through them
So
one by one.
so your invocations are the ones that actually really matter for your character. Like
Yeah, agreed.
the ritual ones are really just how you're going to achieve
What fits you best?
how you're going to achieve the goal, essentially. Like, how is your character going to achieve the goal of
Yes.
activating this thing? And not every character is going to be able to achieve the goal the same. I also noticed that if it does the math for you, so if you go ahead and you just put it together on an item, it'll do the math for you of how many casts or how many whatever it's going to take. Like, for instance, with the movement one. Let's say you put the movement one together with, like, the petrify one. It's going to tell you that you're going to have to run X amount of meters, you know, like to activate this, because that's how much offering that you need. Another interesting thing to consider when you're like going to be choosing your rituals is that there's also a overcharge part, and so if you're overcharging the cost, so if the cost of it is relatively low, and you have something that is generating a relatively high amount of offering, you could be overcharging it to get even a higher benefit than what it actually states, which is really nice. I'm actually really curious to see how the lumbering works with that. Could be a really interesting little build. After I complete this, I'm gonna start making some other characters. I'm not gonna try and push pits. I wanna play around with all the different builds and stuff. Like the wolf army. I wanna test out the wolf army thing. Yeah, they showed off on the and that one seems really cool with like all the wolves and all the little ravens and everything, and the new key passive. I'm gonna play around with that.
Do you know what the Spiritborn stuff is? I know you were looking at it last night, like the Pestilence
Concussive
Swarm.
Stomp, Pestilent Swarm, and the Vortex, the pull-in.
So Pestilence Swarm is like minions? Like,
I don't know.
Like
I couldn't find it on the tree. I think they renamed one of the skills. The closest thing I could see was Scourge, which looked like a bunch of like insects that would come out and attack the monster and apply poison damage or something.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's see how I do with the boss against this. I'm almost there. I got 5 minutes and 56 seconds left, and I died once because I wasn't paying attention.
you can get more stealth with this rune too to feed into that
I'm not ready yet.
new mythic.
And more berserking to feed into the other one.
Yep. 5% maximum life for 4 seconds is really nice. You can keep that up probably. That's insane.
Are you talking about the one where it's like you lose maximum life, you can generate offering?
I need time.
Yeah, I'm talking about the one, it's an invocation, gain 20% maximum life for
Yep.
4 seconds, requires 200.
Massive amount of life. Big boy chonky life.
I need time.
Frost Nova sounds awesome for the elemental barb.
Yes.
That sounds
Yes,
so much fun.
does. There's a lot of things that could be really neat for, just like spamming Frost Novas. I'm a little bit worried with that all of the gems are basically now multipliers though with the stat bonuses, because it kind of makes me think that like, well, if the runes aren't overcoming the damage that you're losing from the stat bonuses, they might have an issue, and that's something that I'm gonna leave a little bit of feedback on.
Ginger, the one Quax or QAX, it's basically turns every skill into Bone Spirit. That's insanity. That's so good for Barbarian.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that one too, and you could potentially min-max that one by essentially controlling what's the term I'm looking for? You could control the frequency, like, you know, like choosing something not necessarily that might be the easiest to activate it, but you could maybe even choose something that might be less easy, just so that you have it on a more intermittent basis, depending on how you want that one to actually like work. Okay, well, I mean, I felt like those runes were useful, very useful, obviously. I can't really rank anything else up. I mean, the multipliers went up on the special effects, and the bonuses are just insane. The new Eliminator is absolutely ridiculous, too. Like, it went up to 624% bonus to all normal nodes within range, which is just ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm getting like, per intelligence node, I'm getting like 36 intelligence per node from that. And if I were to like cap out some of the other ones in here, which I probably should with a node like that, I could probably get a bunch of extra armor, a bunch of extra critical strike chance from Dex, a bunch of extra like overpower and whatnot from the willpower. That one's kind of insane. That one boosts all the magic nodes within range, too. Holy crap, 57.9% damage to elites. These glyphs are insane. Alright, let's play around with some of these combinations. I'm gonna mess around with all these combinations, because why not? I want to test out the Spiritborn abilities, so let's do that real quick. We're gonna play around with the Spiritborn abilities and like see what we can get out of them. And then I'm gonna start making some new characters. So the Spiritborn abilities are, let's put that in here. Everything else can get destroyed. The Spiritborn abilities are the Vortex. Where is it? Oh, I definitely want to test the Frost Nova out. I think that's going to be really cool. So the Frost Nova, let's check the Dark Shroud. I want to check that one. Also want to check the Spiritborn's Vortex. The Spiritborn's Concussive Stomp, that sounds neat. This consumes all your resource and increases your damage, sounds really neat too. Your next non-basic skill cast spends all your primary resource. We can definitely try that out. I kind of want to see the Earthen Bulwark at least once. And where's the other one we're missing? Oh, there it is. The Pestilent Swarm. We need to like play around with these and actually look at them and just like see how they work. Alright. This one right here would feed into the others too, which is kind of neat. The Eom rune, it would feed into the other one. So like if you did run the Eom rune, which is kind of interesting, and you were also using the one that's cast a skill with a cooldown, obviously get you your thing. The Eom rune could feed into that, and you could focus on one specific thing. So you would do like the Eom rune with something else that would reduce the cooldowns relatively quickly, and then that would allow you to spam more cooldowns, which of course means you would get more of that particular effect on your item, which is neat. So we need to test these like one at a time. This is going to kind of be a pain in the butt since there's no jeweler in the training room.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
But let's do it like this. So
Or grab multiple uniques.
I guess I could do that, yeah. Look at you, big brain. The biggest of brains. The brain's so big.
Why they pay me the big bucks?
A monstrously large brain. So brainy. Such a brain. I want to test them one at a time. Let's go to the Trenton room. What is this update that just hit? I don't know. Probably just activating the demon, which is what they did. They activated Mr. Demon Butt Cheeks. Demon Cheek McGee. So does it randomly give ancestrals, you guys were saying? It's not like all the time? You gotta like keep doing it over and over again?
I'm sorry. What? I was in the bathroom. What was the question?
Does it randomly giving you ancestrals?
No, I just got opals and I just gambled like my mace I needed. That's what I did. I had ancestrals in every other slot, but the vendor wasn't giving any. He's actually giving really low gear, like even below 750 for the uniques. It's really weird.
Okay, so first thing I want to test is the Mystical Frost Nova.
I'm going to test the Spiritborn stuff first. Just to see what it's like. There's 3 of them, right?
Yeah, I got them. I got it like all of them pulled out right now. I'm gonna like start pushing them in and testing them. Okay.
Well, if I had extra weapons, I could test more.
I'm not ready yet.
Ooh, I got a 4-star staff.
Okay. So the Frost Nova just comes out of you directly as soon as you fulfill the conditions. That's not bad at all. Only requires 8 cooldown casts, so that's going to be pretty often if you're doing the cooldown version. That's not terrible. Not mad at that. GGM makes the world go round? Sure, why not? The Spiritborn is still hot and mysterious. I don't know about hot, but
Precious stones to catch the light.
I'm using the cooldown thing for the least interference because it's the easiest one to just kind of like spawn things to see how they work without having too much of the other like numbers and skills all over the screen. Seems to be the easiest one for that, so It only gives 50 offering, though, which isn't the most amazing. Yeah, my Rain of Arrows rogue is going to be just, like, absolutely insane with this. You know, she gets 150 offering per ultimate use. She can literally cast her ultimate, like, every, like, 3 seconds. Like, it's literally just ultimate, 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 ultimate. She's going to have no problems whatsoever. Alright, so casting, 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 casting. And then we got a Dark Trap. Casting, casting, casting,
I need time.
casting. And now we have 3 Dark Shroud pips. Casting, casting, casting. Now we have 4 Dark Shroud pips. This is actually really OP. This is a large amount of damage reduction that you could potentially add to your character for relatively an inexpensive source. I mean, I think anybody would be able to maintain this with ease. I mean, my character can most definitely maintain 4 Dark Shroud pips with the amount of cooldowns that she spams. So every single character in the game has Dark Shroud now. Congratulations. You all have 40% damage reduction if you want to take it. So if you feel like you need more damage reduction, well, you've got it. Maybe you can sacrifice a little bit of your damage output for damage reduction. That's kind of ridiculous. Look at my beautiful little things. Do they disappear when I take off the piece of equipment? Yes. Yes, they do. As soon as I take off the piece of equipment, they disappear. As it should be. Depending on how you have your rune set up, yes, you should be able to preload the Dark Shrouds before you push into the pit. You're right. Or you could just dive in and cry if you die. That's right. I can cry if I want to. I can leave my friends behind. If I want to cry, don't tell me I can't cry. Gonna cry all day long.
So you want one of them to have a very low offering requirement and one of them to have a high one, right?
I
Is
mean,
the offering shared between both of them?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, really?
It seems like they have their own offering for each one. It also seems
Okay.
like there's certain, like, stratageridums. There's stratageridums that, like, allow you to create different effects, which are kind of neat. I'm playing around with Concussive Stomp. Let's see Concussive Stomp. Let's get multiple training dummies for extra stompiness. Alright, so how many cooldowns do we need? Okay, so the next cooldown should do it, so I want to wait till they're gone. Boom! Okay, so they're gone. Alright, so the next one's going to trigger it. Oh, and I cast it in the wrong place. Oh, wow. It casts at the source of the mouse? Okay, hold on. We gotta do that again. No, it doesn't cast at the source of the mouse. It's a wave that comes out from you in the direction that you're facing. Okay.
I need time to do that.
I mean, that would be really interesting for a couple builds, just to give you, like, a spammable stomp, essentially. It's also a knockdown, which is kind of neat, and could tie together with, I think the rogue has a bunch of knockdown bonuses and things like that, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, let's try out the Vortex, or no, well, Pestilent Swarm. Let's try out the Pestilent Swarm next. I'm actually
I need more time.
really excited to test these out. I want to test out all the combinations. Alright, so next we're going to do Pestilent Swarm. Pestilent Swarm is one of the Spiritborn abilities. I believe it's one of the blue ones, right? Yeah, Pestilent Swarm, dealing damage to enemies. Alright, and then we're going to do the cooldown one again as well. That way we can get an uncorrupted result.
I need time to do that.
Banana. It's so hard to see what's going on. It's like instantaneous and I can't really see the effects.
I'm starting to learn this range system very fast. I'll go switch these around.
I think it might be around me as a melee ability? Or am I like... I got too much crap going on. Okay, let me just do the ice blades. Ice blades are the easiest ones to ignore.
I'm not ready yet.
Is it that? Is that the pestilent swarm? Hold on.
I need time to prepare that.
Yeah, that effect doesn't appear on my character. Whatever that effect is, that's the pestilent swarm. What is it?
I need time to prepare that.
It's this. It's this like... The like bugs are around me in a circle or something. I don't know what that is. Is it like some sort of damage reduction? It says resistances increased. Duration... Well, that's probably not it. Okay. I'm trying to look at the bar and see if anything new pops up. I do not see. I cannot see. We need a better way to do this. Hold on. Let me put something like ice armor. Ice armor will be easier to see.
I need time.
It looks like a defensive buff. It says dealing damage to enemies though.
This will keep them up.
I need time to prepare that.
I never got all my Paragon.
I need time to prepare that.
Well, that was weird. Hold on, hold on. I think I saw it. So, next one should pop it up. So it's like an AoE like thorns that like comes out from you in a radius. That's what it is. It's hard to see because of everything else. Wait, no, hold on. That's Tyraels. What the hell am I talking about? Taking off Tyraels.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm gonna be honest. I can't see what the hell it's doing. I really don't know what the hell it's doing.
I'm not ready yet.
Nothing appears on the bar buff-wise. Except for resistances increased and damage reduction. Damage increased for each stack, which is of course coming from Talrash's, right? So that's Talrash's ring.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare.
I have no clue. I do not know what the Pestilent Swarm is, nor what it does, and I can't figure it out. It doesn't seem to be doing any damage to the enemy.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, we've got Tyraels is doing damage to the enemy, so I had to take that off. It doesn't take very many attacks to activate it. It only takes 2 cooldowns to activate the ability. Oh, there we go. Man, do you really got to be standing that close to the monster for it to activate? So this is like a melee only thing. Let's try this again.
I need time to prepare that.
Is that giving me the poison stack? I think that might be giving me the poison resistance stack.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm definitely getting resistances. My resistances are going up. Why are my resistances going up so much? Does it also give you resistances to Pestilence Swarm? Because I'm looking at my resists here and I've got 57.3% resistances, right? I cast the ability. All of a sudden now I have 63.3% resistances. And then it goes away after a certain period of time. You can see it just removes from the bar. So I think it's giving me what is that? 63%. 57.3 minus 63, or 63 minus 57.3. It's 63 minus 57.3. 5.7 to all resistances. Well, no, it's because it's 0.3 as well, so 63.3 plus or minus 57.3. So it's giving 6% all res whenever it triggers, and it's activating for a rather long period of time. If I were to cast all my cooldowns in, concert and keep all my abilities up all the time, I could probably maintain that with 100% uptime, which is a 6% increase to all my resistances permanently. I mean, I'm not sure about the damage that it's putting out, because the damage seems to be very localized. I mean, I could try it over here just to see if it translates. No, no, it doesn't. It's not localized. Okay, so it is actually hitting the targets no matter what, but it's just 2 small pips. It's just 2 small pips of poison damage that seems to hit 2 targets no matter where they are. It might even be a straight line. Let's try this. Let's stand like right here, adjacent to these 3. Oh, it was definitely a projectile. Did you see it there?
I need time.
It was a projectile. It 100% was a projectile. Like analyzing the Spiritborn ability like crazy for no reason.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, look, you can actually see it if you stand far enough away. So if you stand really far away, you can see the projectile come out. So it's just a free poison, like, buggy projectile that just shoots out at a random monster and it does damage. It also seems to give you 6% resistances for the duration of the effect. I'm curious if maybe, like, when the effect is active, does it have, like, a...
I'm not ready yet.
I want to test something. I want to see if, like, me attacking somehow, like, emits more bugs or something. So I'm going to attack in a different direction. No. So that doesn't do anything. So it shoots 1 bug out at a target, gives you, like, a defensive pump. That's kind of weird. Alright, let's test out another one. I mean, it seems really easy to activate. There's also that. So if you were to set it up on a character that could activate it in relatively rapid succession, you would have multiple poison projectiles firing at targets. Could potentially be scaled if you're scaling poison damage. So, like, it could be an interesting way for you to add in more poison damage to a build. Similar to adding, like, Andariels into the build. I'm not exactly sure how high that scales, though. So I guess I'll find out. Let's do the pull-in. I want to do the pull-in next. So the pull-in is the Vortex one. Where are you? There you go. Requires 500 offering, evokes the Spiritborn's Vortex, dealing damage and pulling in enemies. Since this one is a pull-in, we're going to have to use this out in the open anyway. So let's use the one... where is it? Casting a non-channeled core skill. So according to this, we got to cast a non-channeled core skill 20 times to get access to this. So let's go ahead and put our ice blades back down here. And might as well go out somewhere and have some fun. So let's go to the HellTide, and we're going to play around with the Spiritborn's Vortex ability.
Hey, Ginger.
What's up?
My level 1 sorceress I just created. I did a Legion event. I got 2 of the rune words.
You got 2 of the runes. What'd you get? Blue ones, yellow ones, or are they legendaries?
Good question.
What color are they?
They are kind of purplish. Actually, they're magic runes. I got a tune and an oh no.
A 2 and a oh no. Oh no.
Or a ton, or tune. It could be ton.
Wow. Okay. That vortex is gonna be fun. I think people are gonna like that. Like I'm playing with it right now, and it activates pretty often with this particular way that I'm currently activating it. And the pull-in is nice. It's a nice pull-in. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like Corpse Tendrils level pull-in, but it's still a really nice pull-in. I think people are going to enjoy having access to a free pull-in no matter what character or build you're running. Look
I'm
at
surprised
that. Beautiful.
Surprised he dropped so early.
Well, so basically in Diablo 2, did you ever play Diablo 2, Razor?
Yeah, I played a ton of Diablo 2.
Well, yeah, like, you know, the what is it called? Like the L runes, you know, like the Chal runes and like so forth and so on, like the little tiny runes around. Those are common. Those are not going to be rare. So like, there's always going to be runes that are going to be like more rare types, which are you know, harder to find. So that's I'm assuming the magic ones are basically going to be like the Felger Carb that falls on the ground everywhere. The rare ones are going to be slightly more hard to find, and the legendary ones are probably going to be pretty difficult to locate. That's my assumption.
Did you say Felger Carp?
Felger Carb.
Yeah.
Felger
You
Carb.
watched
It's
Galactica too, didn't you?
Galactica. Was
Battlestar
Felger Carb from Battlestar Galactica, or was that from Farscape?
Yes, it was.
The Razor said, "I get that reference."
Yeah,
I got that reference. I like Felger Carb. Felger Carb is a fun word.
Yeah.
All right, so what are we testing next? Let's test the meteorites. I want to play around with the meteorites. I want to see how those work. So let's do the, again, we'll do the cooldowns because that's the easiest way to control it, so we don't have to worry about, like having issues. In fact, let's go ahead and put, like, a couple, like, non-damage style cooldowns on here so we can spam them just for these testings. I'm willing to completely ruin my character's setup just for you guys. I hope you guys are appreciative of that. I have done so many times, logged into my characters. I'm like, what in the ham biscuit is going on? Why do I have this on my bar? And I'll totally forget. I'll come back later and I'm just like, why is my character playing like she ate some dirt for breakfast?
So it's interesting. The magic ones didn't seem to work. Let me try that again, though. You have to unequip it and re-equip it to get the magic one to work?
I don't know. What do you mean?
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go for a really low offering trigger on my one rune word, and then I'm using the invoke another class to get 150 offering to always keep up petrified.
Which one did you choose?
So I've been trying like the meteorites because they only cost 25. I've been trying. I just tried the Necro Decrepify, which costs 100, and that one's working. It's really fast. Like I build that 1, 2, 3. I trigger the Petrify, and I always have it. But I was trying to get one I wanted, or even faster. So let me try to re-equip it.
Well, I just did the meteorites, and like holy crap, with the cooldown, it only costs 1 cooldown.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's 1 cooldown. You're just, every cooldown you have, every cooldown you pop, it's literally just a free meteorites. So if you're a cooldown spamming ridiculousness, like you're just going to get tons and tons of meteorites falling all over the place every single time you pop a cooldown. That's insane. That's amazing. Especially for a character that's using spamming cooldowns, and obviously maybe if you're even building like the meteorites for the sorceress, and it kind of feeds into the Starfall Coronet too. If you did like the cooldown thing, because obviously your meteors are now cooldowns. So with Starfall Coronet, you're just gonna like be spamming the meteors, and then you're gonna get more meteorites. It's gonna be so spammy. Let me actually do this because I think I have a Starfall Coronet in here. Hold on. I don't. Yeah, I do. I got a Starfall Coronet in here. Okay, so it would look something like this, guys. So you would take the Starfall Coronet, you would put that on. You would have your meteor, like right here, right? And then your meteor becomes a cooldown. So your meteor is now a cooldown. So whenever you use the Starfall Coronet, you're going to get the extra meteors coming from the meteorite Runeword, along with the meteors that you're getting from the ability. And so you're just going to get the meteors and the meteorites together constantly. And then there's an aspect that also gives you meteorites that fall around your meteors, which is a whole nother thing. And so you would basically just be doing this like constant just ridiculousness of just spamming as many meteors on the battlefield as you possibly could. That's actually kind of ridiculous. And what is the cost on the meteorite one? It doesn't seem like it's very high. I mean, for one cooldown,
25 offering.
So I'm like way over, because I think 50 is what you get from using a cooldown.
You have overflow, which is good.
So I'm overflowing it, which means it's getting better. What is it? Better damage?
More increased meteorite spawn, it says, for that one.
So you get more. Well, how many more can you get? Is there a limit? See, now I want to test the limit. Now I want to see if there's a limit. Hold on. So let's put the meteorites back in there. And let's find one that gives me like a lot more offering. So what do we have ritual-wise that will give us like really ridiculous amounts of offering? The highest one is Evoke a power from another class. Deal damage after not taking any within 5 seconds. Resets if invulnerable. That one would work. So that's a 300. Okay, so that's a neat one. Let's test that one. Let's test the 300. So that means that all we got to do is just not take damage for 5 seconds, and it's going to be a 300 pump into a 25 requirement offering, and we're going to see how many meteorites we get from that.
Okay.
So we have to not take damage for 5 seconds. So 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, and then we just need to dish out 1 pump of damage. And supposedly that fulfills. There we go. Holy Jesus! The number of meteorites that just came down, Leon. Dude, look at this. And it's still going. I guess because the way that the rune works, as long as I'm not taking any damage, it just keeps on hitting the 300. And so it's literally just making like... I can't even count how many that is.
That's pretty cool.
So there's another one that's like 1,000. Did you see that one? It's like become injured or hit a crowd control. Can I get the monster? Can I get this guy to like hit me with a crowd control attack? Probably not, right? How can I make myself injured? I couldn't make myself injured. Can I? Oh, no, that's right. They can make me injured. Dude, we gotta test this. We gotta test this. Really? I like these rune words. Look
So-
at me. I am your captain now.
I currently have it set up where I can trigger Petrify every 10 seconds.
It's pretty
my
good.
current setup.
That's pretty good. Let's try this one more time because I'm really interested to see how these like meteors work with like a really ridiculous one. So this one in here, it's gain 1,000 offering upon being injured or crowd controlled. Okay, so we're gonna try this. I want to see like how much you can pump up this meteorite cliff. Like how many meteorites can I spawn? Is there a limit? Will I break the game?
Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z. Will Goku be able to overcome the meteorites that are coming to his path? Will Frieza be able to avoid the giant planet?
Holy Jesus! That was a lot of meteorites. Oh my dear Lord Jesus.
I need time.
Dude, is there a cooldown on this or something? Like, what's going on right now? Hold on, let me take it off and put it back on. Look at all the meteorites that popped out of that. Dude. I need to count them, okay? Like, I know this is stupid, but I need to count. I need to know. And knowing is half the battle, as G.I. Joes say. The meteorites that popped out of that. Knowing is half the battle. Okay, we're gonna count this together, boys. We're gonna count. Okay, we're gonna go frame by frame. One, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we'll count from what I can see them come down instead of the circles, because it's harder to get the circles on the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We're getting lag. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 meteorites is what fell. And I could be off, you know, by anywhere but like 2 or 3 there. I could be off by 4 or 2 or 3. But 41 MFN meteorites. That is really nice. Now keep in mind that I'm not scaling any kind of fire damage. I'm not scaling any kind of that stuff. I'm not using like ASUs or any of those modifiers that would obviously make it stronger. I could, like, you know, just like let's swap our key passive to ASUs real quick, which would make a difference. We could probably also grab some of the key passives real quick, and just really simply let's just deck out the key passives just as a meme here real quick. I know that not all these influence damage, but I do feel like at this particular moment, if we wanted to see how much those meteorites are actually doing, we obviously need to at least put some points into the fire passives so we can, like, yeah, get an idea, right? So let's just build up some of the fire passives, just so we can have like some kind of idea of what the hell's going on. All right, and then we're gonna do this again. So let's get hit one more time. It's so many. It's so freaking many. Why is it so many? I like this injured one. This injured one is neat. We need more potions. Okay, so beautiful. Let's test out some of these others. I'm kind of interested in these overcharge aspects. I feel like so far most people have only really been looking at the one side of things, which is, you know, like what abilities am I getting? But I think at this point now we've realized with the meteorites that overcharging them can be very fun too. And you can get some pretty dramatic and crazy effects by overcharging them. So I kind of am curious to see what happens when you overcharge some of these. So that's the meteor. We're gonna put the injured one back in there because we're gonna combine the injured with a couples because that's 1,000. I'm kind of curious to see how the overcharge would work with some of these. Like, for instance, we tried the Pestilent Swarm earlier, which is the one that does, like, the poison things, and it wasn't really all that amazing. But what if we put it with the injured one that is going to overcharge it by like 10 times basically what it actually requires. It only requires 100, but we're going to feed 1,000 offering into it, and we're going to see what happens with 1,000 offering. Maybe it looks a hell of a lot cooler with 1,000 offering than it does with just like the basic activation fee. So here we go. Let's try this again. So we're going to get injured. Actually, holy Jesus, that was way better. Okay, hold on. Let's do multiple dummies, because I think it's gonna make a difference. All right, hold on. Sorry. I'm injured right now, but there seems to be some sort of activation timer, so it doesn't seem to work. Cooldown. Okay, cooldown 20 seconds for this one. So we can't get that 1,000 bonus except for once every 20 seconds. That's what it is. All right. So let's go ahead and heal ourselves back up. We're going to wait the appropriate amount of time. And I think that's long enough. And we're going to get hit again. Okay, so overcharging the abilities has a drastic effect in increasing the number of projectiles that you obtain, the number of abilities. It seems to me like those magic ones are really, really effective if you can overcharge them by massive degrees. Whereas the ones that I think most people have been interested in so far have been the ones that have really high activation costs. It looks to me like there's a lot of really fun combinations with the ones that have really low activation costs and feeding into them like massive unlimited power to get like a ridiculous effect. The Lum Rune looks really interesting from this regard too, because it says it requires 5 offering and it restores 1 resource. So my assumption there is that it's going to restore 1 resource for every 5 offering that you pump into it, which means that you could potentially restore all of your resource. If you can pump in a large amount of offering. And then there's, definitely a lot of ways that you can pump in offering. Let's take a look at some of the options, right? So if we use the Lum Rune in combination with something like the cooldown rune, we've got 50 offering, and we've got 5 offering restores 1 resource. So you divide 5 into 50, and you get, what, 10? Sorry, my quick math absolutely terrible. But 50 divided by 5, so you get 10 resource, right? So you're only going to get 10 resource back if you use the cooldowns, but you're getting 10 resource every single time you use a cooldown. That would be the assumption anyway. However, if you were to use something like this rune, which is every single time you become injured or crowd controlled, you activate it, and it's once every 20 seconds, you're going to get 1,000, right? So 1,000 divided by 5 is going to give you 200 primary resource every single time you get injured or crowd controlled, which is a hell of a lot more. You could also potentially be combining the Lum Rune together with something like the every single time you use an ultimate, which is 150 offering. So 150 divided by 5 is probably going to give you like 30 resource. So you're going to get like 30 back. That's basically like your own innervation, or not innervation, aftermath. The rogue has an aftermath passive, which gives you like energy back every single time you use your ultimate. This is going to give you just energy back every single time you use your ultimate. Let's take a look at some more of these blue ones. I'm actually really interested in these blue ones now that I know that you can overcharge them like this. The desecrated ground for 3 seconds. I think that just increases the duration when you overcharge it. Stun grenades? Oh man, we got to see the stun grenades. Okay, let's test this one. How many stun grenades you think we're gonna get, guys? How many grenades? Dude, that actually makes it sound absolutely insane when you think about it, for like combining it together with the stun grenade thing. Because if you're building a character that's based around the stun grenades, you could have it so that you have like 1 trillion stun grenades popping out at the same time. Like you get crowd controlled or injured, and all of a sudden just like 1 trillion stun grenades come out and just like blow everything into oblivion. It's like mutually assured destruction. I didn't put it back in here, did I? Man, I'm going to have to learn the rune symbols so I can actually know what the hell I'm looking at. Become injured or crowd controlled. There we go. All right, let's see how many stun grenades we pop out of our butthole.
Ah, so boosting a character gives you all ancestral gear.
Oh, it does? Nice.
Yes.
Does it have to be 1 to 60, or can you do like the 50 to 60s?
I did like level 10 that I had. That was like in the middle of processing, so I assume you can do 50 to 60s as well. But remember, doing the 50 60 overwrites any of your current gear, probably like last time, right?
Yeah.
Be
Well, I
careful.
deleted everything anyway, so.
Okay, then you're fine. I crafted a 4-grader epic shuriken just for fun. I'm not going to use it, but it was funny.
Dude, I think that this might be the most insane. You remember how we were talking about a stun grenade build, and like you can turn the stun grenades into traps, and then you can like scale them based on your trap damage. If you use one of these really high offerings, Leon, dude, it just dropped. I'm not even kidding. I think it was like 30 stun grenades. Like, I literally walked up to the monster, and the monster had 30 stun grenades at his feet. Let me go back and do it again. I'll zoom in. Holy crap, that's a lot of grenades. Dude, this is fun. Okay, I don't care who you bees. This is fun. I like this. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up. We're gonna count the total number of grenades that was, because that was a lot of grenades. And I'll zoom in. Okay, here's the grenades. Alright, we'll go back to the first frame because you can really see them all like little Christmas ornaments. I can't see them all because I'm blocking some of them, but it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. And I could be missing some because they're behind me. That's 38 stun grenades that are going off all simultaneously at the same time. That is a lot of freaking stun grenades.
I need time to prepare that.
This is really interesting, like mechanics. Dude, are you kidding me? Like, I think I could create a whole character just around this whole concept of like having like a million stun grenades popping out all the time. All you got to do is get hit one time. Like, and this isn't even the optimal way of doing it. I could set it up so that I'm using something else. So as an example, let's take a look at some of the rituals. I would want a high ritual, but I wouldn't want something that is impossible to like obtain. So as an example, I could be utilizing like evoking another power from another class, which is 150 offering. It's not 1,000, obviously, and I'm not going to get the same like 38, 40 freaking stun grenades that are going to pop out. But that's going to be a hell of a lot more than the little minimum requirement that particular rune is forcing me to use. Also, the ultimate. So gaining 150 offering for using an ultimate skill. Like, that one's easy too, depending on the character that you're building. That's like super duper easy. There's a lot of them in here that actually do give pretty good offering depending on like what you're doing. Like this one, which is drinking a health potion, giving you 100 offering. That one's pretty easy to do as well, especially if you set up for health potions. And you might be like, what do you mean set up for health potions? Well, there's like a whole health potion build on the rogue. It's not a meme at this point. They got like there's a whole bunch of aspects, there's a whole bunch of things that have to do with health potions. Like using a health potion gives you like dodge chance and like gives you extra damage for using a health potion, and like moving a certain amount of distance gives you a health potion. So you could like set up a whole build that's designed around just like spamming health potions for like benefits. And of course, you obviously have other benefits by spamming health potions. When you get spam health potions, you can heal yourself. If you're using Temerity, spamming health potions gives you barrier. If you're using Soulbrand, spamming health potions gives you barrier, and so forth and so on. So there's definitely ways you could take advantage of the spamming health potion thing. I kind of want to look at all these runes again, like in my inventory. Hold on. So I don't want to mix up the rituals and the invocations. I want to make sure I keep the rituals and the invocations separate. So another, just a quick thing that I'm noticing here about the rituals and the invocations is that the rituals point upward like arrows. and the invocations point downward. Or if you guys want to learn a different way, like my sister taught me when I was learning how to drive, she said if you want to make sure you always remember which way the blinker goes, just remember right up to heaven. So ritual up to heaven, okay? Ritual up to heaven, invocation down to hell. All right, that's basically all you got to remember, and that looks like that's going to help you tremendously in keeping them separate and understanding which ones are like rituals and which ones are invocations, so you know which ones you're looking for. Let's look at some of these other ones and see if we can come up with some other interesting combinations. So the summon spirit wolves. I'm curious. I am so deathly curious. Is that going to summon like an insanely large amount of wolves? I think we might be doing the wolf army first. That's what we're doing. We're doing the wolf army first, boys. Oh, we're going to do it. You see the evil glint in my eye? You see the glint? There's a glint. Oh, yes, an evil glint. A glint so evil. The evilest of glints. Cooldown of 20 seconds. You're absolutely right. But there's other offerings you could use that you could spam more often. That yes, they wouldn't have the same drastic effect, but they would still have pretty drastic effect. So we're gonna like play around with that here. So let's get punched in the face and let's summon our wolves. Oh, it does summon 1,000,000 wolves. It does. Oh my goodness. Dude, that's glorious. Okay. Obviously, we can't spam that, though. So let's see what would happen if we use one of the lessers. So we'll use something like the ultimate 150 or something like that, right? Alright, so let's pull that out. How much does it cost to summon the wolf? It's 100 to summon the wolf. So when you summon it with 1,000, you get like... That was a lot of wolves, actually. That was way more than I thought I was going to get for between 100 to 1,000. Let me go count the wolves real quick. It's only 8 seconds. They're only up for 8 seconds, but... I just want to count the wolves. We're gonna do a lot of counting on this stream. Okay, we like to count. We're bad at counting, but we like to count. 1, 2, 5. All right. Don't make fun.
I'm up to like 150, 160 mil overpowers.
What are you doing with the petrify?
I'm doing the petrify, yeah.
Okay, so looking at the number of wolves that we have, I'll just count the health bars because that's the easiest way. They stand out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's currently 10 of them active, which makes sense. So that's that's 1 wolf for every 100 offering that you have when they're summoned. Which there doesn't seem to be any cooldown on it, not that I can see. So like if we put the wolf back in there. I don't think there's a cooldown on the wolves. There's only a cooldown on the injured. So I'm curious how many of those that we could potentially have active at a time, at a single time. It could be kind of an interesting thing to test out. What else do we have magic rune wise? We got the grenades. The grenades was amazing. The wolves are amazing. Honestly, the pestilent swarm was really good too. Once you got the ooh, let's try the earthquakes. Is it just going to be earthquake duration, or is it going to be like the number of earthquakes? I mean, it's just going to summon like 18,000 earthquakes. This is so fun. I'm gonna have so much fun testing this today. I hope you guys are having fun too, watching me spam like 10,000 meteors and summon 18 freaking wolves on the battlefield, because I think this is all hilarious. It's also going to be really fun to like theorycraft and build with, I feel like, just in general. Okay, so this one is the Barbarian Earthquakes. So let's go attacking. Let's grab multiple dummies. Holy big boy chonky quake. Whoa! Why is it so big? That's what she said. Did you see that, Leon?
I'm watching.
Dude, it was a mega quake.
A little behind, but see it. Oh wow!
It
That's
covers
crazy.
like the whole training area.
I've been feeling that the in-class ones are going to be strong because you can scale them. They're going to be really strong. To like not even branch to another class.
I mean, some of them are going to be cross-compatible, some of them aren't. But, like, yeah, you definitely, like, say if I was a Meteor Sorceress, I would really want that Meteorite one, because it spawns so many Meteorites, and it's so easy to trigger depending on how you want to trigger it. And, like, look at this chonky boy Earthquake, though. That jank is chonky. That jank needs to be covering the whole screen. Okay, let's test out some of the other ones. I like the chonky boy Quake, though. Okay, I like the Quake. He's a chonky boy. Don't talk about my Quake. All right? Just because him's chonky, he doesn't need to go on a diet. All right? That's just how he be. He's a big boy. He's a chongus a bongus. A chongalong bongalong. let's test out some of these other ones. I gotta see these like ridiculous effects. These are amazing. You know, I think, even though it's only once every 20 seconds, I think this Fio rune might actually be very impressive. Once every 20 seconds for something that you're going to get, like, an insanely large number of all at the same time is not exactly a terrible thing. I mean, it's like getting a free overpower crit, you know, plus something else, like, all at the same time once every 20 seconds, which is going to do, like, a massive amount of damage depending on what your character. Like, I'll still have to go over to the Druid and check, but those Spirit Wolves might scale the Shepherd buff if they count as minions. And if I'm able to summon 10 Spirit Wolves times the multiplier from the Shepherd buff, you know how much damage that's going to add to my character, even if only for 8 seconds? It's insane. It's insane. Okay, so let's put this back in here. Let's test out some of these other magic runes. I kind of want to see like all the magic rune effects of like feeding into them like as much power as we possibly can. So we checked the Spirit Wolf, amazing. The Stun, amazing. Pestilence Swarm. We did the Meteorites, that was crazy. I think the Abhorrent Decrepify just increases the duration of the curse, so I don't think that's going to do anything. The Dancing Bolts. Oh, this one's going to be good. I know this one's going to be good. This is the one from the Druid that spawns like little dancing bolts, and the dancing bolts like, you know, like go all over the place, and then they like home in on targets and they attack them. I bet you this is going to be like freaking 3 trillion dancing bolts. Oh man, that is a lot of dancing bolts. I don't know how many that was, but that was a lot. Oops, accidentally closed my YouTube tab. Oops. Guess we need to reopen it. Boop. Boop. Yeah, I don't exactly know how many bolts that was, but it was a lot of bolts, and it looked impressive. Now, granted, they didn't have a very long lifespan, but on the Druid specifically, there is a lot of passives that you could potentially use to enhance that tremendously. Isn't there like a whole glyph that literally is just based around enhancing the damage of the bolts?
Yep.
So let's take a look real quick, shall we? I'm just going to pause it when they spawn, because it looks like they spawn in a circle around me. And, kind of difficult to actually see just how many bolts there are. That's a lot of freaking bolts. And some of them are hitting the targets immediately, so it's almost like instantaneous damage because it's going straight to the target. Some of them were seeking. They did seem to have a short lifespan, though, so they only lasted for a couple seconds. And then once they dissipated, even if it seemed like they were seeking a target, see, like, they start to seek the targets here, and then some of them don't make it to a target before they end up hitting something. They just kind of all, like, flicker out of life around the same time period. And then, see, like, they just all poof. But I would assume that if you were inside of combat and you were fighting monsters, especially with how close they spawned to you. So if you look at how they spawned directly on top of you. So that's not bad at all. And that's going to be a pretty huge pump of damage. Like if you're inside of a pack of monsters, that huge amounts of dancing bolts coming out, you know, like within a very close circumference of your character is going to definitely give you a nice little pump in damage on like a druid, especially if you're like a storm build. That's the opening right there. So anything around you, basically, is just going to get ripped to shreds by that. That's absolutely beautiful. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so let's stop closing this window because I keep opening it back up to look at things. All right, let's see what else we can test. So the I think, honestly, the overflow function might actually be more interesting than the rune words themselves. The rune word effects are neat, don't get me wrong, and I like having access to, like, earthquakes and, like, petrifies and stuff like that on other characters. But depending on what you're setting up, the whole overflow system seems like it has some very intriguing options. So what are we going to test next? The desecrated ground probably just gives you, I would assume, more duration on the desecrated ground. I don't know. But the desecrated ground is something that it goes behind you as you're running. So it's 3 seconds for 100. My guess is it's probably going to be like for 1,000, it would be 3 times 10. So it would be 30 seconds of desecrated ground. Let's test that theory, though. So let's actually play with it and test to see if it actually is 30 seconds of desecrated ground. An interesting connotation of this is that because the cooldown on this ability is 20 seconds, if the desecrated ground that's coming behind you is 30 seconds because of the offering bonus, then you're looking at a very, very interesting system, which is going to be a 100% uptime of desecrated ground. Because 30 seconds of ground behind you every 20 seconds means that there's going to be a 10-second overlap on the desecrated ground every single time that you proc the effect. Which means you have another 10 seconds to get injured or crowd controlled to proc the second effect. And that's definitely going to be a lot of desecrated ground. It's not working. I'll heal back up again. I did put them in there, right? Did I put the wrong rune in? Becoming injured or crowd controlled. Let me take the pants off and put them back on. There might be some sort of glitch.
I'm out of potions.
Potions. Potions. No, they didn't want to invalidate all the previous equipment that they had added into the game like Diablo 2 did. Don't pretend for a second that the addition of the rune words didn't completely invalidate large swaths of equipment in Diablo 2. Yes, rune words were a very interesting invention in Diablo 2, but they also came with the unintended consequences of forcing basically all previous equipment to have to live up to the standards of the rune words, which in turn meant that many of the unique items that were currently top dog became second-class citizens next to the runewords in addition. By putting them inside of the unique items, they solved that problem and made it so that the runewords will not directly replace or compete with the unique items which were already present within the game, like they did in Diablo 2. There are many people in Diablo 2 that still to this day hate runewords with an utmost passion because of the fact that they competed and ruined the majority of the items that were already present in the game before runewords were added. I think it's a rather ingenious, honestly, solution to the problem. So let's see if this actually works. I can't see if I can get the oh, there we go. We got the desecrated ground. Oh, is the desecrated ground not under me? Like, what is going on? I don't understand. Or is it just not showing?
I need time to prepare that.
I saw it activate. I'm just not seeing it. I think it is behind me. I just can't see it. I think that's what the problem is. You can see it kind of like on the ground. I think maybe the training room just doesn't, it's not the right color and it's not showing up properly because the training room is kind of,
I'm not ready yet.
you know, like it's too dark, so it's not really showing up. But if you look behind me, it definitely is there. So I have the desecrated ground behind me and it's following behind me for quite some time. And the cooldown on it is, it's definitely lasting for a considerably long period of time.
I do not have any potions.
I'd say it definitely is lasting for 30 seconds. So that's 100% uptime on the desecrated ground. Can I show you the summon wolves rune again? Sure. Why not? That's fun. It's fun to see all the wolves pop up.
I carry the best. Shout
Next.
of the
Boop.
heavens.
My little spirit wolves, boom boom boom.
May the
My
Lord
lovely
be
little
with you.
spirit wolves, doodaloo doo doo. I love you. Doodaloo doodaloo doo 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 doo. Spirit wolves, doodaloo doo doo. My lovely little spirit wolves, doodaloo doo doo. Get 'em, wolves! Get 'em! Yeah! Punch them in the face. They also seem to have cold damage. Are these the spirit wolves from D2? I think they're the D2 spirit wolves, guys. I think they are. I think they're the D2 spirit wolves. Because the D2 spirit wolves have cold damage. And the wolves in Diablo 4 do not have cold damage. They're also not called spirit wolves. They're called, I think they're just called wolves. So the spirit wolves are the Diablo 2 spirit wolves that are dishing out cold damage for their attack. And they're ghostly. Look at the monsters. They're getting like frozen by the spirit wolves' attacks. They're doing like freezing effects on the monsters. They did force LOD on your save files, JPreg. Stop making up lies. They forced freaking LOD on every single person who was playing Classic, whether you wanted it or not. They applied synergies, they increased the HP of all the monsters, and they made you use those synergies, and they made all the monsters harder as a result. And Classic was inadvertently and drastically changed because of the changes of LOD. LOD was a complete and utter ridiculousness in terms of changes, and it was a good change for the game overall, but the Classic players were forced to suffer those changes. Don't pretend like they weren't. They didn't have all of the changes. They didn't get Act 5, and they didn't get the free socket quest, and they didn't get Bail, but they were forced to suffer through the synergies. They were forced to suffer through a lot of the problems that LOD brought into Classic, and honestly, Classic was pretty much ruined by a lot of the changes that LOD brought, because the original feel and the original flow of the way that Classic worked was completely obliterated by LOD's additions. So, how about that? Okay, spirit wolves are really cool. I like spirit wolves. Let's test another one. I'm talking about items as well. All right, so what else do we want to test here? I think this one is going to be overpowered, but I don't really think testing it is going to be all that important because it's going to give you massive amounts of resource back depending on the amount of offering that you get. This one I think is going to be a game changer for resource generation. Everybody is going to love this one. It's going to make tons and tons of characters like just have tons of resource if you want it. Depending on how you're generating your resource and how much you can generate all the time, you're just going to be popping a button or a cooldown, or like every time you use your ability a certain number of times, you're going to completely and utterly like be able to just like spam buttons and restore all your resource. There's no really reason to test it, I don't think, but we're probably going to test it. I'm gonna test it on a more dramatic character like the Bone Spirit Necromancer. I would assume that this one would be absolutely insane too, giving you a 25% critical strike chance. But it does have a maximum percentage of 25%. So I'm assuming with this one it's probably duration. So if you use this with a high offering, you're going to get like a 25% critical strike chance on a really high offering, which is really neat. So that's pretty cool. There's something else we need to test. So we need to test this one that's evoke a skill from another class. Because what we need to do is we need to see whether evoking a skill from another class is in the single instance, as in I evoked a skill, or is it that I'm evoking, like, how many instances of that effect have I evoked?
So I haven't been able to get the blue ones, the magic ones, to work with that. It has to be rare and above. So that's why I'm using the Decrepify, because that's the exact combo I'm using that Skullghost brought up. I'm already using that combo. I'm using Decrepify.
What about Pestilent Swarm? I was able to get Pestilent Swarm to fire multiple times.
That's a magic one, right? I tried all the magic ones and it wasn't working. I had to go rare and above to get it to work.
Well, none of the other ones, from what I can see, have multiple, like, casts, which is what I'm trying to do. So what I was thinking is that with these particular effects, you could get multiple, like when, for instance, if with the Pestilent Swarms, that costs 100 offering, if you use that one that generates 1,000, you get 10 casts of it, which could potentially generate, what's that, 150 times 10 offering, and then you could overcharge something with that, so you could have 2 runes being overcharged tremendously. But you're saying it doesn't work with any of the blue ones, which kind of sucks. Spend 5% of your maximum resource. The Pock rune seems like it's going to be really fun with specific builds, like kick barbarian builds. That could be an interesting one there. I mean, 2 offering for 5% of your maximum resource. Like, if you have 300 resource, what is that? Like, actually, no, it's 5% of your resource. So it's not a maximum resource thing. It's just like your total bar. So if you're utilizing any character that emits all of their resource in one thing, that's 5, what is that, 100 divided by 5, which is going to be 20%, or 20 times. And then you're going to get 2 offering per, so times 2. It's actually not a lot. It's only 40 offering for spending all of the resource in your character's bar. That's not good at all, actually. That's unfortunate. Gain 5 offering, and when you inflict a crowd control that isn't a slow or a chill. That one could go very well with the Frost, the mythical Frost Nova, because you'd be doing the Frost Nova all the time, which is a freeze. And every single time you do a freeze, you gain 5 offering. I mean, there's a lot of characters that have crowd controls, tons and tons of crowd controls. Like if you were using the Fist of Fate, it could be interesting with the Fist of Fate with all the random crowd control effects it applies. Deal damage after not taking enemy with 5 seconds. Hmm. Hmm. +3 to all skills for 5 seconds. Probably increases the duration. Anything that has a duration, it seems to just increase the duration, unless it's like specifically stating. I'm not really sure about that one. I doubt that one would increase the number of plus the skills that you get, but we could always test it. I mean, it should be really easy to see, right? We currently have rank 7 meteor, so 7, 8, 9, 10. So it should be, what, 10, right? So 7, 8, 9, 10. If it goes up higher than 10, then we'll know that the plus skills goes up higher, or it might just simply be the duration of the plus the skills that you're getting that enhances. But, you know, it's one way or another. We're gonna test it. So let's go ahead and have him beat me up here. So it's 3, no matter what. It definitely did increase the duration for overcharging it, though, because it's a hell of a lot more than what it stated. I see the buff on my bar there. So let's heal up real quick. We'll get beat up again. So it's like 13 seconds or something like that. It's a lot. I mean, if you look at the Fio rune is 20. So the plus the skills is only just barely not lasting as long as the 20 seconds of the Fio rune. So we're able to get a pretty decent amount of plus the skills there, duration-wise. That's not bad at all. Is my cooldown reduction affecting the cooldown of the Fio rune? Because I swear it's not 20 seconds.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's try something real quick. I'm going to take off my Kalaka Ding Dong here. Still says 15 seconds. It's 15, not 20. I don't know why it's like, I guess I probably have more cooldown reduction elsewhere. I've got some on Talrash's Iridescent Loop. I've got some on the Amulet. Any other cooldown reduction anywhere? Okay, I guess not. Alright, so let's try this. Need to go get a potion.
I have no potions.
Sounds like you got a dirty mind there, NPC. When I say jerkums, I mean jerkums. Why you gotta have a dirty mind about jerkums? Don't have a dirty mind.
I gotta see if I can optimize my character even more. It's actually not doing enough damage for Pit 86. Ran out of damage, Ginger. Help me.
I can't help you. I'm busy eating some pork jerkums. Oh, delicious too.
Hey, Leon.
What's up, Supple Soup? Yeah, we're testing the
How do
rune words
you-
right now.
Unlock more masterworking materials.
You don't.
Oh, you have to farm them?
Yeah, that's what I was complaining about earlier. I couldn't find them at all. The Grand All Materials does not give the obdusite you need. Doesn't give anything for obdusite.
All right. What are we testing next? Testing.
Try doing a full boost Siler. See if that helps, but it didn't help me on that. Like, create a character, do a full boost.
Yeah.
We tested this. We tested this.
I haven't. Did you get full paragons yet?
Nope, no full paragons either.
Okay. So I was wondering if I was missing something, but okay.
No, I tried all the cheats and I got no paragons and no obdusite.
Let's try the vortex. Curious about the vortex. It only requires 500, which means you could technically get a second cast, like a double pull-in. Is that even a thing? I might be able to get a double pull-in. Huh. It still only did one pull-in. I guess not all of them can be overcharged. I think in the patch notes where they had the things, they said the overcharge, like what each overcharge thing did. Let me take a look real quick.
Oh, shoot. No. No. I
Oh, he
lost
did
all
it.
my stuff.
What'd you do? You broke it.
He boosted his main. What I just said not to do earlier, he did it.
Mm.
Oh, I didn't realize what you were referring to.
Yeah,
That
it's
happened
just
last
gonna
PTR.
replace all your equipment.
Yeah, the full character boost. I'm like, okay, maybe that'll do the 100.
Okay. So overcharges. Let's look at some of these overflows, or overflows
It
is what they
says
call them.
apply all boosts.
So the lack rune is just increased duration. So your barbarian challenging shot lasts longer. The Ohm rune is increased duration, which means your barbarian's enhanced war cry lasts longer. The Vex rune is increased duration. I mean, the increased duration is not exactly a terrible thing. Overflow gained multiple stacks. So with the Gar rune, the one that increases your critical strike chance, it doesn't increase the duration, it just gives you multiple stacks. But since there's a cap on the number of stacks that you can have, that just means that you could set it up so that you would instantaneously receive the full benefit. So what is that, 2.5? So you would need 10 stacks to reach the maximum. So you could get it set up at 25 offering. What would 25 times 10 be to get like all the stacks instantaneously? It would just be 250, right? Yeah.
Which one is?
So with the Gar rune, you would only need to have 250 offering for a 25% critical strike chance bonus to basically be permanently active. 250 is not that difficult to get. There are definitely some things that you could use. Like the ultimate one's 150, so that's pretty close. And you just 2 ultimate uses, and you got 25% bonus. Critical strike chance though is not like the most amazingly attractive thing, especially with how easy it is to get. The Zan rune doesn't have an overflow. It's interesting. So the one that gives you a guaranteed critical strike and overpower, there's no overflow on that. I don't think you could overflow it anyway, since it requires 700 per, and the highest that you can possibly get is 800. So I don't think that would even help. The Queh rune overflow increases the duration of Earthen Bulwark, but it requires 800 to activate that. So good luck overflowing the Queh rune. Yam has no overflow. That's the Petrify one. Eom, which is the Reduce your active cooldowns. Further reduces your active cooldowns for each additional overflow that you obtain. So it reduces your active cooldowns by 0.25. It requires 100 offering. So under that assumption, if we said that it was 1,000 from that particular rune, divided by 100, you end up with 10 times 0.25, which means that you would reduce all your cooldowns by 2.5 seconds every single time it activates. Problem is, though, is that one has a 20-second cooldown on it. So you're only going to get 2.5 second reduction every 20 seconds, which is not going to be as useful. But you could utilize this with, say, something else like a like the 150 ultimate or something similar. There's definitely some ways I think you could get good use out of the Eom rune, but I don't think overflowing it is the right path. The Lum rune is the one that we were talking about earlier that restores a resource. That one actually seems really neat. It does have a cooldown of 1 second, though, so it seems like this one you would want to overflow. Like, if I'm looking at the way that they have this set up, since it has a cooldown of 1 second, and it overflows to increase the resource restored, the primary resource being only 1, you definitely would not want to just, like, you know, have, like, the minimum activation cost. This would definitely be one that you would want to overflow and overflow by quite a bit, because you're only going to get that every 1 second that you use whatever the ability is. So, you know, you'd want to spam it every second, and you'd want it to be something that gives you a lot of offering, so that you're getting a lot of resource back constantly. What time Jaw Ith Burr? Oh, Jaw's in here. You get free teleports. They don't have Ith Burr, though. They do have Ohm, Vex, Lum. There's a couple ones from Diablo 2 in here, although there's also new ones. Zal requires 200 offering overflow, increased duration for the maximum life, so that's pretty neat. So if you're trying to get that maximum life bonus, it does seem like overflowing the Zal will give you a lot longer duration. If it's 4 seconds per 200, under that assumption, let's say you use the 1,000 one, that would be what, 4, 8, because it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so that's 5, so it'd be 5 times the number. So you're looking at 5, 10, 15, 20. So it would last for 20 seconds. If you were using the if you were using that rune, the rune that gives you the 1,000 offering for every time you get crowd controlled or injured, you're going to get 20% maximum life for the same 20 seconds that the rune is capable of giving it to you for. So you basically would just have permanent 20% maximum life with ease. Of course, you could also probably do this with some other things too, but it would only last for 4 seconds. Honestly, I think with this one, maybe going for the 20-second version would be better, because then it wouldn't be constantly, you know, like, disappearing from your character. The Watt rune is no overflow listed anyway. The Teb rune also has no overflow listed. The Cax rune says overflow increased damage. Oh, wow. So it costs 400 for a 100% increase to the damage of whatever skill you use, and it uses all your primary resource. It says that if you overflow it, it increases the damage that it does, with which what I'm assuming is that it probably overflows something along the lines of like a formula of 400 divided by 100 is basically like for every 4 offering, you're getting like 1% or something like that. Which means that if you overflow it with the 1,000 rune, just an assumption, of course, you're going to get... I'm trying to think here. My quick math brain is broken. So let's take the 1,000, subtract 400 from it, because that's the initial 100 that you're going to get. That's the initial activation cost. And then we're going to divide that by the 4, which is going to get us another additional 150%, plus the original 100. So you're going to have a 250% multiplier there. It's okay, Jason. I've looked at some of the other content creators, and they always stay at around the same number, which is kind of crazy. Like, even on busy days, they're at 1900, and on non-busy days, they're at 1900. And I'm not like gonna like point any fingers at any specific YouTuber or Twitch streamer, but it does seem really odd that they're always at the same number of viewers every single stream, whether it's busy or not. It does seem really weird. Like what am I insinuating? I'm insinuating that there might be some botting going on, like fake views, basically. Because as a YouTuber that's been streaming for a while, for 4 years, I've had up to 5,000 people in my stream. I've also had as low as like 1, and depending on what's going on at any given time, my viewership always fluctuates dramatically, depending on like the event, the game that I'm playing, what's going on at that particular time. Is it an expansion? Is it not an expansion? Is it a brand new patch? Am I doing patch notes? Like, it's always up and down, constantly. Some of these streamers, their numbers never change. It's always the same number all the time, just like flat across the board with like no fluctuation up or down. And I think that's really strange. As a streamer, I've never seen that before. Like, never. It's probably some sort of view botting, which is the same thing that Fextra Life does. Fextra Life also view bots, which is basically where you put your stream, you embed the stream into a website, and then the number of people that are viewing that website at any given time represent viewers on your stream, which then like give you an artificially inflated number. Fextra Life is really common for that kind of practice. I don't do that, though. So, my numbers are probably more realistic. This one seems insane. Especially if you can get that up to 250%. That looks absolutely nuts. The dev who introduced and created Runewords is in my chat? Well, hello there. Who is yous? If you enable the advanced tooltips, you'll be able to see the overflow mechanics for each rune. Oh, thank you, Jeevan. Hey, Jeevan, I remember you from the frickin'... I remember you from the campfire chat. Where's your Jeevan rune? We need the Jeevan rune. That's what we need. We need that. We need that. Like, you don't understand. We need a G rune, and we need a Vun rune, and we need to be able to put them together to make the ultimate power. That's what we need. So he said I can see the overflow stats from the thing, but it keeps turning off my advanced tooltips.
Yes, you keep losing the setting. That's why you probably didn't
Every
see
time I change characters, it keeps removing the advanced tooltips from my... It's a PTR bug. It's not a bug with live. It's a PTR bug where it keeps removing the advanced tooltips. Okay, so I can see the overflow. Okay, so I don't have to look on the page here. Good. Well, I'm closing that. Bye. I'm so glad that I don't have to see this stupid stuff anymore. So now I can actually look at it. All right, good. So gain multiple shadows at the same time from the Dark Shroud one. That one's really nice. But at 150 offering, that's going to be hard to overflow. There's not really a lot of them that are going to give you more than a certain number. The Neo rune, Matrix reference there. The Neo rune probably is the closest thing you're going to get to be able to overflow the Dark Shroud. If you're using the stealth ones. I think the stealth ones would probably allow you to use the Neo rune pretty often, because you could stealth up, like move away. You don't take any damage for 5 seconds or whatever. It might even just like having a constant on-off stealth might prevent you from taking damage just in general and keep that active all the time. So we'll have to see how that one works out. It's a good pitch. I agree with you. No, you totally should. Like, you need to just run that by Adam. Just get Adam Fletcher and just be like, look, we need to just add one. It doesn't even, just do it. Like, you're a community. Your name is perfect for runes. Okay, let me just say that. It's perfect. But when they said it in the campfire chat, I had to laugh because it's so perfect. I'm trying to look at some of these more the ones that we can overflow. That's what I'm trying to see. Like what kind of overflow? This overflow mechanic is brilliant. And I really, really like a lot of people are looking at these runes up here. They're looking at these runes. Like, I'm excited about these blue ones down here, these junk ones. I'm excited about the ones that are like the blue crappy ones. They're like, oh yeah, no, you don't want these. These are the poopy ones. Here, wipe your hands off. You know, you got the poopy ones there. You don't touch
in the
those.
trash bin digging them out.
And I'm in the trash bin, like digging out the trash runes. I'm like, no, give me the wolves. I want to summon wolves. You know what? Let's go do that real quick. Let's go set up a wolf army with the spirit wolves. I want to see how that functions. That'll be really fun. We'll do like the wolf army. I'll get the spirit wolves running, and we'll get like the full werewolves. It shouldn't take me that long to get him set up. I had him set up before. Kubus the monster dog was set up before. This is Kubus here. Come here, Kubus. That's right. We're gonna play the character that's named after you, the monster dog. He won't come up here unless I got something in my hands. Here you go. Come here. Look at this. You better come on up here and get this. Look at these. We're going to play your character, Kubus. We're going to play yours character. That's right. That's your characters. We're going to play the monster dog. The werewolves. And the monsters. We're going to play the monster dogs. What do you think about that? The Kubus the monster dog. He said, okay. He said, but do you got any more of them beef jerkums, though? And tacos. And snacks. And jerkums. You want to sniff the bag? I'll let you sniff the bag. How about that? Here, just stick your nose in there and just take a big whiff. Don't lick the bag. You got to take a whiff in there. What do you think of all them smells? Alright, get down, Buck. Let's go play Kubus the Monster Dog's character. Alright, I'm going to take these runes out. Boop. Let me put all these back in the stash. I can get like an infinite number of these, but I mean, I got them all nice and organized. So, boop, 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 boop. I like how you made them very obvious which ones were the ritual and which ones were the invocation. By the way, it's really nice. Anthony is the balance expert for the runes. Tell him what you think about any of the runes and whether they need buffs. I mean, I definitely have some thoughts on some of them already. Like I can talk about some of them right now. There's a couple of them that I was looking at where I was thinking about the activation cost versus the offering just didn't really seem like quite as good as it probably could be. As an example, I was looking at this one. It's the one that is the ritual where you spend all your resource. So this one right here, the Pock rune. The Pock rune really sounds like it could be really powerful, especially for classes that like to build resource. You know, like specifically like the Bone Spirit Necromancer, like the Kick Barbarian that can like spend all their resource in a single kick. It could be really interesting for them, but because you have it set to 5% maximum resource instead of something like the amount of resource that's being spent, or maybe increasing the amount of offering that you're getting per maximum resource that you're spending. Because like right now, I kind of ran the math and I was like, okay, well if you take the Pock rune, which is currently 2 offering per 5% maximum resource, and you know, like if I'm a 300 maximum resource necromancer, it doesn't matter, right? Because this is a percentage of my maximum resource, not the actual resource that I'm running. So maybe converting that into a flat number could be better, because as of right now, it's basically just going to look like this. So 100% maximum resource divided by 5, which gets me 20 activations times 2, which is only about 40 resource returned, which doesn't really reward the player for building maximum resource. It's going to be the same across all characters because you have it set to maximum resource. But if you had it set to like, say like 10 resource or something, or like for every 40 resource you spend or something like that, it could scale better with the characters that are actually taking advantage of maximum resource and building, you know, like that's their whole mechanic, is to build maximum resource as high as they possibly can. And then you could reward the players for building maximum resource in that way. This way works just fine for anybody that's not building maximum resource, but doesn't really reward you for building maximum resource in any way, which is, I don't know. You wanted to make sure that the rarity doesn't mean you can't use them later. It's all about how well you're able to generate offering. Exactly. And I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head with a lot of the invocation runes. A lot of them seem like they're going to be really useful, even if they're not exactly the rarest things out there. You know, like you're looking at the runes and you're seeing like what they can do, but depending on your character's setup and how you have things running, if you can activate the ritual runes in a certain way. Like I was thinking about the Flesh Render Barbarian, which I actually probably need to actually go get some equipment real quick. But like the Flesh Render Barbarian is designed around spamming cooldowns as fast as he possibly can. So he's going to absolutely adore something like the... where is it? It's one of the... Yeah, casting a skill with a cooldown gives you 50 offering. So he's going to be literally just pumping his cooldowns because that's how the build works. Is every single time you use one of your defensive cooldowns, you get that damage bump from the Flesh Render, and you're going to be using like 4 cooldowns constantly, like never-endingly, just spamming all of your cooldowns. And the cooldowns are going to obviously give him tons and tons of offering. We considered this in testing. Unfortunately, this rune is one of the ones that you can create an infinite loop if you get it to a certain point. We limited that by changing the math on maximum resource. I see. I mean, at the current point, there already is kind of an infinite loop for most of the builds. Bone Spirit, for instance, has the tempering recipe, which is like the Macabre skills generate maximum essence when you use a Macabre skill. In combination with a couple other things, you could potentially refill all your resources. It would just be another way that you could potentially do that. But I guess it would apply to like Kick and several other things.
How about Ginger? How about if like, so it's 2 offering, right, per 5%?
Yeah, 2 offering for 5%.
What if they coded like if you have 200 max resource, so 100 more than normal, then it's 4 offering per 5%. And if you have 300, then it's 6 offering per 5%. You know, so it like reads how much you have, and then it can up the offering number.
Does it turn? I mean, that sounds better, but he's talking about it like leading into an infinite loop, which is what they're trying to prevent.
Well, when it was flat value, but this is still going with the percentage, that 5% percentage they did to cap it, but it's giving you more if you have more.
That could be interesting. Like, so it scales up based on like, so they could even maybe set it up so if you're at like 150, it's 3. So like 100 would be 2, 150 would be 3, 200 would be 4, and so forth and so on.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
They would probably have to avoid fraction numbers. Like you wouldn't want to do 3.5 or anything like that. But rewarding you for building your maximum resource, at least in a small way, would definitely go a long way to making it more powerful. Oh yeah, anything that's class generic that applies to all classes is going to have some crazy balance issues. I mean, you just take a look at Enigma in Diablo 2. Every single character wants to put Enigma on. I want to teleport. Who doesn't want to teleport? The Fio rune is really nice. I actually really am enjoying the effect of the big overcharges. I honestly, I really think that you should kind of like push into that a little bit more. Because the overcharging stuff is really fun. Like, I don't know if you saw my initial reaction the first time I overcharged one of the abilities and I saw like a million things falling. I was kind of giddy like a little schoolgirl, like going after her first crush. Like, I'm not going to lie. That was pure fun to me. And that's something that I think that the community is going to respond to very well. Like, they're gonna look at the overcharging system and they're going to see like, how you you're gonna see how you can summon like freaking 10 spirit wolves, and it's just gonna look absolutely amazing. And I know at a certain point that might have like server lag implications because you don't want to have like too many effects on the screen at any given time. I think Lightning Spear was lagging up the servers last patch because there was like so many Lightning Spears on the screen at any given time. But I mean, I played around with a couple abilities so far. So like the Tun rune dropped so many grenades, it was amazing. The Spirit Wolves, it summoned 10 Spirit Wolves. I absolutely loved it. What was the other one? The Pestilent Swarm. I was initially unimpressed with the Pestilent Swarm one. I thought it was actually kind of bad. And then I tried it with the Overcharge. And I was like, oh my god, this is way better with the Overcharge. It shot off like 15 projectiles. It was actually really cool. I liked it a lot after I started to do the Overcharge. And I'm not sure if... Because you have a lot of them in here that like the activations, like the rituals. A lot of them are very low offering, and so they don't really do a lot of overcharging. There are some that could overcharge a little bit, but there's only really one rune in here that really overcharges to that degree that makes that really awesome. It's the Fio rune. The Fio rune is really the only one that overcharges to a large degree. Honestly, I like the overcharge system so much that I would be willing to use the Fio rune just to get the overcharges. But if there were some other options that I could use that would allow me to overcharge these runes, or maybe making them easier to overcharge might be an interesting option. Instead of increasing the offering, which would unbalance everything. Because obviously, you know, if all of the ritual runes give massive amounts of offering, then everything is overcharging, and then it doesn't really matter, right? But you've got these blue runes that are relatively low tier runes, and let's take for instance the Spirit Wolves, right? The Spirit Wolves cost 100 offering to summon the wolves. If you use that 1,000, you get 10 wolves, which is amazing, and I love it. But if you go through any of the other ritual runes, there's not really a lot of other ritual runes that will summon a large number of wolves. Like the closest one is the Neo, which is a lot of offering, but it doesn't really. It's not really something you're going to get all the time. It's like once every 5 seconds, and then only if I'm not taking damage. And then I also noticed that you put the resets if invulnerable on here, which means that it's not going to work if you use things like Flame Shield or the Dark Shroud immunity. Fio is Jivan and my favorite. We actually had to fight to keep it in the game. I'm really glad you feel that way. Exactly. I really like the Fio rune. I think the Fio rune is amazing. But kind of what I'm getting at, though, is that maybe instead of increasing the offering on the ritual runes, which I see you kind of already have really well balanced, an interesting idea would be maybe just to decrease the cost of some of these ones that have a lot of fun usefulness, so that more people can get good usefulness out of these without having to go specifically to the Fio rune to do it. Like, for instance, with the wolves. You get 10 wolves if you use the Fio rune for 100 offering apiece, which is 1,000 offering. But if you drop that down to something like, let's say you dropped it down to 25, but then you put a cap on the number of wolves, which I would probably recommend, because otherwise you'd have like 10 trillion wolves. But if you put a cap on the number of wolves, then something like, for instance, the ritual rune for using an ultimate, which is, where's the ultimate one? So this is the 150 for using an ultimate. Then you got 25, 50, 75, 100, 125, 150. So you would still get 5, 6 wolves, right? I think that would be really interesting with a lot of these lower magic runes, because you could control very easily how many that you can get and what the cap is. Because I'm really enjoying the Spirit Wolves. I really enjoyed the Rogue stun grenades. The Spiritborn Pestilent Swarm's amazing. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how well it's going to scale. You'd probably have to use it on a character that actually does poison damage, like Rogue, Druid, or obviously also the Spiritborn himself that also does poison damage. I think the other classes might have a little bit of trouble scaling that or doing any kind of damage. The Sorceress can't really get advantage of it anymore either, because the Tal Rasha's doesn't really respond to that anymore, does it? Because it's only fire, lightning, and ice now, right? Because the way that they changed it, because you actually have to cast a fire skill, cast a ice skill, cast a lightning skill. So the poison one, I don't even think comes into play anymore. The Meteorites is really fun too. I really like the Meteorites as well. Tons and tons of Meteorites. Let's show off the Meteorite one real quick too here. Let me get this character pumped up to 60 so we can actually start playing with stuff. So, do I just want to apply all boosts? I don't think I do. Progression, 60. Woo! Fancy. Upgrade potion. And you said it gives you... It didn't give me any equipment. You liar. I'm naked. I'm naked as a jaybird. Did it just give me a box? Or what is it doing? Oh, grant random legendaries. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna get this Wolfie set up. We're gonna get the Wolfie set up and we're gonna play with him. I mean, I don't think I would be afraid of current possibilities. Like, I mean, isn't there like a thing that you guys have been using in the dev community for a while? It's like find the fun. Isn't that kind of like been the motto for a little while? Is find the fun? I mean, I think you just found the fun. And I think if you were to talk to like your team about it and be like, hey, look, like they're saying we found the fun. Like you should see the look on their face when the first time they summoned like 80,000 meteors to the battlefield. I mean, there's going to be a give and take with it, obviously, because, you know, you can't just, like, lag up the server to Hezmana and back and that's a Farscape word, and not worry about it, because obviously there's going to be an issue if the server starts dying because of how crazy you're making things. But, do I have any boots? They didn't give me any boots? Terrible. But you found the fun. I think that's the most important takeaway here, is you found the fun. You definitely 100% found the fun. That overflow system with the summoning of the multiple things and like making it so that the person is like deciding kind of like the fate of their ability and how effective the ability is when it's activated. That's amazing. All right, let's get him like moderately set up. He needs some pants. They gave me everything but pants, guys, okay? I got everything but pants. You know what? That's okay. You know what? Because I'm gonna wear the storm pants. That's right. We're gonna get the storm pants. So give me all the uniques. I need pants. Where's my pants? These are not pants. I don't see any pants in here. I need pants. Please put the pants on me. I don't want temerities. I want the other pants. Where's my other pants? I want the other pants. Give me the pants. Oh, there's the flesh render right there. That's what I was talking about earlier. Oh, there's my Storm's companion pants. Ha ha ha. Alright. So we need to set this guy up so he actually has some damage output. I can't even remember what uniques I was using on this guy pre-season. Let me pull this up. Should see what we've done internally. There's find the fun, and then there's also broken servers. But yeah, runes like Theo are exactly the reason we fought to keep it, and I totally agree. I mean, you ever need somebody to test out stuff, Anthony, you let me know. I'll offer the whole kinship up. You guys are going to work, boys. Let's go. I think, honestly, I would have so much fun playing around with that stuff and just seeing, like, what was broken and, like, how silly I could make it. I mean, and granted, you always have to scale it down a little bit for, you know, reality. There's so many games I used to do that to back in the day where I used to just, like, see how far I could push it. You know, you like see how far you can push the graphics and like the number of things on the screen until the whole game starts to just like lag up and crash, basically. Okay, so it looks like I was using very few uniques in this build. So that's good. So I can pretty much just take, I need like a Tyrael's and I need a Harlequin Crest, and that's pretty much the end of that. So let's go ahead and just destroy all these uniques that they just gave me for free. And let's put on a Harlequin Crest Shaco, and we'll put on a Tyrael's. And I think that pretty much covers the build, and then we just need to set up the the rest of it. Since I can get any of these that I want to, I'm just going to go ahead and destroy them. Alright, so we need to set up our codex here so we can actually test out this character. I'm interested to see, and maybe you can answer this question for me, Anthony. The Summon Wolves combo was exactly what I showed to Jeevan when balancing, and I was like, dude, we need to make sure this stays in the game. Exactly. So I have a question for you. Does this aspect, and I can of course test this myself, but the aspect of the Stampede, are these Spirit Wolves counting toward my companion count? My total companion count when I'm actually like running this? So if I summon, say, 10 of them, am I getting 10 times 30% bonus for the 8 seconds that they're currently alive? Because that would be really freaking amazing if that was the case. And I don't know if that's the case, but like when you put the Shepherd's aspect on a two-hander, as an example, which I should have access to. Yep. It's a 13% bonus, and then it goes to a 26% bonus. I guess they brought that down a little bit. It used to be 20, wasn't it? What was it before? Thorough was 30? Yeah, I guess that got brought down a little bit. It must have been a little bit too overpowered. But I'm curious whether that counts toward the total in the grand scheme of things. Effects and modifications are funnier than big numbers. Alright, Anthony. Well, thanks for showing up in stream. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have a chance to talk to the devs, even if it was only for a little bit. That's actually really fun. I honestly, I'm really glad that they kept the Fio rune in there. That's amazing. I think I think a lot of people are going to enjoy those crazy interactions with the overcharging, and honestly, I hope they add more too.
So, how much have you tested the Fio rune? Like, can you make yourself? Obviously, we can make ourselves injured in ways, but can you make yourself crowd controlled? I thought there was a way to do that actually.
Well, I
can't
mean,
think of it.
you get crowd controlled all the time, so I would assume that would be happening pretty much all the time during combat. My assumption is that if you're fighting anything, pretty much for the most part, you're probably going to be crowd controlled at least once every 20 seconds. I would definitely say you might not be able to control it specifically, but you should be able to get crowd controlled once every 20 seconds.
Another time.
Let's go ahead and set this guy up like we were actually going to play him. So let's get some sockets in our equipment real quick, and I'm also curious. I want to see like how much these runes actually drop. Like what's the drop rate of them? So we're gonna have to play with that too. I'm not gonna set this character up like 100% min max, but I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him somewhat into the realm of you know, like a character that actually makes sense. So let's do. I don't think we do the Fio rune because the Fio rune is only once every 20 seconds. But I think maybe we do something else instead, like cooldowns. I think we do cooldowns because we should be able to summon a really large number of wolves with the cooldowns. Because we're going to be spamming cooldowns a lot with this particular build, so it should be pretty easy to do. And then we're going to tie that together with the Spirit Wolf. So it only costs 100 to summon a wolf. Unfortunately, that's not really an amazing number of wolves. It'd be nice if we could summon more than that. What do we have ritual-wise besides that? We've got 150 offering, evoke a power from another class. Stand still. Maybe we do evoke a power from another class, and then we like focus on trying to evoke that power, which gives us 150. But that won't summon more wolves because 150 is not a multiple of 100 probably. So we're probably still only going to get one wolf if we do it that way. Maybe we just do the 100, the Fio, because if we do the Fio, we just get a large boost of damage. It'll just act as like a huge boost of damage whenever we get like crowd control. We'll just get all these wolves will show up, and they'll basically like save our lives basically because they freeze everything, right? So let's do that. We're gonna grab the The wolves, we're going to put those in there with the Theo rune. And then what do we do for our second rune slot? So for our second rune slot, we want something to help us out. Damage-wise, perhaps, or maybe a pull-in. Petrify could be really nice, too, just having, like, permanent Petrify up. Concealment. Bulwark. Next non-basic skill consumes all your resource. Concussive Stomp. I'm just kind of like playing around with options here, trying to figure out exactly what could be really neat. Warcry increases the damage of everybody, right? Not just me, but it also increases my minions. But it's only for like half the duration.
Yeah, it's half the multiplier thing.
I think +3 skills is probably a good choice with this build. Because the skills is going to affect like everything drastically. So I think we go with a Vex rune. So I'll put the Vex rune in there. Then we need to figure out a way to activate it. So we're going to use the Theo rune to get the wolves. And we're going to use probably the cooldowns to activate the Vex rune. I think that's probably the best way to get that. So we'll do the... it's the Bach... No, not the Bach rune. That's the traveling one. Oh, the Yule rune. So we want the Yule rune. So this is going to be Yule Vex, and then we've got Theo Ke, I guess, or Se, however you pronounce that. All right, let's get some gems. We want willpower gems, which is what, the sapphires, I think. Yes. So 4 sapphires. I am a little bit worried about the multiplier getting lost from the gems, but. I think there's some balance that needs to be made there in the like in the mix between the two. In fact, I hate to say it, but it might even be better if the gems weren't so powerful, so that the runes can shine. I think my resistances are probably set, so let's just make some grand skulls. That caps me out at 1,000, but I probably still don't have enough. Let me grab, I can probably get gems, right? From the devil?
From the devil. Let's talk to the devil. Talk to the devil.
Oh yeah, we can max all the aspects too. I forgot about that. I like that. Crafting materials. Is it the crafting materials that gives the gems?
Yes.
It doesn't seem to... Or is it just putting it in my inventory, not giving me a box? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I think I just threw it in my inventory.
Many fine pieces. Rare.
No, I still can't make any grand ones. Is it, let's see, I currently have 73k skulls, right? Let me try clicking on it again. Crafting materials. No, it's not giving it to me for some reason. I'm like having trouble. Getting that particular bonus. Guess let me just apply all boosts and see how that works. No. I'll just put a regular skull in there. It's just one skull. I'm not worried about it. Just one grand skull out of 3 grand skulls. It's going to be a royal skull instead. That'll be fine. Alright, now we got to get him set up so we can actually start doing his doojing. So we just got to imbue all of his equipment. So we need shepherds here. We're not going to be doing the aspect of Wild Rage, so we're changing that out. We need the Stampede aspects. You guys ready to see the wolf army? Because that's what we're going to do. We're going to do the wolf army. There's going to be a literal army of wolves. Then we need... Stampede, we need... I'm not doing the subterranean thing. We don't need the Wild Rage anymore because we're not doing the Bestial Rampage. We got the aspect of the alpha, though. Which we can put the aspect of the alpha on the amulets. Aspect of the alpha. And then we also want to grab the Moon Rage. That's that new one that lets you summon additional wolves. The Moon Rage aspects. We got the Storm Kids Pan Your Pants on. And we're using Rakanoth's Wake. We don't even need Rakanoth's Wake. Let's put the one on there that makes us run faster. Just for the moment. The Rushing Wilds gives us a 20% movement speed for each one. And so we got the werewolves, we've got the Moon Rage, we've got the more companions, we got the Shepherd's aspect, which is good. We're missing one offensive aspect. Didn't they add a new one for the companions too? I'd have to take a look at the sheet. But I thought there was like one more for the companions. Moon Rage, the Wolf. Yes, there was one more. The Storm. It's the Storm Chaser, Storm something, Storm Crow. That's what it is. Ravens now deal lightning damage, and which is increased by 50%. The Ravens are active, deal full damage half the time, and inside it they're stunned. Yes, that's the Storm Crow aspect. All right, so now we got the Storm Crow aspect too. All right, so now we just need to set up the tree, and we can go smack some things around. With this particular build, I was using Bestial Rampage when I first started, but Bestial Rampage isn't an option anymore because we're switching over to the new key passive that they added in the new patch. This one is called One with Nature, which is your companion skills gain one additional companion and deal 50% times increased damage, and gaining the passive effect of the Ravens, Wolves, and the Poison Creeper. So we're going to set this up real quick. It doesn't really matter what we use here. So I'm just going to go ahead and use Claw. And then we're going to grab... We need a spender just to spend points so we can get one of the bonuses, if I remember correctly. So we just grab one of these for that reason. And then... trying to remember here. Basic skills generate more resource. It's been a little while, but we're going to have to change this for this particular build. So let's grab the critical strike chance. And what else do we want on here? 4% increased damage after casting a defensive skill. Let's go ahead and snag that, and we'll snag Earthen Bulwark, because why not? And then we're going to cap out all these. So we're going to cap out the wolves. We're going to go ahead and go for the Brutal Wolf Pack. We're going to cap out the Poison Creeper. We're going to go for the increased critical strike chance. And then we're going to cap out the Ravens. And we're going to go for the additional Ravens. We're going to grab... To cast a companion skill, your next core or wrath skills damage and critical strike increase. I'm not really 100% sure we really need this one, but I don't think we do. We do need 3 in this one. And you deal 3% increased damage while healthy and 3% increased damage while above 100% movement speed. These bonuses can stack. I like that. That's one of the new ones that they added. Maybe we do humanity and we go with something else besides the claw. I mean, we could just use something like Earth Spike or like Wind Shear or something like that. Wind Shear has vulnerable. And we don't really have to do a whole lot of damage ourselves. I'm not entirely sure which way we go that way. But we're definitely going to grab the one with Nature key passive, which is going to help us out tremendously. And we already capped out all 3 of these, so that's good. And we're going to look something like this. Yeah, something like that. And then if we're going to go back and forth between Claw and Pulverize, we can grab these as well. Oh, I pulled something and I must have messed it up here. We got 5 there, 3 there. Messed up something back here. No. Okay, so we're good. So we're going to grab Quick Shift, because Quick Shift is going to give us a multiplier there. Might as well grab the Fortification while we're here, because that'll be really easy fortification, and we can grab the damage reduction as well. And 5% increased damage, ultimate. Now these guys are technically going to be counting as Storm, and they're also technically going to be counting as Werewolf. So they're Storm, Werewolf, and they're also Nature Magic, which is actually pretty neat. So these skills right here, because of the way that they function, the wolves will get the Nature Magic bonuses, so we should probably dig into that. So we're going to go ahead and grab the Elite Damage. We could probably also grab some of these as well, but these are like ones that pass back and forth between the two. I wonder if we could take advantage of that, though. I think that actually might be a good way to do this. So, hear me out. I'm thinking about like the way that we could multiply this. And the way that we could multiply this is we take Claw out of the equation. And we put Earth Spike in instead. And the reason why we throw Earth Spike in is because Earth Spike is going to count as our Earth skill when we're casting. So we're going to get our Earth skill, and then every single time we use either the Ravens or the Wolves, because the Ravens are both counting as Storm skills, they should count as the opposite for the Resonance and the Natural Disaster passives, which is going to help us tremendously in terms of damage output. So I think that works out really well for damage output for us. Only problem with doing that is then we lose the quick shift passives, which we still might get the quick shift passives because we're going to be shifting back and forth between the werebear form when we're spending. So that's not terrible, because we'll still be like spamming Earth Spike, and then we're gonna smash with pulverize, and then we'll switch back to Earth Spike. But we'll be spamming Earth Spike for the most part, because that will keep the multipliers active on the wolves for the most part. So that'll be pretty neat. And then we still got like 6 points left. I think I went with 3 in Envenom, and then 1 in Neurotoxin, and what else do we put some points into? Probably defensive posture for some like survivability. And I think that pretty much does it. We just need to set up the spirit boons, so we definitely want pack leader. We're going to grab the increased critical strike chance, the damage reduced from elites, and most likely the let's do overload, because we are going to be scaling storm damage. And then we need the Paragon board. Oh, this is going to be fun. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so we definitely want some fun ones in here, like Thunderstruck is going to help scale our storm skills. We also want the one that has specifically to do with the companions. Casting a companion skill grants +4 ranks to your companion skills for 5 seconds. So that one's gonna that's the new one, right? That they only recently just added, and that one's amazing.
Yep.
That is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Which way do we want to go? Resistances or criticals? Let's go critical strike damage. We'll probably end up taking the resistances too. Oh, I could have gone either way. Silly. Alright, so the runes that we're going to need, actually I don't have glyphs. Okay, so I need to get all the glyphs. Paragon? Grant all glyphs. Max all glyphs. That do it? Hey, there we go. Okay, so we want things like the companion passive damage, which is definitely something that we're going to use on this build. So the passive portion of companion skills is going to be increased by 130% of times. So let's do that as our first one. We're just going to go ahead and put that right there. That's going to give us a large amount of companion damage for every point of intelligence purchased within range. So let's go ahead and we're just going to cap that out and for like all the intelligence that we can get. This might not have been the right board for this, but we still managed to get 906% companion damage, so that's not terrible. Might as well grab that elite damage there too while we're at it. And then we also want things like, where is it? We want Bane and Tracker, so we're going to be using both of those in the build. Bane and Tracker because we're going to be scaling a lot of poison damage. The wolves do poison damage through rabies. The poison creeper does poison damage. So like we got 2 different forms of poison damage, so there's no reason why not to pick that particular thing. And that is dexterity. Alright, so we already have 25 dexterity picked. At this point, it's pretty much just snag a couple extra points here or there. Whatever dex we can get our hands on. Alright, then for the next board, I'm pretty sure that we want Thunderstruck with this build, like 100%. But just going over some of the others, we definitely want Heightened Malice also. Because we're going to be poisoning everything, obviously, all the time. Which is going to help us out tremendously. So we don't need Lust for Carnage. We don't need Survival Instincts. We don't need Earthen Devastation. We do need Thunderstruck. That's 1. We're currently at 2 boards. And we also need... Oh man, there's too many boards. We're gonna have to leave 1 board out no matter what. So we had Thunderstruck, I think, is a no-brainer because both the Ravens and the Wolves are now Storm skills, and that's up to a 60 times multiplier, which is just something that we can't do without. So let's just go ahead and attach that board. Let's go ahead and grab one of these other ones. Companion cooldown reduction. So we can only have 1 other board. What other board do we want? Do we want the 30% multiplier from Ancestral Guidance? We don't want the Constricting Tendrils. We don't need Inner Beast. I think between the 2, Heightened Malice is the higher multiplier, but it doesn't apply to bosses. I think we go with the Heightened Malice board. Because the problem is that the Heightened Malice board has a lot of poison and like poison damage stuff on it. And so I just don't really think it's a good idea to like leave that one out. Even though the Ancestral Guidance board is losing out on the 30 times multi is a lot. But I mean the Heightened Malice one is going to be active at all times. Unless there's less than 3 monsters on the screen. So I feel like that's the one that I'm going to get the best benefit from. Are the runes available now? They are indeed. I'm currently putting together a wolf army character, which is going to be able to summon forth 1 trillion wolves specifically for having fun with these runes. I can summon basically like 10 spirit wolves at the same time. It's so amazing. I'm in love with it.
So Xylar, are you there?
Xylar's dead.
So Grant All Materials does give you obviously, it's just very little. So you have to just keep clicking
Keep spamming it.
Over and over. Yeah, I had to do it for rubies. I actually can't craft rubies. I have to spam this so I can craft some rubies.
That's terrible. So I'm looking at all the glyphs that I need for this build, and I'm thinking to myself that new Eliminate glyph is just insane for the amount of stats that it gives. And I feel like it's going to trump a lot of other ones with the insanity of the amount of bonus stats you can get just from using the Eliminate glyph.
Yeah, I'm doing that too. I'm trying to create the fire barb right now. And it's a lot of planning to start from scratch, so I'm working on it. Getting
Yeah.
through it.
I guess I probably need... Well, I need Bane. Where's Bane at? I need Bane. Where are you at, Bane? Bane! Bane's like...
Batman?
Yeah, Bane killed most... Cracked Batman's back.
You never seen that Bane play Slenderman?
No.
Oh, it's a funny video.
What is that? Okay, intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. Alright, so we got enough to be activated? Okay, it's activated. We still got 59 points that we can spend. I still got one glyph socket, which I was thinking of the eliminate glyph because it gives so much, but let's do a quick pass over these just to make sure that there's nothing that we're leaving out. I mean, we've got lightning damage, grants magic nodes, dexterity. Trying to think, like, and I was thinking about territorial. I don't know if he gets territorial. Your companions deal 10% times increased non-physical damage. That one would be really nice. His keeper. It also gives another 20% times. Actually, yeah, that's probably going to be better. I don't know. Do I even have the eliminate glyph on the druid? I don't see it. It says locked. It's on my character panel, but it says locked and it says not found. I don't know what that means. Okay, so this one is grants a 520% bonus to all rare nodes within range. That's insane. All right, let's grab these storm damage nodes. Let's also grab what else are we grabbing? We can grab the lucky hit bonuses. Those are nice. Grab that willpower node. Not going to turn down any willpower. We kind of want all the dexterity that we can get here too for the damage bonus to poisoned enemies. So if there's any more dex we can snag inside the range of this circle, we're going to snag that dex. This one is all intelligence, right? We've already grabbed all the intelligence that's nearby. Yes. And this one is intelligence as well. And that one has increased poison damage, so we probably want to stack all the intelligence that we can get from here too. And I think that's the full Monty there. Let's do the damage to poisoned enemies, damage to poisoned enemies, damage to elites. There's another damage to poisoned enemies over there. I kind of want that. And I don't know what our resistances are, but we could eventually get that if we need to. Damage to crowd-controlled enemies, poison resistance. We could also grab that maximum life in the armor there. Damage reduction from vulnerable enemies, that's not bad. Lightning resistance and maximum life. Let's grab this damage reduction from vulnerable enemies down here. That should be decent. It still leaves us with 19 points left. So I guess we're going to grab superiority over here. And we can probably also grab this extra HP down here and the armor, because why not? As well as the damage multi, our additive bonuses, and I guess that pretty much caps out our boards. Wait, did I add? I thought I added a fourth board. Did I not add the fourth board? God bless it. I done messed up. Good job, Daniel. Good job. That's what you get. That's what you get. You terrible, terrible human being, you. So we do get one more board then. Okay, so one more board is probably Ancestral Guidance. The rest of them really aren't that important. So I'm pretty sure we just go with Ancestral Guidance here. And we grab the Glyph Socket and we grab the ultimate. What do we got? Resistances and maximum spirit on kill. Well, we're gonna have to pull some points since I made a boo-boo. Look, okay, I wasn't paying attention. Anything game-breaking? The overflow system is really fun. Body pig. Like, I'll show you the overflow system in a second here when I get, like, more toward what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to get this character set up so we can actually, like, do some serious testing with the rune words. I've already tested out a couple of them, and they are really good. Like, the Petrify one is really amazing. There's definitely some really fun ones that you can use to enhance your characters. And, we could probably pull... What are we pulling here? We gotta pull something. Otherwise we can't reach our glyph socket. So I guess we don't really have a choice. How come it doesn't give you maximum Paragon points? Like I'm stuck at a lower tier.
Yeah, it doesn't. I guess we're not allowed to have 300 whatever Paragon points.
I mean, that's okay. I mean, it's a more realistic test anyway, right?
Yep.
Alright, so what are we putting in this last glyph socket? We can't put Eliminator in because it doesn't work for some reason. I think Eliminator would probably be the best choice. Probably the Critical Strike one. Let's just do Spirit. That's a nice one. Ain't nothing wrong with the Spirit one. Okay, then we get text nodes all over the place. Alright, now that one is active. I'll grab that willpower node while I'm here. And that's pretty much it. Alright, so now that we have this character actually kind of like decked out. He doesn't have a good weapon. We need to get him a good weapon, but other than that, I think I might have a mace sitting around in my stash or something that we could maybe throw on. I got an axe. That'll work. I can do the axe. Okay, so let's take the runes out of this. The weapon's like the most important thing, so... So, injured, wolves, done. Alright, so this guy's ready. The only thing left, I think, is just going and picking my boon. I just need to go to Turdulra real quick and pick the boon. Which I don't think you can do without being in Turdulra, so we can just go play around in Turdulra. This guy's probably a normal difficulty, isn't he? Doesn't it like default your level, your difficulty level to normal, probably? Yes, it does. Okay, hold on. Let me at least bump this up to the highest difficulty that I have access to. Otherwise, this is just going to be laughable, and the minions are just going to be murdering everything all the time. Is there a rune word for the Meteor Sork build? Yes, there is. There's a meteor rune that, like, puts a whole bunch of meteors on the ground depending on how much you overflow it. And the more you overflow offering into it, the more meteorites it pushes down on the ground. It's really cool. Okay, highest we can go is Penitent because we don't have access to... we haven't done the pits yet on this guy. At least that's better than nothing. I did not add the weapon aspect. God bless it. I'm sorry, Jessman, I'm a noob. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just a noob, okay? You gotta forgive me. I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I'm just a noob. Alright, I'm just a baby. Just a little baby noob. Okay, back down to the turtle. Okay. to the Turd Dulra. That was really cool of them to come hang out and chat for a little bit and talk about the runes. Honestly, the fact that they really like the Fio rune too, that gives me a lot of hopefulness for the rune system. I think they've hit pay dirt. That's what I think. And honestly, I think the reception of the Fio rune and also the overflowing, I think is going to be really good. And I think that they're going to go deeper into it. I think it's not going to take very long. I think they're going to go deeper into the overflow system because of how fun it is to push the boundaries of how far you can make the abilities go. I think people are really going to enjoy it. Alright, you guys ready to see the wolf army? Because we got the wolf army here, okay? Definitely going to be a wolf army. So I've got it set up to summon 10 spirit wolves on top of me whenever I get crowd controlled. So anytime I get crowd controlled, I'm going to immediately summon like 10 spirit wolves. Okay, come on, do your little thing and let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't be stunning my... Oh, look, there's my wolves. There's my wolves. They got stunned too, though. No, don't stun my wolves. Get him, wolvies. Well, that was unfortunate. They got stunned along with me. Alright.
Everything is ruined. It's all
I just put together something. I didn't
What did you
optimize it or
do?
anything. We're gonna see what happens.
Look at all my wolves. I got so many wolves.
No clue what's about to happen.
Dude, they have found the fun. That's what they found. Like, I wasn't really like a proponent of the find the fun thing that they kept saying over and over again. They're like, you just gotta find the fun. Sometimes you just gotta find the... No, they found the fun. Okay, they did it. They found the fun. The rune devs found the fun. That's what they did. Like, the rare runes, the ones that do like the teleport and the petrify and stuff like that, yeah, they're gonna be popular. And people are gonna like those. But these, the ones that are fun like this, that let you summon like a hail of meteorites from the sky, or they give you like a whole bunch of wolves at one time, or that's the fun part. Like, there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be having fun with that stuff. I know I am. Look at all my wolvies! This is too easy here, so I'm just kind of like walking through all content, so they're not really doing anything. I need to get this done so we can move up to some pits. And Cody, I think, has to go to the bathroom very badly. So, I'm gonna take him out too as soon as I finish this. These are the rune words down here. So these are the rune effects and then their activation cost, and whether the activation cost is being fulfilled or not, and how long it takes to fulfill the activation cost.
Zyler, will you stop crafting for greater FX mythics? Are you obsessed?
Is that all he's doing? He's just sitting there making like 1,000,000 4 greater affix mythics?
The Discord's full of his 4 greater FX mythics. Like, he's celebrating getting them when they were given to him.
Well, I mean, it's nice to get pictures of them, I suppose.
Why is the quality so, like, grainy?
I don't know. What is he in, like 800 by 600 resolution? It's like really blown out too. Does he have his brightness turned like way up?
Nothing wrong with min-maxing.
I mean, that brings min-maxing to a whole new level there, Zylar, but... Oh yeah, I didn't even put on weapon tempers. Like, setting up a build is kind of a pain in the butt these days. From scratch. Like, when you do it over a long period of time, it's fine. But when you're just like trying to set up a character from scratch, like right from get-go, like it does take some time. Ugh, I gotta rekindle the Wanderer Shrine. I don't know, hopefully I don't have to do the quest. Cody, you playing with the Chinchies? He's gonna beat you up. Dusty Bones has got a mean bite. Spirit Wolves should have HP instead of duration. They do have HP, and they also have duration. I think maybe like allowing them to stay up more would be neat. I do think that would be cool. Putting a cap on their total number, I think, would be important though, because you don't want them to have like a ridiculously high number, because that could get insane, especially if you had like a huge number of them on the battlefield at any given time. But I mean, yeah. I have no problem with seeing them up all the time. That'd be really cool. They do seem really strong though. So they have a really high % chance to freeze targets, I'm noticing. And the really high % chance to freeze targets is great. So I think people are going to really enjoy the Spirit Wolves added into their builds. Which one was I going to do? I think I was doing the Bird Spirit. I was going to double up on the Bird Spirit. Yeah, let's double up on the Bird Spirit. The Eagle. The Eagle Spirit, my bad. He's not a burb. It's not a burb, it's an eagle. Alright. Let's do...
You said overcharged like 100 times, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, overflow? I think overcharge sounds cooler, but overflow, yeah. I was calling it overcharge. I do that all the time. I do that all the time. All the time. Here, let me take Cody out to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to get into some pits, and we're going to really put this character through his paces.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to get even double cooldown on my Shaco. Taking forever. Already spent 40k oppositely on it.
I mean, if only you had unlimited of everything.
I don't know, it just takes time and my thumb is starting to hurt.
Well, there's like, it's not enough. I need perfect greater graphics and perfectly rolled gear in Blizzard. It's not enough to give me unlimited.
Alright, I finally got a double cooldown. Let's see if I can get triple. Ugh, armor. Oh, I'll just keep it. Whatever. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. Cody was whining for quite a while, so he waited patiently for quite a while, without being too demanding. I had to take him out. Him's the goodest boy. We are playing his character after all. All right, so I don't know what this character's capable of, so let's try and set him through his paces easy. Let's start him out with a 40. If he rolls right through the 40, we'll bump him up. And we shall see. I haven't masterworked any of my gear, and I don't have any tempers. So that's a lot of power that I'm missing right now, is no masterworking and no tempers. But it doesn't look... Well, I'm having trouble staying alive. Wait, wasn't I doing Earth Spike? Yeah, Earth Spike. Can't change things while I'm inside the thing. Alright, hold on. Boobies. Yeah, kill them. Don't let them touch me. Don't let them touch me, Wolf Army. Don't let them touch me. Hold on, we need to change out Earthen Bulwark here. You know, we could always try out the Stone Burst ability too. That would be kind of neat. I don't see any reason why not. We could just swap out Pulverize for the Stone Burst ability. We would lose access to the Quick Shift passives though, which is unfortunate. But it would be fun to test out the Stone Burst ability. So, you know what? Let's pull the Quick Shift passives. We'll beef up the defensive posture, and we'll pull Pulverize. And let's grab the Stone Burst ability just for the fun of it. That way we can play around with Stone Burst.
Yes.
On the last roll, too.
And let's grab this one right here, Vigilance, for a little bit more damage reduction.
I cannot do that here.
I'm having a lot of fun today, man with no name. The rune words are out, and I'm having a blast playing with them. I think the weapon tempers are the only ones that are like super important anyway. Isn't there ones in here for the companions, or it's like, yeah, chance for the wolves, poison creeper, and the ravens? Which one? I think the wolves are probably the best, but any of them would be good because we're scaling everything at this point. But let's see if we can get the wolves specifically. Well, we ended up with a 48% on the ravens. You know what? Let's keep that. And then let's go to... I believe we don't have our multiplier capped. Let me check that real quick. Paragon. And our multiplier is our Thunderstruck board, right? We need damage versus distant, damage versus close. So we're going to set this guy up as kind of a distant character because we're not going to be in range. Although I think that might apply weirdly to the minions. But let's just go ahead and snag some tempers real quick. Okay, well we got damage to close anyway. Let's grab another one. We want damage to distant or damage to close. That's what we're looking for. One or the other. It really doesn't matter.
There's a weapon for you. Oh, yeah.
What are you doing? Gambling?
No, yeah, I gambled a double greater affix spear, which had max life and crit damage. And then I tempered maximum crit damage, and I was able to masterwork that 3 times on that crit damage. So really nice.
Come on, give me what I'm looking for.
That's 569%.
Now, I don't really know if I want to do this, but re-rolling the enchantment so that you actually had like the right passive would probably be a pretty big boon. I don't know if I want to sit here and like re-roll this for like 10 years trying to grab it, so I think I might just avoid that. let's at least grab some things that are useful to our character. We'll do like the most basic enchants. Just so that we're getting some kind of like willpower on our pieces of equipment. Take off the shadow res and roll some willpower. This is all garbage tier equipment anyway, and none of it is just it's not in the best shape. Like intelligence on the main hand. So we need to reroll that to willpower. There we go, 230 willpower. Alright, that's good enough. Let's go back into the pits. Let's that 40 seemed kind of easy except for the fact that we were dying, so let's try 50. Strawberry melon brisk iced tea. I got something. Instantly dead. Hold on, let me check my reses and stuff and make sure I'm actually capped out. Am I capped out on reses? I'm not capped out on my reses. Okay. So that's a big issue. I'm also not capped out on my armor either. How can I not be capped out on my reses though with a freaking Tyrael's Might in my inventory? I guess I need to masterwork it. Let me go masterwork my Tyraels real quick. That'll help out tremendously with the resistances. People got their 4 greater affix Tyraels on. Alright, does that help? That's 85%, but I'm currently in Penitent, so that doesn't really tell me much. But let's go back in there and see if we're still capped out. Yeah, Torment 4 has negative 100% res and negative 1000 armor, which is pretty impressive. So let's just try Torment 3. So our resistances are not capped, but we have 60, 66, 60, and 60. 678 armor is too low as well. So we're probably just gonna get one shot by the monsters, unfortunately. I bet you if I stay in the back though and let my minions do their job, they'll probably murder everything for me. If I can avoid dying. No, don't kill me. Ah, spirit wolves. Get them! Don't let them disgrace me, spirit wolves. Yes, murder. Murder, death, kill, MDK. This stone burst ability is kind of fun to use. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like it. It's a channeling ability, but it's almost kind of like not a channeling ability too, because you can just tap it. Like you don't have to hold it down and channel it. So if you want to, you can just sit there and right click, tap, tap, tap.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
All right. I mean, he's strolling through a 50 with relative ease, and all I don't have his armor and everything capped out like I should. His damage output is fine. His honestly, his armor's not capped out because all my gear is like random levels. I don't know why they wouldn't give the random legendaries that they were handing out to be actually 800 or at least 750s. So like my gloves are not 750, my Storm's Companion pants are not 750, my boots are not 750, none of my rings or amulets are 750, which is affecting my armor rating pretty considerably, especially once you get like 800s, you get a lot better armor value from all your gear. Wow, was that a 2.16 million there? I think maybe I need to include Nature's Savagery, the one that like when you like go back and forth between casting Storm and Earth skills. I think that would work really good with the way that this is currently set up now. Pulverized Druid is better than that? I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't really care. And I don't. I'm just having fun playing with my wolf army. You don't have wolves, so you don't got like 7 freaking werewolves running around murdering everything. So that's right. Go wolves, murder, death, kill.
I'm not ready yet.
I see they brought down the shepherd aspect because it was a little bit too broken in season 5, which I can't blame them because the multiplier was pretty insane. Get in there. Dude, the storm ravens are legit powerful. Like, I don't even know. They're hitting like Mack trucks. Like when I throw the storm ravens down, it's impressive. I could probably just stand in the storm ravens and not worry about dying because the storm ravens will murder anything that comes near me. Use it as a defensive aspect. Just cast it on myself. And just be like, yeah, who wants some? Who wants some? Come on over. Who wants some of this? Who wants some? Poison Creeper. Poison Creeper's doing pretty good damage too. So I got +3 to all skills that are that's constantly going off. So I got, what is that, 17 wolves plus 3, so we're like, what, 20? So I'm at bare minimum, like level 20 wolves. I want to see how fast I kill the boss. There's a couple ideas that I've got, like, rattling around in my head. Like, I really want to see how crazy that meteorite thing is with, like, a full meteor sorceress. I think that the meteorites coming around the edges, especially if combined with the meteorites that you already get from the aspect, combined with the Starfall Coronets, and a couple other interesting things, could probably equal some absolutely insane damage. I'm not entirely sure, but he just bodied 50. If I got my resistances and my my armor capped out, he would be doing absolutely fine. He just bodied 50 like it was nothing. In fact, I'm pretty sure that you could almost play this in a defensive manner, where you would basically just kind of hang back and let the minions do their thing, which I don't really know if you even have to go in there. Let's try a slightly different setup because I didn't like the lack of spirit wolves. Like, they were there, but they weren't there enough for my liking. So I want to try and, like, I'm gonna try and bring down the total number, because you can bring down the number of spirit wolves and then have them active more often. So we need to find another way to summon them, which is going to be more acceptable to our current, like, setup. So let's see here. I go through the ritual runes real quick, and we're gonna see what kind of like offering we want to use for this. Your minion or companion kills an enemy or dies. So I know it only gives 10, but that means only 10 monsters have to die or be killed or 10 companions have to die or be killed to summon one wolf. And that could be constant enough that we might be looking at a large number of wolves. Now, this is under the assumption that we can cast multiple wolves. So if we can cast multiple wolves and keep them up instead of having them all pop up at the same time, this one might work to make it so that we have them popping up naturally as a course of just simply fighting. So let's try that, and we'll see how that works. If it doesn't work the way we think, then maybe we switch to something else. But let's bump it up another tier, 10 tiers too, so we can get our booty cheeks clapped in 60. Actually, let me try and re-roll like an armor mod or something, because I think that's one of the main things that's getting us killed right now is like a lack of armor. So maybe if we take a we'll take this and we can re-roll we don't necessarily need the life at the moment. We really need the armor. All this stuff is just garbage though, like the pieces of equipment that I've got. There we go. There's 120 armor. That'll help out a bunch. And then we can also grab some tempers too. So like I can temper on we got utility, offensive, mobility, none of that matters. I guess we're kind of stuck because we don't have good items. I do have a pair of 352 armor boots, but they're meteor boots for the sorceress. I guess I could use those instead. That'll help cap out my armor at the least. Grab the Rushing Wilds, and then we got anything else in here? Like maybe some rings. We got 2 rings, and they have 2 resistances on them. Big res too. Yeah, maybe we do that. Let's do that. Alright, then we need to grab the Stampede aspect again.
Wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
And we also need the Moon Rage aspect. Okay.
My magics await your return.
Put these back in here. And then I think that gives us a hell of a lot more resistances too, because we also got the 2 resistances on each one of these, which aren't really the most amazing, but they're there. Let's see if we can do a 60 now. A 60. Also, I'm curious about these wolves, like if having more casts of the wolves is better than having a larger cast with like more wolves, because if we can keep them active all the time, then that's going to be better, right? Because we want the wolves to act like active and on the scene, basically like all the time. So that's what we're gonna try and do. Ooh, 60's rough.
I must wait a moment.
We might not have the damage for a 60. I
Not ready.
think we might be a little bit low. I mean, we're getting spirit wolves. I see 1.
I must wait a moment.
I only saw 1 though. So I'm kind of curious whether maybe like they have to be all summoned all at once, or you just end up with 1 if you don't summon them all at once. No, I'm gonna die. Nah. It's a baby. I'm just a baby. Stop being mean to me. I'm just a baby. Yeah, this tier's a little bit too high for this character. He's not set up for it yet. Okay, let's try, because I want to see how this Spirit Wolf thing works. I'm not really so interested in scaling this build as the other, because I'm not set up 100% right, and it's just gonna get worse and worse the higher tier I go. Let's bring it down back to 50, because we're killing stuff fast at 50, and then we'll see how many Spirit Wolves we give there, because I think if we let the wolves do the work, I think that's where it's gonna work. GGM, I know you're a guru on Diablo. Any idea what our chances of finding a perfect ethereal death web? Really low. Really, really low. Can you show Hurricane and Tempest Howl or something? I've never seen it. The Hurricane has like a thing where it grows in size, so you can make it much bigger than it was before. But like when you use it, oh god. It's basically just a constant Hurricane, just like Diablo 2's around your character. However, you can make it bigger. That's what she said. And when you make it bigger, you can... I can't do it while I'm inside here. Alright, I just want to see how many wolves I get. So let's just let the werewolves, like, just take out everything, right? And then, how many, like, spirit wolves do we currently have active? Just the one? That's unfortunate. I don't like that. Like, I want to have multiple spirit wolves. Only one spirit wolf is not nice.
I must wait a moment.
So that means if we don't activate it with a greater than 100 overflow, it won't spawn more than one wolf. That's basically what I'm seeing here. However, you can keep one wolf active with 100% efficiency. You just can't keep... Wait, no, there's multiple. We got multiple right there. Wait, never mind. Now I got 3. 4. Okay, never mind. You can't. Okay, we're good. Well, that works. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Well, nice. That's actually works out really good. I like it a lot. Okay, so it's just I'm not going fast enough. That's all there is to it. Like, I just need to be attacking quicker. I just need to be getting in there and fighting. And as the monsters are dying and I'm killing them, I'm going to be getting tons of spirit wolf spawns. And it looks like they have relatively low HP, though, which kind of sucks. A little bit of a feedback for the developers, if you guys are still listening or if you watch this later. The duration is okay and the life is okay, but I don't think having both is okay. I think it would be better if they either had life and no duration, or if they had duration and no life. But it kind of sucks when you summon a monster that only stays alive for 8 seconds anyway and the monster dies, right? So like I think it would probably be a good thing if they didn't die, or if maybe they were, you know, a much longer duration with HP, because it does seem kind of silly that they spawn and then they just got like one shot and it's just like, okay, well that was a wasted spawn of my spirit wolf. Or maybe just beef up their HP a little bit, because it does seem like they're dying relatively easily. I don't know. I think maybe that's what the problem is I'm looking at right now, is they're spawning, yes, and I'm trying to like watch their HP pools, but then what happens is they get hit by like a big attack and they get all taken out at the same time, basically. Maybe if I was using that aspect, it would apply to them, the one that makes it so that your spirit wolf, your wolves, like give you damage reduction and then they can't die. But I don't know if that wolf one is going to apply to the spirit wolf version of that. I mean, don't get me wrong, Mad Max. Death's Web is extremely rare, but it's also kind of offset in its rareness by another issue, which is that it's not really that useful in the game as a whole. It's useful on the characters that it's useful for, but it's not useful to, like, the majority of the player base, if that makes any sense. So, like, for the most part, when you're thinking about Death's Web, or, like, the value of an item, even, a lot of the times the value of an item in Diablo 2 is offset by how useful that item is to all players. For instance, Harlequin Crest Shaco tends to be really valuable early on because it's super useful to everybody. Or like Griffin's Diadem, which is really useful to basically any lightning build. And there's lots of lightning builds. Whereas poison builds tend not to have the same thing go on because poison builds in Diablo 2, there's not very many of them. As an example, I mean, you pretty much only have, like, Rabies on the Druid, the Necromancer, which is only Poison Nova, for the most part. All the other ones are kind of terrible, and also Death Web doesn't work with Poison Dagger anyway, so that doesn't work with those. You got the Javelins on the Amazon, which are not bad, the Plague Javelin. And then, like, that's about it. Like, there's maybe some other, like, tiny builds that you could do with, like, massive amounts of Poison Charms that are really hard to put together, by the way. Venom on the Assassin, just, it's kind of meh. It's not really the best skill in the world. And I think you'd be better off with just raw poison damage than you would be with Venom. I actually did a whole video on Venom Sucks just a little while ago, if you want to check it out. Dude, the poison damage on the Creeper is amazing. I love it. Dude, I gotta be careful with this this channeling skill. This channeling skill it's so much fun to spam, but it also just, like, eats all of your resource so fast if you spam it. It has, like, an activation cost, and you can basically just activate it with insane speed. And it just eats every single ounce of your resource when you spam it. I mean, let me give you guys an example. Like, let me go ahead and fill up real quick here. Which takes me a second, like, to fill up all my resource. Alright, and then I'm just going to spam the Stone Crush, watch. Oh, of course I died. Because I was looking at my mana bar instead of looking at my, my HP, but... I'm going to die plenty of times here, and I'm probably still going to complete this dungeon. That's the silly part. Oh man, what the hell is killing me though? Like, there's some, like, projectile that hits me and I'm just immediately dead. I do have 71.9 cold res. I think it's a cold damage attack, but I guess that's not enough. I want to run by you. I'm running away. You're mean. I don't like you. Alright, let's go. I'm not even gonna, like, do anything. I'm gonna see how my wolves, like, do damage wise on the boss. I'll use my Earth Spike every now and then just to keep their multiplier running. He got bodied. That was just the wolves. I didn't do the Poison Creeper, I didn't do the Ravens, and I also didn't do the active of the wolves. That was just the passive damage of the wolves, and they were just absolutely annihilating the boss. That was glorious. I like that. Okay, we gotta test out other stuff. We can't just play one character all day. We gotta test out all the rune combinations and stuff, so it's gonna take some time. Oh yeah, thanks Leon for letting me know that the devs were in the chat. I totally would have just completely
They were trying to interact with you, so
I would have completely just like not even realized it if you hadn't said something, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Oh, good.
I would have too, because that's how I am.
I was on top of it.
Dude, I think they've got the right idea. Like I was gonna like copy and paste what they said in the chat too, so maybe we could go back and talk about it. Otherwise, it might get lost. So Anthony is the other developer, right? That he said that he was the one that was in charge of the balance of the runes. So Anthony Ostwick and Jivan Sidhu. I probably said that horribly. Murdered it.
Yeah, I don't want to attempt to mess up his name. But yeah, I was trying to understand what he replied to about the tooltip error.
He's well, he
We
said that he said it
magic.
should be on the tooltip. It should read as evoke a skill from another class. So no dancing bolts, but yes to petrify. That will be fixed soon.
Which is yeah, I'm not really understanding what you're saying there because
So it has to be a skill, not a. So like this, you know, like the same, you know, the same way that some items will say that, or aspects will say that you invoke a skill. And
okay,
then
so meteorite's not a skill. Pestilent Swarm is not a skill.
Pestilent Swarm, I think, is a skill.
So that should have worked, and that wasn't working.
But he did say that yes to petrify, that will be fixed soon. So I don't know. Like maybe there's like a bug to it there too.
And that's what I was trying to get to the bottom of, because the magic ones would be way more powerful because they require less offering, right? So if you can trigger the magic ones, then you're going to get that 150 offering for evoking another class of skill way more often.
Hold on. I'm trying to like get all this stuff copied in because it's definitely some good information, and it'll help us out as we're doing like further testing. FIO isn't affected by CDR, just another tooltip bug. It's actually 15 seconds. Okay, so this FIO actually is 15 seconds, not 20. That's even better. I know he said it earlier, and it just didn't really sink in till now because my brain doesn't work, but that's actually really nice. And then I'm trying to like, let me move this over here so it'll be, or hold on, this, yeah, I'll move this over here so it's easier for me to copy and paste this stuff. It really kind of sucks that the advanced tooltips weren't showing up because it kept turning my advanced tooltips off.
He's like, hey, man, you can do it in game. What are you doing on the website?
Well, I mean, it's not my fault that it kept turning off my things. Every single time I would log out of a character and log back in, it would turn off a thing.
It's probably like, the website's outdated. Look in the tooltip in the game.
The runes help me get them on the door. 1% chance to summon Jeevan. Let's see here. I think they originally, because judging from what he was saying, they kind of originally were considering making the blue runes useless. But they wanted to make the blue runes useful. And so I think the overflow system was designed to make it so that the blue runes could be potentially useful, which I think is really good. That's why, remember when I was looking at them, I was like, it doesn't seem like the other runes are really all that useful with the overflow system. It almost seems like the overflow system was designed specifically for those runes, which I think is kind of what they were getting at. I'm just kind of saving this for, just for later if we need to go back and see this. That way we don't have to pull up the stream and, like, try and find the point in the video where the chat comes up and silly things. I really like this comment that he made, Anthony, where he said that, he said, you should see what we've done internally. There's find the fun, and then there's also broken servers.
Yeah. Oh, you could see just how many things you were generating.
I know. Could you imagine if it was like if they didn't like play with it right? Like how many meteors I would have summoned or how many wolves I could have summoned if they had it really low. Although I do think that they can fix a lot of this stuff just by simply putting caps on stuff, and I do think that would be. I think that would be a good idea, because like the wolves, I think being able to summon multiple wolves is really fun, and then at the same time. I also think that you should make it so that it's possible on more than just the Fio rune. But in doing so, you throw some caps on there. So you throw the caps on like the maximum number of total affixes, and you can put that on the tooltip. Like that's not that big of a deal, right? Like if you did like the wolves and you said like maximum number of wolves 10, and then, or maybe like you go even higher than that. I don't know what the maximum number that they would want is. But it would definitely take some internal balancing. The meteorites are really cool too, because like when you're doing it with just one, it's like boo boo. It's like two little meteors. It's like doo doo. It's like no big deal. Boo boo. Little meteors. Oh yeah, we got meteors. Yay! And then you put the freaking Fio rune on there, and it's like 10 trillion freaking meteors falling down from the heavens, and you're like, oh, okay, I like this. I kind of want to try that real quick. Let's go take the I'm gonna go to my sorceress just for giggles. We're gonna get her set up with the meteorite rune, starfall coronet. We'll use the trying to think like what we want to do for the actual meteorite rune, but there's probably some ways that we can definitely make this work. So let's go to our guild. I'm not gonna. That whole setting up the character process just takes so long. Unless we really want to test something on like a full character. I'll probably just use the existing ones because it's easier.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the non-physical version of my one build.
So you're doing the Hellhammer, you got the like the Azure Wrath in there. You're using the Frosties too?
No, I didn't do that build yet. I'm trying to go to the Dancing Blades. I'm trying to do the
So the rogue build.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we need Fio. Or actually, what do we need for this build? I don't even know. We need Starfall Coronet. I know that much. Like, what's our best Starfall? We've got a 5.8 Starfall. And there's another one in here, a 4.3 Starfall. Okay, I think the 4.3 is better, so we'll use that one. Alright, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is grabbing the meteorite aspects so that we're actually using the things that are like triggering the meteors. So let's type in meteor. So there's the aspect of Armageddon, which is a hail of meteors falls during your inferno. We don't care about that one. We also have aspect of Shattered Stars, which is meteorites fall around the meteor, dealing 50% of the meteor's damage. Your meteors additionally burn enemies. So we want that one. Let's go ahead and throw that on the gloves. And then I believe we also have increases critical strike damage of meteor and fireball. Isn't there another one? I thought there was another one. Am I misremembering? I don't. I mean, I should have all the aspects, so if it's not in here, it's not in here. Alright, and then let's change this up a little bit. So we already grabbed some of the fire stuff. Let's pull points from ball lightning and static discharge. Let's grab the meteors. Let's go ahead and put 5 points into the meteors. And that'll be it for the moment. So what do we want to actually put for the runes? That's the only thing that we don't have here. Five Below just opened. That's the one that's down the street. All right. Sorry. She wants to know if she wanted to go to Five Below. I was just being polite. Okay. So we need the meteorite one, I think, and we want to get it like with as much offering as we can, but not necessarily like an insane amount. I was thinking since we're a range class and we don't necessarily have to be like in the thick of everything, Neo might be a good one, which is deal damage after not taking any within 5 seconds. And you have like 300 offering. I think that might be a good choice. And we pair up the 300 Neo with the meteorite one, which is Ton. So we have a Neoton. Why does that sound like it comes from the Matrix? The Neoton Revolution. And then what do we put alongside that? Like, so what other rune word do we add in with the fire to really, really pump it up? Trying to think here. I mean, we got the vortex, but could suck everything in. Do a little suck, you know. Who doesn't like a little suck? Let's be perfectly honest. Everybody likes a little suck. Don't lie. Well, actually, this one, cooldowns. I was thinking about cooldowns because obviously a meteor is a cooldown, and then you get cooldown reduction, and then you're spamming as much of the cooldown reduction as you can, right? So like that's like a whole thing to get as much cooldown reduction as you can. It's currently down to 3.26 seconds, so we could potentially go with like a cooldown build, and we could run the cooldown as our offering for the other one. But what is the other thing that we actually want to proc? That's the question. Maybe we proc Petrify for the critical strike damage. Can you evoke a skill of your own class, like Sork evoking the meteorites? Yeah, you can. Anybody can. But according to what the developer said, who showed up in the chat, he said that some things aren't counting as skills because they're not skills. So the rune that says, the ritual rune that says that you evoke another class's skill, so it says evoke power from another class, but he says it's a bug. It's supposed to say evoke a skill from another class, which is to refer specifically to the fact that it has to be a skill, not just simply like an effect that the character has. So like the meteorites that are coming from the Shattered Stars aspect is not considered a skill. So when I'm utilizing the rune word Neoton, which gives me the ability for the Graceful Inferno, basically, which is going to give me all the little meteorites that are falling from the sky, that's not technically a skill. It's an aspect on the character, so it doesn't count for the for that particular one. It's not the same. Which is, it's kind of like an interesting way that you can control whether or not it allows you to get a huge amount of resource or not. Standing still for 3 seconds. Lucky hit up to 100%. Travel 5 meters. I'm still trying to figure out what I want for the other rune word. Or the other rune. Like, invocation rune. I think this one might have something to do with my passive. So let's pull these passives, and we're probably going to be using the meteor passive, right? Because why not? Because we want more meteors falling. We want as many meteors falling as we can possibly get. That's part of the whole meme. What other things could we potentially add in here? Fireball explosions, which is burning damage. We also get the burning damage itself. Whenever you cast a non-basic skill, that might work with some of the runes. I don't know. That one actually might work. We can also grab the Mystical Frost Nova. Or we could just simply get plus the skills to enhance the meteor damage, which wouldn't be terrible. There's also that one there, which is the Vex rune, which is plus 3 skills. I do believe I have that currently on my boy. So let me go grab another pack of runes. Where is that in? Progression? Where are the rune boxes at? I can't even remember what section they were in. Crafting materials? No, that's Temper Masterworking. Obel's Gold, that's not it. Equipment? Probably equipment. Yes, okay. I believe they all stack, so I should be able to just open up the panel and just shove them all in here, and I should be fine, right? Yes, they do stack. Okay, good. Well, that works out beautifully, and that'll make it really easy for me to see which ones I'm missing, too. Because they'll be the only ones with one stack on them. I'm not sure I like the rune pickup sound. I don't know if you guys can hear it because I have my sound turned down really low, but just for a second here. Okay, just for a second here. It's okay. I like the Diablo 2 rune sound better, I think. I definitely like the rune sound from Diablo 2 better. But it's okay. Do I detect a grenades nerf incoming? Maybe. Maybe grenades, I don't know, maybe. Barbarian's Earthquake, Restore Primary Resource, Critical Strike Chance. Maybe we go with, Concussive Stomp, non-basic skill. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we go with the Rare Rune of Invocation so that the consumes all the resource to do additional damage, since we should always have resource. I'm not sure if that would work with the Starfall since it turns into a cooldown. I mean, we could always try. Why not? And then for that one, we could use, for the Ritual Rune, something that's going to be easy for us. I mean, I don't see why not. I think the cooldown one would probably be really easy for us. Yeah, let's do the Yule Rune, so the cooldown one. And then let's add a couple of cooldowns on here too, so that we have other things to use as cooldowns other than the regular cooldowns that we currently have access to. So we can grab, of course we're not using Shockwave anymore, which does make this a little bit more difficult. But let's just pull from the familiar for a second so that we can grab one of the other cooldowns. So we'll grab Ice Blades. Now we got 4 cooldowns, so this should be neat. And I just realized that this is way too loud. I normally have this down to like 7 or 8. Oh man, that was like hurting my ears. Alright, let's see how crazy these meteors get. What runes are you using to have issues summoning the Zol rune to proc off? Oh no. What's the Zol rune? That's the, which one is the Zol rune? I can't remember. This one right here. That's where he was talking about. He said it's a bug. It has to be a skill. Where was that at? That's why I copied this stuff down so I could pull it up later. Ooh, Fio isn't F. Yep. Advanced tooltip. Did I not copy it? I'm a terrible person. Oh, yeah, here it is right here. So this is what he was talking about. This is the developer from D4. He said the tooltip error, it should read evoke a skill from another class. So no dancing bolts, but yes to petrify. That'll be fixed soon. So anything that counts as a skill on a character will work for Zol, but not things that are not skills. So the wolves aren't the wolves' skill on the druid, so that doesn't work. The dancing bolts is not a skill on the druid, so that doesn't work. But petrify is. Iron Maiden, there's like the abhorrent decrepify. Those are skills. So anything that actually counts as a skill, that's what you need to be looking for. All right, so meteor time. Let's go. Let's see how this works. Holy meteorites, Batman. Okay, we need multiple training dummies for this. Dude, you can't tell me that's not amazing. You cannot tell me that's not amazing. That is glorious looking. Look at all my little meteorites. Dude, a meteor build might be on the table this season. Meteor build might be on the table, my friends. Dude, that is insane. I actually really like this one glyph. I don't know how useful it's going to be when you're actually in combat, but it's the one rune called, I think it's Yule? No, not Yule. Neo. I think it's the Neo rune, the one where you deal damage after... if you deal any damage after not taking any damage within 5 seconds, it generates 300 resource. And it actually works really well. And it doesn't just trigger once. It continually triggers on any damage that you deal after not taking damage for 5 seconds. And hands off the keyboard, it seems to re-trigger itself. You see it re-triggering itself, I'm not doing anything. It'll just re-trigger itself with 300 resource over and over and over again as long as you don't take damage. It's actually really good. And 300 is enough to overpower a lot of the multiplier, the effects too. So if you're using this one, it seems like this one works really effectively to create a situation where you're being rewarded for not taking hits. Now, of course, if you take a hit, you lose the effect, and then you have to not take damage for 5 seconds to regain it back. But it's not impossible to avoid getting hit. So this one could be a really big game changer for players that are more ranged classes, ones that stand back. Because I feel like this one is going to be very useful for those characters that are able to stay out of damage. Maybe not so much for the melee classes. You poor melee classes are going to be stuck with just silliness, but... Dude, I love this. This is great. This is absolutely amazing. What was I using in the other one? I'm using the one that gives me the pugilistic reckless sacrifice. So your next basic, non-basic skill spends all your primary resource. It works with Meteor too. It does. I like that a lot. I like this like a lot. It's so beautiful. I'm not really set up for damage output though, so I'm probably getting my booty cheeks clapped. But let's go see what it looks like when I actually use it on real monsters. Let's just go use it on a random monster out in the field, just for lulz. Come here, random little monster. Oh, what's up, buddy? Oh, what's the matter? Oh, do you like meteors in your face? Because I've got, like, lots of meteors for your face. I got many meteor, okay? Many meteor. All the meteor that you would ever want, my friends. So many meteor. So many meteor. Dude, it makes a really fun game of keep away too, because as long as you stay away from the targets, you keep getting meteors. So they just keep falling as long as you don't get hit. So you're just like running around trying not to get hit. You're like, don't touch me, no, don't touch me. Don't touch me, ew. Ew, don't touch me, no, ew. Ew, don't touch me. Don't touch me, ew. Ew, don't touch me. Oh, he touched me. He touched me, don't you touch me. Ew. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. How do you not touch me? Don't touch me. Don't you touch. Don't you touch it, touch. Not touch it, touch. Do not do the touchy touch. Do not touch. No touch. No touch. No touch. I wonder how well this works with the wolf. It'd be kind of interesting to see how well this works with the wolf if we do like the Neo wolf. Neo wolf. Time for Neo wolf, boys. Let's go. Neo wolf. Neo wolf. Neo wolf. Neo wolf. Neo wolf. Neo wolf. Wolf, 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 Neo, Neo, wolf. Wolf, 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 Neo, Neo, wolf. Wolf, 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 wolf. We're blessed and we don't know it, period. I mean, yeah, I know it. I knew it for a long time. When I was younger and like, learned about all the like starving kids in Africa and stuff, and I'm like, and I'm in the United States and I'm eating good and I got a full belly and you know, like a little kid's pot belly going on, and I got my cheesecake in front of me, you know. Yeah, like I knew, like we're just some people just have it worse than others. I remember one time I remember saying something to myself. I'm like, man, I'm glad I didn't get born in like such and such place. I'd be a slave by now, or I'd be beaten to death, or like left out in the woods to starve. I was, you know, like I think a lot of people realize that we're not dummies. We're not dummies. All right, so we need to take the. We're gonna take this out. Hold on. I just want to see if we do like the Neo with the wolves. Let's try the Neo with the wolves, and let's see how that works. Might as well just go to the HellTide. Am I in? I didn't change it. Change it to World Tier 3. And let's go to the HellTide. Let's see how much it keeps them up. At 300 per, it should be summoning 3 wolves every time the cooldown or whatever it is occurs. So we're getting 3 wolves, 3 wolves, 3 wolves. I don't know if they're going to overlap on each other because I don't know what the timer is for the Neo runes. There seems to be some sort of internal timer as far as like how it works. I think it might actually be just 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds it checks, have you taken any damage? No, then it just automatically applies 300 offering, and it just does that repeatedly. So that could be it could be really interesting for how this build works. I took damage. I still got 3 wolves though. Haha. Punks. Don't touch me, don't touch me. I got 6 wolves, 6 spirit wolves. Wow, this works a lot better. All I gotta do is just not get hit for 5 seconds. That's actually pretty easy. Just do a little run around. We're just gonna run a little around. Do a little thing. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. Run a little around. Do a little thing. Get down tonight. Yeah. Get wrecked, suckers. Punch you in the face with my rock. Or a rock at your face. Yeah, the spirit wolves are like always active now. This is great. So this is really interesting because it basically comes down to I totally died there because I was stopping to talk and being silly. But it really comes down to trying to figure out the best possible way to activate the runes for your respective build and how your respective build works. So, you know, if you've got like a build like mine where you don't necessarily need to be in combat, the Neo rune actually works out really well and you just kind of run around in circles while your Neo rune does everything for you. Like, oh yeah, like, give my DJs. Die. My little spirit wolvies. I got my little spirit wolvies and y'all just jealous of my little spirit wolvies, that's all. Don't be jealous of my wolvies. I mean, you should be, but don't be, because you can get yours if you want. You can get your own spirit wolvies. Oh, how dare you knock me off my horse? My wolvies is going to slap you silly. Don't get slapped silly, because that's what happened. Nope, can't touch this. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. I'm just messing around. I'm trying to see like how the spirit wolves react, like how often they spawn, like how easy it is to keep myself from getting hit, obviously, which is also a whole thing. Looks like my wolves are all dead. All my wolves died. Or I just didn't resummon them, so that's all probably also a thing. Like, I'm just, like, these wolves are ridiculous. I could just, like, sit here in the middle for the most part. And yeah, I'll get hit every now and then, but... I got my spirit wolves up, too. You can see them running around, murdering stuff. Holy dog pile! Poor Blood Maiden. Oh man, and I got killed by. I couldn't see anything because one of the barbarians was here spamming, spamming the weapon throw on the ground, so I couldn't see the explosions. They gotta work on the weapon throw, like visibility, kind of make it a little bit more ethereal for other classes. I couldn't even see what was going on the ground. Okay, so that's really good. That's a really good way to potentially do things. How would that work with like the Neo rune and the stun grenades? That seems like a really nice little combo. Oh, have a good night, Irene. Let's see. We'll go to do I have a character even set up for like stun grenade stuff? I do not. I guess we could always just do one real quick. Like, what's the big deal? I'll just, I won't be able to get it perfect or anything, but we can at least throw the aspects on, and we can like pretend. We can do a little bit of pretending. Okay. So let me get some equipment from the vendor here. I think we're gonna need the uniques, right, if we're gonna do the stun grenade thing. Because isn't what like Saboteur's Signet, I think, is one of them. Like we'd probably want to just go ahead and grab like all the grenade stuff just to see how ridiculous it is. Let's play with it. So grant all uniques. Fancy smancy unique. Alright, so first off we need... Do we set this up with Word of a Con? I feel like we set it up with Word of a Con so we can spam Rain of Arrows, which will help us spam grenades maybe, if we do it that way. That could be an interesting way to approach it. And I think maybe we set this up with Scoundrel's Leathers, perhaps? Could be an interesting way to go. Other than that, though, we're missing the ring. Alright, let's go ahead and scrap the rest of this. Power Master Optimus Prime. Stray toasters. He's my buddy, Power Master Optimus Prime. Don't be jealous of Power Master. Okay, so there's the casting a core skill has a 45% chance to throw a stun grenade. We want that because we're going to do the stun grenade stuff. And then we also want casting smoke grenade. And that's the one that's the stealthy one. We don't necessarily want that one. There's the Air of Perdition. Kind of looks like a helmet from Lord of the Rings. The Umbocrux. We probably use the Umbocrux because we're going to be doing traps. We want the one where your stun grenades... We need the aspects where your stun grenades turn into traps. That's basically what we're going to be looking for. So let's go ahead and throw like a Ring of Starless on because we might need that. And then let's go ahead and scrap those. We need like some random legendary items. Do I have any? I got a dagger. Okay, I got a dagger. Good, that'll work. Requires level 60. Okay, we gotta level up our character. Alright, there we go. Oh, the Umbocrux isn't maxed out either, is it? And there's no way I have a bow in here. I guess maybe I could try and gamble a bow. Let's just try gambling a bow. Bunch of 750 bows, no 800s. That'll work for right now. Alright, let's just grab some random legendaries to fill out the rest of the slots, and then let's throw some doojanks on. So, equipment. Grant random legendaries. We need pants. There's some pants. We need the gloves. Any gloves down there? I don't see any gloves. It's a lot of rings and amulets. Where's my gloves? Shoes? No shoes, no gloves. Where's my shoes? Any shoes? Any shoes and any gloves? I see no shoes. Only pants. Nope, there's no shoes. And there's no gloves. At least I got pants. Alright, let's try again. Or maybe I should just gamble them. It seems like I get better items if I gamble. What do I choose for the obols, Leon? The crafting materials?
Yes. And you have to spam it. You mean the obfuscate or you mean the
obols? Yeah.
The obols is separate. Obol says obols.
Okay.
But the obfuscate is in the materials.
I have fancy pants? I do have fancy pants. Don't be jealous of my fancy pants. Do not be jealous of the pants, for they are fancy. And that is all that you need to know. The fanciest of the pants. Alright, so now we need to look in here and find anything that has anything to do with grenades. Which there is a lot, by the way. The one that we really need, however, if we're going to scale this properly, to get the effect that I think we need, is we need the one that turns our grenades into trap skills so that we can scale them. I can't remember which one that one is. Explosive Verve, that's it. Your grenade skills count as trap skills. Whenever you arm a trap or drop grenades, you gain a 30% movement speed bonus. So that can go on our boots. So that's our first grenade-related ability. And let's take a look at some of the other ones. You automatically drop smoke grenades at the end of a dash. Enemies hit by your stun grenades have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to be frozen. That could be interesting. Then we also have caltrops and smoke grenade receive a stun grenade. Receive all stun grenade benefits. We also get a 45% multiplier to our stun grenades, so that seems like a really nice one. Does the multiplier go up on a two-hander? It does. When you spend 75 energy, you release a cluster of exploding stun grenades that deal total physical damage, and your stun grenades get additional damage. When you evade or shadow step, you drop a cluster of stun grenades. There's a bunch of crazy stuff here. Okay. I think that one is probably a good one. Let's throw that one on. And then what's left? We've also got like defensive. On taking damage from enemies surrounding, drop a smoke grenade. Utility. We got the explosive verve one. I was thinking the frostbitten one might be kind of nice too. So that they freeze. We're missing one, which is the one of surprise, which gives another 45% increased damage. Because there's 3 different ones. So we have the trickster one already. We don't have the opportunist, which is when you enter or break stealth. Do we have anything on our gloves yet? We don't. Okay. So we could either do evade or shadow step. You drop a cluster of stun grenades. Or I think evade or shadow step is probably better. Yeah. I think that's probably better. Alright, well this is going to be silly. I hope you guys are ready for silliness, because this is going to be silly. Let's go ahead and set up for traps too while we're at it. So let's go to respec mode. Refund all. And we're actually not going to do death trap because poopies. What do we want to do for our basic? Probably just something like puncture maybe for the vulnerables. And then we need a spender, something that we can use to just like plow through monsters. So I think we're just gonna do rapid fire, and we're gonna get the one that allows us to refund our rapid fire so we can get it back. We're also gonna put 5 points into caltrops. We're gonna put 5 points into poison trap, and you'll see why in a minute because we're gonna be scaling traps. So let's do this one. And we're also going to do this one. And then we do have Word of a Con, but we don't necessarily. Let's just grab, like, we're using Shaco, so we don't really have to grab those. We have points in them no matter what. We're going to grab Rain of Arrows, which we shouldn't even need to put multiple points into. That should be fine. And then we're going to grab the Exposure, which is going to give us the drop a cluster of stun grenades. So dealing damage to an enemy has affected by a trap has up to a 25% chance to reduce the active cooldowns of your trap skills by 20%. Dropping a cluster, exploding of cluster grenades. So that's just another way to get even more cluster grenades, which is exactly what I want. Let's go ahead and we'll stack points in Rain of Arrows because we don't have like a perfect one of those. We're going to be stacking poison damage because, of course, poison damage is through the poison trap itself, which is fine. So we might as well snag these. The caltrops is physical, and the death trap is shadow. Trying to think here if we should. I think we should probably snag this one. This one. We're also going to grab the ultimate one, which is, or this one right here, Innervation, and we're also going to grab Aftermath. And ultimate skill steal, increased damage. I don't think we really need that one, but we do want Trap Mastery. And we also want that one. Man, this is going to be fun. You guys wait until you see this craziness. I think we also want to grab Smoke Grenade because we do have some abilities that drop Smoke Grenades. In fact, we might actually be using Smoke Grenade, so let's go ahead and cap that. And this is not like a completely 100 setup build, but we're gonna play around with it anyway. What do we got for skills right now? Okay, so we're using a puncture for our main ability. We've got rapid fire just for the ability to spam. In fact, we might actually be okay with barrage. We might go with barrage instead. I'm not sure. We really just need to spam attacks. We don't need to do anything fancy there. We're not going to put caltrops on the bar, believe it or not. We are going to put smoke grenade on the bar. We're also not going to put poison trap on the bar. Yeah, I know. We're going to be putting that on the bar, and we probably want Shadow Step, just so that we can get the ability to spawn extra stun grenades that way. And we also need... I don't even think we do the imbuements. I think we just move on from the imbuements, which means we can include one of the traps. Probably not caltrops. I guess we'll use poison traps. And that should be pretty much it. We could grab some of the, like maybe weapon mastery bonuses. grab weapon mastery. Alright, and then we need the runes. I totally forgot about the runes. Let's put the runes in real quick. Alright, so we need sockets. And so we're going to be using the stun grenade one. That one's a given. Like 100%. So let's just go ahead and throw that in something. Now, what are we going to do to activate the stun grenade thing? What's our ritual? And then what else do we want to throw into the mix as well on top of that? I think maybe there's one in here, which is this one right here. It's the rogues countering concealment. This one actually puts you into stealth. And I was actually thinking about this one earlier because there is one on there that drops stun grenades every single time you go into stealth. So adding in some sort of stealth component to this could be interesting. Basically just giving us the stealth constantly. So maybe we go with that for the second one. But we need activators. So what are the rituals that we're going to be using for this? I feel like the spending one might be good for this one. Oh yeah, casting an ultimate skill. That one's definitely going to be for one of these. Let's use the ultimate skill for the stun grenades, because that'll put more stun grenades out, which is what we want. And then this one, which is the invoking concealment. We don't need that to happen all the time. But we're going to be spending large amounts of resource. So maybe we go with Pock. That sounds like fun. I haven't put in any of the Paragon points. We're just going to test this, and we're going to say that just takes way too long. I know there's a stun grenade one in there too, though. Like maybe we should at least grab the stun grenade one and just slap that on. Which one is the stun grenade one? Stun grenades. Give me some stun grenades. All non-ultimate trap skills have a 25% increased radius. Okay. I'm just making sure. I was pretty sure there was one in here that had specifically to do with stun grenades, but 15% damage reduction after dropping a stun grenade. Explosive. Alright, well, let's do this. Because I do want to get like a good idea of how this works. Alright, so we want explosive. And it needs to be activated. And we're going to activate this one too. I might as well get them ranked up too while I'm at it. That way they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. The increased trap radius sounds actually kind of insane. So, I wonder if there's any tempers as well that can increase the total like number of grenades. Let's get the glyphs maxed out too. You just joined my Discord, Ninja Storm? Well, I appreciate it. We got lots of fun people in the Discord. If you're looking to join the clan, that's a separate process, but it should be in the Kinship GGM Charter, which is where the clan rules are. Paragon? Max all cliffs. There we go. Alright, let's do a quick check on the tempers just to see if there's anything really fun to include with the stun grenades before we go to the next, like, part here. Because I really want to, like, really see what it's going to look like when you get, like, everything all set up. Chance for death trap to deal damage, transfer caltrops not to consume charges, poison trap duration. I mean, those are all kind of nice. I think maybe poison trap duration. Or death trap double damage. Okay, well we got death trap double damage, that's fine. Do we have anything in here specifically for the stun grenades? Ooh, stun grenade size. Specialist evolution. Okay, that's what we're looking for. We want stun grenade size. We want them to be bigger. Boy, if you don't give me what I'm looking for, I ain't got no day. I ain't got no day. Well, inner sight duration, that's actually pretty good. It's not what I wanted, but that's pretty good. I forgot about inner sight duration. Inner sight duration is going to play a big role in on the way that this build works, so... Okay, well, we'll leave that. I'm going to grab another trap augments. And what do we got for, like, utilities? Smoke grenade duration, smoke grenade reduction. Barrier, that's pretty much just another grenade option. We're just going to choose it anyway. Let's just go ahead and grab all the smoke grenade stuff. And we should be ready. Let's go see how absolutely ridiculous this character is right now. Size matters for the grenades, that's what she said. Got a panther behind me. Alright, let's get multiple training dummies. Are you guys ready for this silliness? Because it's going to be silly. Oh, it's just a little baby building, then you fire off your items. Oh, just it's a little baby building, you fire off all your items. Silly silliness everywhere. Silly silliness in your hair. Silly silliness everywhere. Look at all my silliness, sir. So many explosions. The damage numbers are terrible because I haven't scaled anything. I'm looking at the effects mainly, not necessarily everything else. So the general idea here is that the traps are scaling, the trap damage is scaling the actual stun grenades, right? And then we use the Scoundrel's Leathers to give us the free casting, basically, of the caltrops, the poison trap, and the death trap. But basically we just have tons of traps going off on a regular basis. We're using the other things, like for instance, we have the shadow step. Like when you evade or shadow step, you get a cluster of stun grenades. So every single time we shadow step, we get a cluster of stun grenades. Every single time we evade, a cluster of stun grenades. Every single time we ultimate, cluster of stun grenades. Every single time we stealth, if we grab that one, we can also get one that makes it so that when we stealth, we also stun grenade. We also got the smoke grenade itself, so we can drop that one. And we're also utilizing that aspect that makes it so that we can you get like the chance equal to your critical strike chance that your grenades will cause the monsters to get frozen. So that's why you see like the monsters are freezing, because we basically have the ability to just like lock them down with the freezing effects. And when you tie it all together, you just get silliness. So like the free skills that are being cast from the innervation or the what is it called, the inner sight. So once you get that running, you're pretty much just doing this, and that's just, I'm not even doing anything other than holding down the button. Like, that's just me holding down the button. You see all the stun grenades that are popping up? Just tons and tons of stun grenades that are popping up. And I'm not doing anything other than holding down the button. And then at a certain point, then you start adding in everything else. And once you start adding in everything else, it just gets silly. So I'm going to just like, I'm going to start hitting all the buttons, basically. It'd be really interesting to see how far I could scale that. I mean, obviously I have got 190 Paragon points here that I need to put in. And I'm not using ancestral weapons, which does suck. So that's like a whole thing there. There's a lot of damage that can be grabbed from like this actual board. For instance, right here we've got the stun grenade damage, which is a pretty huge multiplier, but I need to grab all of the dexterity nodes within range. So let's go ahead and do that real quick to scale this as far as it will scale. We're going to grab every single dex node, no matter where that dex node is, so that we can get the full multiplier for this particular glyph, which I think that's all of them. Nope, there's one right there. So that is currently 2,733.7% stun grenade damage. With a 61.6% multiplier for grenade skills. Will it work well on bosses? I have no clue. I'd have to like fully build this thing to really get a good idea. This one is trap skills deal 54% increased damage. Now this one can also be scaled infinitely. Because we get every 5 intelligence, so we want to grab every intelligence points that we can within range, which is going to give us a total of 481. We got another one. There's another one there. Trap damage, so we just want to make sure we're snagging all this trap damage. Let's go ahead and grab these two. All right. Then we also are going to include some other stuff. So to scale this further, we need to start doing things like grabbing different boards here. So we probably want, after casting a mobility or subterfuge skill, this increases the damage of your next skill by 50%. Exploit weakness whenever hitting a vulnerable enemy. That one probably no witness, most likely. We're actually let's go ahead and grab no witness because we're using the ultimate thing. So that's how we're getting a lot of our damage, or free stun grenades, is we're going to get tons of free stun grenades from that. Alright, and then we're going to throw something else here. Let's see what other kind of multipliers we can get. Ambush, for every 5 strength purchased within range, deal 41.2% increased damage to affected targets by trap skills. Enemies affected by trap skills take 10% increased damage from you. Increase trap skills damage by 36.5%. Sold. So that's, again, going to affect our stun grenades, because our stun grenades are now counting as traps because of the aspect which converts our stun grenades into traps. So now we can cap this one out, which is capped based on strength. So we're going to want to pull every single strength node within range. All of them. And there's another one. Then we got a couple more up here. And there's one over here as well. So we're just going to take this pathway. Who cares? Actually, I don't know which one we take. Maximum life, poison resistance, damage reduction, or impairments. They're both kind of meh. I guess we go for the maximum life. ultimate damage and attack speed. Attack speed sounds good. Let's grab that. We probably should have went that way, but whatever. We got a whole bunch of extra points that we're going to need to spend anyway. What we got? We got trap damage. Alright, so let's grab trap damage. We also got damage reduction from monsters affected by trap. Trap cooldowns. And traps arm 5.5 seconds faster. Let's grab that too. Alright, and then now we're probably going to grab the exploit weakness. Is most likely our next bet. I don't even know what I'm picking here. Hold on. Poisoning damage. Poisoning damage is a big part of our build, so we might want to go with double poison damage. One of these, I think, increases damage. Non-physical damage. I mean, we are doing a lot of non-physical damage types, but the stun grenades are physical, I think. Which is also an issue. I say we probably go with Headhunter. Headhunter is a crazy one. It doesn't have a glyph cover for some reason, but it's there. That's the one that gives you a huge bonus to your like nodes. So we're gonna scale. We're just gonna scale dex on this one. We're gonna grab all the dex nodes. The normal dex nodes at that, because we get a huge amount of dexterity for every single dex node that we're running within range. And probably grab that elite damage. And what is that? That's 1, 2, 3, so we can still grab one more board. I don't know what other board is actually going to give us any benefits. When you attack an enemy with imbued skill, you gain 3% maximum resistance and 20% increased damage for that imbuement's element type for 9 seconds. I mean, that'll work for poison, that'll work for shadow, which I do have both of those in the mix. So that could work. Dense Macabre gives you a 50% damage bonus, but only on your next skill, which is not really going to work very well for us. Combo points we're not using. When inner sight gauge becomes full, you gain 100% dodge chance. Your core skills increase damage equal to 25% of your core damage bonus. I mean, we are using inner sight, but we're not scaling core damage. So that one's not really that important. You deal 5% increased damage for each nearby enemy that is crowd controlled, up to 25%. A nearby staggered boss provides. That one might be good. Let's do cheap shot. I think cheap shot's our bet. Okay, so we're gonna have to pull some points from some of this stuff. Want to keep the rare node there, but we can drop some of the things, but not all of the things. Alright, and so for the last glyph, what else do we want here? I was thinking maybe we do tracker, because although we're not using like poison as our primary damage type, tracker doesn't just increase damage, it increases damage versus poison targets, and that way we're getting a bonus to the poison and we're also getting a bonus to the anything that's hitting the poison targets, right? So we'll try that one. And then we need to sack a couple points here and there to make this work. So let's pull some damage to elites. Let's pull some vulnerable damage bonuses like Big Whoop. Let's see if we can activate this last one. So this one is intelligence. And then we've got what, vulnerable damage, so a big chunky boy vulnerable damage there. Trying to. Okay, so that's activated. That's about as good as we're gonna get it right now without like really min-maxing. We need a better Umbercrux. Unfortunately, the Umbercrux is really. It's really low. It's only a 527 Umbercrux. Maybe if we go open the chest for a little bit and try and get a better Umbercrux. I mean, I'm not going to be able to get one any other way other than the chest, so there's really no choice. I don't know why they wouldn't have set the uniques coming from the thing at 750 at the very least. It seems kind of weird.
Yeah, that's annoying, but it's what we got. It's way better than it was before.
Oh, yeah.
Minor tweaks.
Minor tweaks, my friends. Minor tweaks.
This new chess piece is insane, by the way. Shroud of False Step.
Oh, yeah? You like it?
I love it. It's just way more damage. I just have to fix my resistances. Probably gonna add earthquakes in.
Well, a 631 Umbercrux. Okay, that's better. That's that's better than I had before. You see my absolutely silly stun grenades? I don't know if they're actually going to do any damage, but they're silly.
Yeah, I think the most fun are the runes you're playing with. It seems like the high-end runes are like just kind of more damage. They're just more damage, right? It's just like generic.
Yeah, but the ones that I'm playing with are actually fun. It's like you're summoning a huge number of wolves, or like dropping 8,000 stun grenades, or like, you know, like summoning a whole bunch of lightning bolts that are shooting out of you.
It's like changing your game, right? Changing the gameplay.
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Okay, so let's try this now that we got this girl set up. Hey, look, we're actually doing some damage now. I mean, she doesn't got no resistances, and her armor's not well set up, but we could put some gems in. Let's take her into one of the higher difficulties, and let's just see how she does. I don't know. I have no clue how this build is going to work, but it looks fun, and I bet you with all the stun grenades and everything I've got going on, the monsters can't even touch me half the time, which I think is pretty hilarious. And you know what? That's an interesting thought, is that the stun grenades are going to be stunning everything all the time. Do I really want to go with spending resource when I could be going with... Isn't there a ritual rune that gives you, like... It's not a lot, but it's like every time you inflict a crowd control that's not a slow or a chill, you get 5 offering. With the number of stun grenades that I'm using, assuming, of course, that it actually works, that the monster gets stunned multiple times. I don't know. Could be better than the spending resource thing. Kind of like feeds into itself, perhaps. I don't know. All right, let's just put some sockets in. Let's like really see our full potential here. All right, so we need what? Dex gems, which are emeralds, I think. Yeah. All right, so I need 2 dex gems. Or no, I need 4 dex gems. And then we also probably want... Actually, we probably just want 2 more dex gems for the for the weapons, which is the critical strike damage. So there you go, all green.
Looks like people want you to do another React video tonight. Another thoughts video.
I love it. I like it. I love it. I like the rune words. I don't like the leveling, but it's kind of turdy, and maybe we take the good with the bad. How about that? I think I'm hopeful. I think that given the feedback and the understanding of what's going on, like I'm plenty of people besides me have given feedback on this. I think they'll make the appropriate adjustments. I think the rune words are looking really good, and I think in general we're going to see a lot of fun in season 6. I think 6 is going to be fun. I'm glad. Me and Leon have said this before. We are very glad. All of us are very glad that they did a PTR, because I feel like if they hadn't done a PTR, it would have turned out horrible. But with the PTR and everybody providing their feedback, I think it's going to go really well. I need to change the difficulty. That's what I need to do. I forgot. All right, let's just go easy on ourselves. And I haven't even done a pit yet, so I got to go do a pit so I can get access to the. Yeah, let's go do a pit. I think I could just unlock it, but let's go do a pit anyway, because that way we can test ourselves in the pit. Munching on tangy cheese and cool original Doritos. That's right. Alright, let's start off easy with this build, because I have no clue how good this girl's gonna be. Let's just go to 20. We're gonna start off with a 20. This is a really weird build. I've never really done a stun grenade build before. Have you ever played around with the stun grenades?
Not fully. I didn't fully commit. I'm using them in my dancing thing because it spawns grenades, but I'm not fully committed to grenades. I've never done it. Are you using a grenade keystone passive or no?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm using traps. So
Keystone, trap, grenade, passive, like the combo?
Oh, is it like all the same thing?
Yeah, it's all in one. It's like your stun grenades or your trap skills have reduced cooldown, and then your grenades, like, it drops grenades or something. I forget what it's called.
Yeah,
it's on the right side, usually.
Exposure, lucky hit, dealing damage to an enemy has affected by a trap skill, has up to a 25% chance to reduce trap skills, drop a cluster of exploding grenades. Yeah, so like I got like grenades coming from every orifice of my body. Like there's grenades everywhere. Like I got the grenades coming from the Runeword. I'm using the casting one ultimate skill immediately throws grenades down because it's only like 100 and I know it's 150 for the thing. So I'm spamming Rain of Arrows, which is dropping grenades every single time. And then I'm using the every time you evade or you use Shadow Step, you get a cluster of grenades. So anytime I evade or Shadow Step, I'm getting grenades. I also got the Smoke Grenade, which I'm using to summon the Umbercrux. So that gives me the Umbercrux-like thing, which is also counting as a trap. So I'm scaling traps that way, and I'm getting the grenades when I cast that. And then I'm also using the Explosive Verve, which makes it so that all my grenade skills count as trap skills so that they're scaling with the trap damage. I think that's like the most important thing there. And then I'm using Saboteur's Signet too, which is casting a core skill, which has a... wow, this is a terrible... Wow, that's terrible. It rolled 15% out of 45 and 725 out of 1,000. Hold on, let me get a better... Let me go get a better Saboteur's Signet. That thing is horrible. God, how did I get like the worst possible roll on Saboteur's Signet that you can ever possibly get? I mean, today is really about the rune words, G Columbia. And if I had to say in the like simplest and single sentence, wow, I like them. They're really good. Like I'm impressed. They put a lot of thought into it. They took a lot of initiative in trying to make them fun, more so than just to make them useful. I feel like a lot of the higher, like Leon was saying, like a lot of the rare ones are just, they're useful, but they're not necessarily fun. Then they added a bunch of fun ones too, which are also useful, and it's really neat, like theory crafting and trying to come up with ways to utilize them as best as you possibly can. I'm gonna like get another pack of uniques, I guess. I kind of wish they'd split it up a little bit more instead of just giving you all the uniques. You could have done like just rings or just amulet or jewelry, weapons, etc. That would have made it a little bit easier instead of having to pick up all of them and like compare. Okay, so there's a much better Saboteur Signet. That's way better than the one I'm currently using. Is this Umbercrux better than mine? No, no, it's not. Yeah, I was only using a 15%er when it was like up to a 45% chance to drop grenades. I'm like, what about my my Scoundrel's leathers? I could compare those too, because mine's currently a 62% chance. It'd be good if I could get that to 80. I'm doing a lot of percent chances here. You know, Leon, I was really jealous. I'm gonna say something right now. I was really jealous. He said that in the system or in the internal testing, they were doing all like that crazy testing where they were like testing out all sorts of just like absolutely silly things that they could do with the system, like 1,000 wolves or something or stupid like that. Man, I am super jealous. I am so jelly. I want to be able to summon 100 trillion wolves. Come on. Come on. Who doesn't want to be able to summon 100 trillion wolves and break the server and cause the whole thing to crash? Everybody does.
Right now.
I've always come to the conclusion that like if you give players a chance to break the server, they totally will, and there will be no regret in their heart. They're just like, look, we're not sad about it. Okay, look, we summoned 6,000 Uber Diablos into the middle of town, all right, and it was glorious. And I know the server broke, but all right, just like get off our back about it, all right? It's not that big of a deal. You're fine. The server came back online. You know, server's back up. Stop whining. Quit whining about it.
Our server.
I wanted to know. Do, 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 do. Do I want maybe like I was actually thinking maybe I throw in Writhing Band of Trickery in there too, instead of ringing the Starless Guys. I don't know if I can maintain the output, but that could be interesting as well. Because that way I could get the decoy trap, which also counts as a trap. It's like that's a whole thing as well. And then it's an interesting thought. Stop with the malarkey. No, I want all the malarkey. Who doesn't want malarkey? Extra malarkey, please. Extra. Can I have extra malarkey? I would like extra malarkey. All the malarkey all the time. Like, do you have extra malarkey? Because I would like as much malarkey as you were capable of delivering. Call them up on the phone and request extra malarkey. They upcharge you They upcharge you for that, so do be careful. You don't want to. You might get upcharged. Alright, let's go. Let's go. We got a better one now. We got a slightly better Doojank. So let's geo. I think that answers the question of whether or not they watch my streams.
Hi.
What'd you say?
I said, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, I saw his name. I was like, this is totally the guy they introduced on the stream. And we Runeword. He's just chatting away, and Ginger's just going on and on. I'm like, Ginger.
I'm glad you sent me a message because I totally would have just like, well, I mean, I recognized G-Vun when you said it. I was like, oh yeah, that's the G-Vun guy, the guy from the campfire chat where they were joking about he should have runes named after him. It's got to be the most perfect thing I've ever seen. Like his name is literally 3 letters and 3 letters. Like there should totally be a G and a Vun rune. Like why would you not do that? Let's do it. What did he say during the campfire chat? He said, not that my narcissism wouldn't let me, but... Then he made like a joke about him being narcissistic. Man, this is like way too loud for some reason. Why is the volume in this game just like insanely loud for no reason? It has always been too, like...
Greetings.
I'm gonna bring this down to like 4. I feel like I'm yelling over the game half the time. Like, yeah, guys! You see here, dropping lots of grenades! Oi! Grenades, mate!
For the mobs, man.
I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, Suppa Soup, I've never gotten any official attention in the 4 years I've been streaming, so... So that is the first time you have seen that when you were, if you were here for it, you were here for the first time I've ever been contacted by Blizzard in any way, shape, or form. And yes,
they want
it's
to
nice.
see the D2 guy reaction to runes. That's what they wanted to see.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm super happy. This is the major thing I wanted in expansion. I kept saying it. Like, give me runes. I want runes.
Give me runes, 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 all of the runes. Oh, give me runes, runes, runes. Give me some runes.
Playing around with the Earthquake rune right now on the barb, and it's amazing.
I like the Fio rune. The Fio rune is really nice. They said that that was the one that they like struggled to like talk to the devs and have them keep it in the game because they were afraid it was going to break the game.
I think the 20-second cooldown is perfect on it.
Oh, it's 15. It's 15.
Oh, it's 15. I thought it was
Yeah,
20.
he said it's bugged. It's supposed to say 15, but it says 20.
Because like the effects you were proccing, the wolves are it's only 8 seconds, so it's not like you have them permanently.
I mean, it happens often enough, and the really cool thing is that some of them are highly defensive because like when you go into the injured state, like the spirit wolves freeze things. So if you go injured, all those spirit wolves like spawn around you like a pack of linebackers and start freezing everything. It's hilarious.
What's going on? What's killing me?
I think what we've learned from this is that like the devs are afraid they're going to break the game, and then like the thing that they thought was going to break the game, we're over here excited about because we loved it. And I think the moral of the story is they need to take that and like go further with it. I really like the blue runes. I think the blue runes are more interesting than the legendary ones. Like, don't get me wrong, at the end of the day, if I was min-maxing my character, if I was, you know, like Mudijo or something, and like the only thing that mattered to me was how high I could get my damage number, then, you know, I might be using those at the end of my journey, right? But at the same time, like, if I'm trying to have fun and I want to like make some really awesome builds and just come up with really cool concepts, I feel like the blue ones are just more interesting. They're way more interesting. It's way more fun to like summon a bunch of grenades or like summon a whole bunch of spirit wolves or like shoot down 8,000 meteors, and like it's so much more fun to do that than it is to just have like a petrify that pops up every now and then. Wow, I just annihilated that boss from existence. Okay. Goodbye, bossy boss. Poor guy. I don't even know what that was. He was like, bye. Yeah, the decoy, the writhing band of trickery decoy trap works good with this too, and it also provides trap damage, subterfuge cooldown. The decoy trap counts as a trap. It's affected as a trap, so it actually does really good damage. Let's push this and let's see how far we can go. And I don't know what my resistances and everything are set to. I think they're pretty terrible at the moment, so that's going to be an issue. You know what we can do? We can put this this new pair of boots on. We'll have to go respec a little bit and see if we can fix our resistances. Maybe throw some tempers on. Try and get some resistance tempers and whatnot so we can push it into a higher tier. It's too bad we can't get an ancestral Mortarcrux. I think that would change things a lot as well. I also don't have an ancestral bow either, which I think would also change things quite a bit. I think we need.
You can get that easily. Just boost the character. Just keep boosting a rogue, and you'll get ancestral gear. Like boost new rogues and just pass the gear over.
Every time I boosted, I didn't get any equipment.
Do the full boost. It'll do all your equipment.
What, apply?
It's like the top option.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here, I'll leave here and I'll just make a new rogue and we'll do that then.
Yeah, it'll give you all 800 ancestral gear.
Okay.
You can keep doing it so you got what you want.
All right. That sounds good. Let's do it then. So let me just make a new character. It doesn't really matter. I'll just make a rogue. Confirm class. Doesn't matter. Finalize. ASDF. Start. Doesn't matter. Okay, so what do? I go apply all boosts?
Yeah, the top one.
Warning, the following option will overwrite your character. Click to continue. So you mean to tell me that Xylor
Yeah, it warned you. You have to
read
click it, like,
the
3 times.
warning and still did it?
Yes. And you have to click again too, Ginger. It's not just the warning. Click the past the warning, it's another click.
Xylor. The Xylorian, my friends. The Xylorian. Okay, yeah, so it gave me a bow. Nice, it gave me some daggers. What else do I need? Pants? I think I need pants, and I need a pair of gloves. Everything else, I think, is fine. I mean, that'll at least get me better equipment so that I can actually try and see if I can push the damage on this build. And also do some tempers, too, so... I don't know, this stun grenade thing is fun. I also think the stun grenade thing could just simply be something that you do. Like, it's... I don't necessarily think you have to build around it, but it could be a fun one to throw in just for the crazy amount of stuns that you can pull in. Like, almost like a defensive, I guess. Could be a very interesting defensive. What did Xylor do? He overwrote his entire character and, like, deleted all his equipment. Even though it literally told him it was going to overwrite his character and delete all his equipment.
I'll be happy to tell you that even though that one guy cleared 100, this is no joke to get this high in pet, you need a lot of damage. Like, you need some serious gear and a lot of damage to get this high. I ran out of damage on pet 86, and now I found more damage. But I don't even think I could do 100 with this build and all this gear they gave me and all the glyphs 100, which is all unrealistic.
I mean, that's good, right?
It's very good.
That's good. I feel like it's a good thing that I like before when they did the 200s and 100 was basically unattainable, or 200 was basically unattainable. I like that. Like, I think that the end result should always be something that's like really, really difficult and like hardly anyone can ever get there. Honestly, I would rather even it be that like nobody can get there. Like, make the last couple levels like so hard that like even glitched characters can't do it. Like, I'm fine with that.
Taking off materials, my damage reduction's a little weak. I could put on another aspect for sure. I put on the earthquake damage reduction aspect.
I'm switching out some of the aspects too. And this one is okay. So we put Artful Initiative on the bow because that's like one of the better ones for spamming. Took Tricksters and put it on the gloves. We also want Gauntlets of Surprise. Yes. And we also need the utility one, which is Explosive Verve. I know I had a pair of pants in there too. All my stuff is so bad. What did I have on these? That was the Frostbitten. That's the Frostbitten aspect. I need to get stun size. That's what I need. Okay. So now that we got that set up, we go into the tempering, and I think what we really need more than anything is stun grenade size. What did you say the size is capped out at? 100? Or is it 75?
100.
Cooldown is a 75, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to try and get 100. That's going to be big for this build. That's going to be really big. Yes, we got a 30%. Okay. Now, for the weapon temper, I'm trying to really like think which one would be the best. So, the proc on my Scoundrel's Leathers has a chance to cast the traps on using of the core skill, right? So I could either go with the trap augments, which have a chance for death trap to deal double damage, chance for caltrops to consume no charges, which I don't want, or poison trap duration, right? Or I could go with the marksman augments, and I could try and get the chance for rapid fire to cast twice, which would cast more traps. Which one do you think would be better in that situation? Like, maybe like the double damage on the death trap or the poison trap, or should I go with the just the double cast in general. So that I'm getting off more core skills, which potentially means more traps.
I like that second option.
The more
Why not?
the more traps. Okay, so I'm gonna do the more traps. Nice, I got
We're
right.
trying to crash the server, so
Exactly. Why not? I wanna crash, I wanna crash this server of mine. Don't you wanna know, don't you wanna know? Alright, then we got smoke grenade cooldown reduction and smoke grenade duration. I think we go with smoke grenade duration. That would be my guess. But either one would be okay, I suppose. Not mad about either one of them. Alright. I'm pretty sure we need some defensives because our resistances are terrible. So let's go ahead and grab any resistance that we can. Preferably a good one. Nice, 50% fire res. Take it. I ain't gonna cry. I ain't gonna cry. I ain't gonna complain. And then let's also go with another smoke grenade. Wow, I got 2 duration decreases on smoke grenade. It's crazy.
completed in 86.
Okay, so how much do I have? I've got stun grenade size 30% plus stun grenade size 50%. So 50, 60, 70, 80. I think with masterworking that pushes me over 100 easily, so I don't want to go for stun grenade size again. Which means I probably want... Oh, there's smoke grenade size. Stun grenade damage. Let's do stun grenade damage. That sounds good. Ultimate skill damage. I am a bard in real life. Good. Good. 100% stun grenade damage. Nice. Alright, we need to reroll for some resistances because our character frickin' sucks for res. Well, blade shift is useless too. We're not using blade shift. Those pants suck. Alright. Let's do minor masterworking on this stuff. Masterwork this stuff because it increases our spamming abilities, basically. The first tier of masterworking isn't really that bad.
That's just like 100.
It's like nothing really. It's when you start getting into that third tier, that's when it starts costing you like a lot. You're like, oh god, stop it, please. Why is it cost so much? Alright, let's do some rerolls here. Triple masterwork, triple greater affix gloves. Life, critical strike chance, and armor. You know what? Let's just leave it alone. Blade shift is no good for us. We don't need fire res. And you give us fire res multiple times. That's beautiful. Poison resistance, I'll take it. The booties. We don't really need the energy per second, even though it is a really nice... There we go, shadow res. That brings us somewhere up to a acceptable level. And then we could probably take out some of the armor that we have from the gems and maybe throw in some appropriate gems to fix the resistance problems. So we need a lightning gem,
Fashion this into
and we need a cold gem. So 1 grand
well done.
and 1 grand sapphire. Oh look, we're capped. Nice, we did it. Okay, now we need our rune words in there, and we also need 1 more. Actually, we can delete this stuff now. I wonder if I did. Let's actually test this, because I can get these back. It's a good time to try for, you know, like, see if we can find faults. So I have the runes in the bow, the old bow. I'm going to destroy them. Is it going to give me back the runes? Yes, it did. Okay, good. Alright, so how do we have it paired up before? We had the stun grenade on the bow paired up with the ultimate. And then we had the Nair rune. And I had that paired up with the maximum resource spending, but I don't like that. I don't like the maximum resource spending. I think it's too slow. Let's try for something else. You know what? Let's do the Fio rune with it, because the Fio rune will trigger whenever we're in trouble, and it's something that makes us stealth. So it's going to give us stealth whenever we're in trouble. It'll work perfectly. That way we just, anytime we get like crowd controlled or injured, we just immediately enter stealth. And it'll be like the thing that saves our life. Alright. Alright, we're not really quite there on like for the defenses, but let's bump this up to like Torment 40 for the moment. We'll go 20 tiers higher than we were doing previously. Will ye ever stream Zelda 2? Ooh, man. Why are you
Retro
trying to
Gaming Sundays.
Why are you trying to torture me like that? $665,000 there. That was fun. I think we just kicked this build into overdrive with some tempers and some equipment. This build is overdrived. I'm really liking Scoundrel Leathers for this like spamming of my traps. I think it's just amazing. I didn't really like Inner Sight. I don't think Inner Sight is a very good ability. But that being said, if you look at Scoundrel's Leathers, it has some very interesting things, like a 63% Inner Sight duration, as well as a movement speed while Inner Sight is active. Like, so it makes Inner Sight last longer and also gives you like a movement speed bonus while Inner Sight is active.
Are you using True Sight?
What's that one?
It's an aspect that gives you like 100% more damage when enemies affected by Inner Sight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like double damage.
Sounds like it's
Or more than
insane.
that.
No, I went like full traps, so I've got like the Shade Totem from the Umbra-Crux. I've got the Writhing Band of Trickery to pull in all the monsters. I'm using the Saboteur's Signet Ring for all the stun grenades. I mean, honestly,
Well,
I
if you
might
can
be
fit it in.
I might be overdoing it on the stun grenades, but I have so many stun grenades.
If you can fit it in somewhere, it'll give you just a large. I think it's generic damage multiplication, so it'll work on your grenades.
This looks like I'm in freaking one of the tombs in Act 3.
Oh yeah, that looks really good. That must be a new area loaded in. That looks so nice.
This is beautiful. I like this area a lot.
Oh man, you're in the Flare dungeon now.
Okay, I gotta admit, this build dropping all these grenades all the time is super fun. I like it.
Call that build the poop build.
The poop build is where you poop out grenades everywhere. Just pooping grenades. That's your job. Poop, 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 pooping grenades. Poop, poop, pooping grenades. Everybody pooping grenades. Come on, baby, let's poop grenades.
It's the William Wallace build, but it's not lighting anymore.
Who doesn't like to poop grenades? Casting a subsurfill leaves behind a decoy trap. Am I getting the decoy trap? Is the Umbra-Crux like interfering with the decoy trap? I don't know, the Umbrecrux might be interfering with the decoy trap, I don't know. Let me try taking off the Umbrecrux. Oh, I can't. I can't even take off an item? Wow. I think the only thing about the stun grenades that I don't necessarily like, and might be a detraction from the build for some people, is that the stun grenades don't explode immediately. Like, they drop and then it's about like a... You know, even for thematic purposes, like, you know, like, to make it look cool. Obviously they're falling and then like the little circle and then they all start to explode and then they have like random explosion times, which makes them look really neat. But like from a perspective of trying to like dish out instantaneous damage, they're not quite instantaneous, if you know what I mean. They do explode pretty quickly though, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. But like if I like run by a bunch of monsters, it's kind of funny because I'll just be like running along and then I just go like, oh, let me just evade by these monsters, whoop, and then they drop a bunch of grenades on their head and then they die. I'm like shadow stepping all over the place too, because I have the one where like when you shadow step or evade, you get free stun grenades, so I'm constantly evading and shadow stepping. I guess I don't have the evade grants. Yeah, I have the wrong pair of boots. For this build, I would probably want the +3 charges or the one that resets the evade, so I can spam it more to get more stun grenades. I might have to change that, because that's kind of like a big detractor there, because I'm not getting the all the free extra stun grenades that I would be getting from the extra charges, or at least resetting the evade quicker through the other method. Dude, the Umbrecrux is a little magnet though, isn't it? I haven't really played around with it, but like you just be running along and your character will just start attacking it, and if there's no other monster within range, like your character is just trying to beat the crap out of that Umbrecrux, and you can't stop him. He's like, you gotta like hold shift and like move your character away.
This is probably the strongest build I've ever created. Not sure I'm doing everything right with them.
Well, I just annihilated a 40 with no problem. A little bit of... Well, I might not be the tankiest, but... doing just fine. Like, damage-wise. Just rip that boss to shreds. Where my resistance is sitting at. Yeah, they're not capped. 49.5 fire, 52.1 lightning, 52.1 cold, 68.4 poison, 62.2 shadow. So it's one of the things I'm going to have issues with on this build because I'm using Scoundrel's Leathers, which does reduce my overall resistances massively. It's unfortunate. I mean, my armor's still capped for now, but when I start going up into the higher tiers, I'm definitely going to lose more armor value. Hmm.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, what else do we want to test? There's so many cool things to test with this stuff. Like, do we want to see, like, how we could scale the dancing bolts on the druid?
That would be fun.
I feel like if you... Like, you... harkening back, Leon, do you remember? Like, doo-loo-loo-loo.
Pepperidge Farm remembers that time that Leon made an all-lightning Thor druid with lightning shooting out of every orifice.
That would probably be good on your Thor druid, the one that was just like
Oh,
shooting
yeah.
lightning everywhere. Like that's just more lightning for you. Like you're just that's just even more lightning. And
I
it's
should make that build on the PTR.
I would
Played
probably,
it since like season 2.
it's probably really powerful now. I mean, haven't they just added more and more stuff that could potentially be utilized for it now?
Oh yeah, the new glyphs are amazing.
I mean, on top of that, also the wolves can be storm, and the wolves are pretty powerful now. You can also do the ravens as storm effects too, which is that's kind of fun. Then they added some more aspects too that have to do with lightning, and then they got this thing with the dancing bolts floating everywhere. Dude, it's so cool when you use the freaking Neo God, I have to memorize all the names of these runes. The it's a Ka rune, Zol, Bach, Tam. Is the barb's earthquake and earth skill? No, the earthquake that you get is it's an aspect. So when you're invoking the earthquake, it's not a skill. That's the barbarian aspect, like the aspect of the Bulkathos and the earthquake aspect. So it doesn't count as a skill, but it does count as the barbarian's earthquake, which is used in a lot of his like different abilities. So you can use the earthquake glyph to scale the earthquakes. There's things like earthquake size, which you can apply to stuff. You know what I just realized? Are we right back where we started in when they first added the tempering manuals? Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know if you thought about this yet.
What?
Remember how like when people were complaining that you couldn't get vulnerable damage on certain classes or whatever, and you went over to the other class and tempered on what you wanted?
Okay.
So you can get earthquake size and earthquake duration and things like that. You can temper on things that will affect these runes.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So you could take it over to the other class, temper on earthquake size or earthquake duration, and you could increase the size or the duration of the earthquake. At least I think
That
you
is
can.
interesting.
I don't know if it would lock the item to a barbarian class or something. I mean, it'd be something that we could test. Like let's do this real quick. So I'll go get my barbarian. We'll grab like a weapon, and I'll temper on earthquake duration, and then or something. I don't know. I don't remember where the earthquake duration is. It might be on a pair of gloves or something. And then we'll put the rune on, and we'll see if it actually increases the duration. That'll be neat. Because if that's the case, then that opens up a whole nother fun little thing. Where, you might be able to even beef it up further by crossing over the tempers. So, I don't know. Where is, let me look in there first before I find a weapon. So, tempers, weapons. Okay, so it's not in the weapon tempers anymore because they took it out, right? Oh no, it is. It's wasteland augment earthquake duration. Okay, so we need a weapon that like the sorceress can use or something, because I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll go over to the Sork. We got no, I don't think he can do the staff. It's because it's not his weapon. Nope, it fits in the slot just fine. Okay, weapons, earthquake duration. Nope, I got Dust Devils. Dust Devils. Can I get Earthquake Duration? Earthquake Duration. Okay, so now we got 51% Earthquake Duration on an item. What about offensive? Is there any like earthquake related offensive stuff in the offensive tree?
Yeah, cast twice. I think cast twice is an offensive.
Earthquake.
Or it's on the weapon, maybe?
Well, I didn't see cast twice. I was looking in the weapon category, and now we've got Oh,
Is it
there is
duration?
earthquake cast twice.
Yes, yeah.
So it's
Maybe
earthquake
because of that.
duration and earthquake cast twice.
You can get duration on the, or you can get size on the utility.
Ooh.
So you can get the size, you can get the duration, and you can get cast twice. That's 3 different ones.
Okay, well let's just see if the duration actually works. So I have a test item. So let's put this back in here. Get the boop like that. And then we're gonna move over to my other character and we're gonna see if the earthquakes can be like augmented in that way. Because that's a good test. I like this test. It's a solid test. We like these tests. We do the tests and we find out the results and we tell you the results and you like the results because that's the results. What do you want, Kubus? The Monsum dog. Why are you such a big Monsum? How about that? He said, I'm not Monsum. He said, you Monsum. So this, you lie. Tell everybody I'm awesome. I'm just regular size dog. I'm not big, so you can wear it. It says barbarian only, but we're about to find out. One way or another, we're about to find out. You know what I'm saying? Earthquake tectonic plates on the druid. Cody the monster dog. Him's a big old monster. Cody the monster dog. Him looks like a log. 'Cause the Cody is the biggest dog that the biggest dog say. 'Cause Cody him's a monster dog. Him's a monster dog today.
I'm back. What builds are you playing?
I recently built a stun grenade, spam, stun grenade, more stun grenades, and some stun grenades. And oh yeah, there were some stun grenades. And Cody's got something for you. Oh yeah, it's a stun grenade.
Ooh, that sounds like you might have 1 or 2 stun grenades.
Couple, yeah. Is that a stun grenade in your pocket, or are you just happy to stun me? It worked pretty good too. I already cleared a 40 with it with ease.
Oh, very cool.
Right now, I'm testing something interesting. So we were thinking about the fact that there's cross skills, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, what about if you went over to like a barbarian and you tempered onto your weapon like earthquake duration, and then you used the earthquake rune on like a sorceress? Would it give you the earthquake duration on a
I
sorceress?
like
right?
that. I
Right?
like that. Yeah.
So that's what we're testing right now. I'm gonna see how this
Very
works.
cool. I like it. I like it.
All right, so we got the earthquake. Now we need our activation cost. Why you grumble at me? Don't grumble. No, with your little snoot. I see your little snoot. What do you want? Snacks? Wadums? Why don't you go play with Mr. Dusty Bones? How about that? And boop him on the nose.
Boop.
Right on the nose. That's your job. You can't stop until you boop him at least once. Right on the nose, with your nose. He said, that's tough. He said, him's small. Him's a small chilla. I've got a big nose, but him's nose is real small. That's not easy. Travel 50 meters. How much does it take for that? It's 100 offering. Let's just do this one, the Lithrune, which is stand still for... I think that'll probably be the easiest one to test it with. You just stand still for 0.3 seconds and it gathers like 25. It'll be really quick to gather enough to summon the earthquake, and then we'll be able to tell whether or not the earthquake is lasting longer or not. Long-lasting freshness and the freshness is long-lasting and long alive.
I need more time.
Cody, you're such a baby. I took you out a little while ago. Baby. You're not going to get no more snackums and no more milk
Are
and
you
bones.
using concussive strikes? That seems kind of interesting. I didn't see that before. Does a lot of dazing and a lot of damage to dazing.
I love this cheating vendor.
Okay, the standing still one is really nice for this stuff, Leon. Look at my stream right now. Like, no hands. No hands. It's ridiculous. All you gotta do is stand still.
Oh, that's the AFK.
That's too hard for Xylor.
What are you talking about?
I don't think you can stand still. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Okay, so we need to figure out how long these last for. So, and also whether the duration is applying. So let's 1,000, 2,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000. So the last thing about 8 seconds without the staff. So with the staff, sorry. Without the staff, I don't even know if they'll spawn without the staff. So I gotta have some staff on.
Are you using the left rune?
Yes, the Lith Tech is what I'm currently playing with.
Okay.
2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6. Yes! The duration does work because it only lasted 5 seconds without the staff and it lasted like 8 seconds with the staff. So you can affect the cross-class skills by tempering on the other classes' stuff. This is amazing. This is going to be fun. So what else can we mess around with? There's tons of stuff you can do then.
So I take it you're looking forward to Season 6.
Oh, the runes are absolutely
We already
amazing.
were.
They are amazing. I think you missed it, Xylor. The devs showed up and they were talking and everything, and we were asking questions.
Oh, that's cool.
Like the guys.
Is that what you posted in Discord?
Yeah, they were in chat. That's what they were talking about in chat, and they were
Awesome.
asking questions and they were telling us stuff.
They're talking about bugs and stuff. Tooltip bugs.
Mhm.
Things that are being fixed soon.
Dude,
So they are paying attention to us.
I like this passive
Not
one.
you, Xylor.
Yeah, not you,
Not
Xylor.
me.
Well, no, probably Xylor, because he's like the pet. They got like a little picture of him in the office.
Yeah.
They have the one ring.
They got the one Xylor to rule them all. I'm really not sure what to think about this Lith rune. I think this Lith rune might actually be the most overpowered rune. There's something about the way that it works. There's no interruption for standing still, so all you have to do is stop moving at any point for 0.3 seconds, and then it immediately builds up enough to give you 25. And if you're using a relatively low activation thing, like the Earthquake, for instance, it's just constantly active. And if you do happen to stand still for a particularly long period of time, it is literally just like 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. Like, it's going so fast that it's honestly like it's counting up way too quickly. Because what is that? Like, if at 0.3 seconds at standing still in 1 second, that's what, 3, 6, 9, and then you've got a carryover of 1, right? So you've got 3 activations in a single second of standing still with a carryover of 1, and then you've got 3 more activations for the next second with another carryover of 1, and then you've got 3 more activations for the next second with another carryover of 1, which is going to equal another activation. So that's 3, 6, 9, 10. So in 3 seconds, you're going to cast 10 abilities at 25 offering per. That's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Yeah. Hey, Leon, guess what my crit damage is at?
7 trillion.
I don't know, but my nephew is just farting up a storm right now.
Farting up a
Sounds like you
storm.
need to fart in response. You got to counter fart.
It's a war.
It's a war, yeah. You got to counter fart. Like, that's how you do it. You definitely got to counter fart.
Yeah, my spears are doing ridiculous damage now. Even though I have a crappy fractured.
Yeah, that build's just broken, man.
Yeah.
Because I now have insane, like, I have my glyphs max to 100. I wouldn't call my gear insane, but it's pretty strong gear. It's probably the best gear you could hope for early season.
Yep.
And I'm around a 90. I can't do 100 yet. Maybe if I went for perfect gear, and I need perfect.
Yeah. So I got over 4,100 crit damage right now. Which I think is pretty good. I don't know. You
Man,
tell me.
I really want to try and set up like an earthquake barb with this. This looks insane. Do you see how many earthquakes I'm making like per second?
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of earthquakes. Like I'm literally like 1 second I'm making 3 earthquakes. And if you tied in, I don't know, like say ground stomp, you probably wouldn't want to tie in leap because leap is moving and that would reduce the total number of earthquakes that you're making. But I mean, I guess you could just for the damage reduction. But like if you tied in a couple other earthquake sources, you could easily hit like an insanely large number of earthquakes. Scale the earthquake damage as high as you could possibly get it, and just have like an insanely large number of earthquakes going at any given time. Cap out the earthquake double cast and cast out the earthquake duration. I think we're gonna do that. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's what we're doing. Cody, I don't know what you want from me. You always whining. Do you want me to stick my finger up your nose? How about that right up there and just get it in there and get a boogum and then I'll feed it to you right there. There's a boogum. There, eat that boogum. That's a good boogum. That's a Cody boogum. What do you think of that? You just like attention, don't you? You don't care what the attention is. You don't care if I'm plucking out nose hairs. You got my attention, and that's all you want, is you just want attention. You just want all the attentions. And the snacks. You want
So
all the attention
Xylar-
and the snacks.
Yeah.
While you're gone, Ginger clicked through the boost character and saw what you did and was laughing.
I laughed at you so bad, Xylor. There was literally a warning prompt, and they made you go through 3 warning prompts before they deleted your character. They were like, are you sure you want to do this? You're going to delete your character, and all the items on your character are going to be gone. Are you sure?
Yeah.
And then you have to
Okay.
click on that, and then they were like, are you really sure?
It's all good. It's not like I
You-
lost too much. I got it right back.
Well,
Other than the
it's
amulet.
still really silly. Did you just not read it?
No, I wasn't reading it. I was trying to go fast.
Well, you went fast, all right. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to check and see if he's got food and water, because he's being really...
Listen, I really
butt.
thought we could find a place where you can get like 300 paragons. You just was trying to figure it out.
No, I don't think they want us to feel that power. That's another thing. I am missing all that power. And that's crazy that the guy cleared 100 without even that power. Lightning Spear getting nerfed more. Liz is listening. Nerf Lightning Spear. The Storks are too powerful. No. Storks are probably crying.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, we're gonna be playing Spiritborn, so
It's true.
I don't think
It's
it
true.
matters much. I'm playing this while I can.
Well, how many builds can clear 100 right now is what I want to know. That's my. I want to
Yeah,
know.
so I'm gonna see if I can get to 100. I haven't pushed yet, so I'm starting to push. I'm doing a 70 right now.
Push it real good. I've crafted so many grandfathers, like 100, and I haven't gotten like a quad.
I got a quad of those. I got quad of almost anything.
Yeah, I saw you posted every screenshot like it was like a star to put on the fridge, like a golden star from the teacher.
Yeah, I just thought it was cool just to have a quad of each. And then I got my I lost my original quad Shaco and Terio's might, and then I found them again. So it's like, alright, all good.
The cheat vendor. Here to save the day. I'm a
I
cheat
basically
vendor.
opened up 33 mythic chests at once.
What? That's what you crafted a bunch of mythic chests and then opened them all?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
And I usually got a quad of something with those 33 chests.
All right, so we're setting up a barbarian. Come on, let's go. We are setting up a barbarian.
A barbarian leap earthquake might be fun.
So, I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this, but earthquake spam. That's the general idea. So what I learned is when I was playing around with the with that stuff is that let's make a new character specifically for this
How about
purpose.
are you gonna try a leap earthquake, Barb?
I don't know if I want to include leap, but it's going to depend on
You don't have to.
what I
The-
use.
What you might call it? All those aspects work. You don't have to actually use like to generate the earthquake. It still works, like the damage reduction or the ground stomp. You don't actually have to have them on the bar.
Let's see. Confirm class, barbarian.
I want to ask you if you're using the new chest mythic. Does the earthquakes cast while you're in stealth?
Yeah, somebody did mention that. I saw that. I was thinking about it. And I haven't tested it or anything. So
Well, that would be nasty if it did.
we're going to call him Rumble.
Are you ready to rumble?
Well, I was thinking more like Transformers Rumble.
Ah, yeah.
But,
That would be nerdier.
Nerdier.
Which is good. No, I'm saying nerdier as in better.
I see, Leon. I see Xylor.
Whoa, that's a mix-up I never thought would happen in my life.
Yeah, don't insult me like that. Come on.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Look, he confuzzled me, okay? Called me a nerd. Got my brain meats broken. You broke my brain meats. Don't break my brain meats. I need my brain meats for stuff and things.
What about materials, bro?
Okay, so we need all the strength points we can get. I'm guessing well, actually, no, there's a lot of strength here. Maybe this is the best place to do it. The breast.
Starter boards are
place
pretty
to do it.
good. Yeah, they're pretty good, the starter ones. I don't know if they're the absolute best, but they're pretty good.
Romp, 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 romp. Okay, so maxed out, I have 2,446 earthquake damage. 85 strength points. Oh, wait, no, 90 strength points. 2,589. Any more strength? Did I miss any strength? Okay, so that's like the main multiplier for what this build would potentially be, and then from there it's like other things that you could potentially multiply. Brawling skills. A lot of these are just not going to apply because they're to like specific things, and then I'm thinking maybe like I go with the bleeding. Because the bleeding will probably work. Like damage to bleeding.
Thorns.
So what you're asking me to do is build you a Thorns Barb Knight?
No, I already got it.
He's even stronger today.
Yeah, I leveled up on my cliffs while you guys were asleep.
You do what Xyler did tonight and craft a ton of mythics, like 1,000 mythics, and have 4 greater affix of all mythics, and post them in the Discord like it's like a gold star from his teacher.
No, I didn't even upgrade. I didn't use the cheat to get all the glyphs maxed.
Oh yeah, you didn't cheat? You better start cheating.
Force of Nature. Your earthquakes have a 75% chance to spawn dust devils every second and deals 1,170 damage. Earthquake damage is increased by 30% of your damage versus close bonus up to a maximum of 150%. That's the new one. That's the the Force of Nature one. So that's going to be like our second way. We're going to be spawning dust devils all over the place. Do I just build into dust devils with this too then?
Maybe.
I mean, what's
Just
special?
having
Ooh, earthquake damage.
Having the Dust Devil glyph, the Earthquake glyph, and taking the multipliers, and pretty much just scaling all of that. That's what I'm
Damage or
doing.
split.
Pretty much. Stat plus thorns. Most of my damage is coming from thorns, I think, though.
Well, I mean, you're getting a big multiplier from the earthquake glyph, so that is a lot. And then I believe thorns and earthquake are both physical damage. So if you scale physical damage, you're gonna get a pretty big bonus to both of them as well, which is certainly not terrible.
Pretty sure dust devils are as a big.
Man, there's a nice amount of earthquake duration in here too. There's a cap
Yeah,
on
it's
size.
like 120.
There's a cap on size and there's a cap on cooldown, but there's no cap on duration, right? So I could just take as much
I would
duration
assume
as I
there
want.
is, but you probably hit it just from the board.
I mean, with the board, I'm at 45%, another 45% if the requirements are met, which is willpower, which I'll hit. Then there's 22.5, 22.5, and 22.5 duration on all of the bonuses. It sounds like those freaking things are going to last. Whatever the maximum duration is, they're going to last it.
Yep, it feels like it, anyway.
And unless there is no maximum duration, in which case they're just going to be up like all the time. Like, here, have it. Bonus. I guess I might as well grab the Dust Devil stuff too, since I'm gonna be Dust Devil. I guess I since this legendary node includes Dust Devils, I'm Dust Devils, like whether I want to be or not. I mean, not that I'm saying I don't want to be. But what else do we have? We've got Hemorrhage's bleeding damage bonus, which we don't need. Weapon Master is swapping grants you Fury, so who cares? Warbringer is every 45 Fury you spend, you get maximum life, which, I mean, I don't know. Flawless Technique. I don't know if they can overpower, but like it would be skills, so that doesn't probably help us either. Each time you make an enemy vulnerable, your damage is increased by 10% times 5 seconds, overpowering. I think we probably want Decimator. So let's grab Decimator. Has anybody else just not been bothering swapping, like flipping their boards around and stuff? Ever since they gave us all these extra points, I feel like you pretty much just cap out all the boards anyway, so there's no reason to go through the process of like switchy, swapping out all the boards and making sure everything's like optimal. Because you're pretty much just going to max everything on the board anyway. For the most
Especially
part.
when we get to 300, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, well, especially when we get to 300, yeah. Alright, let's do that Eliminator one, or also Challenger. You deal 8% increased damage while wielding one-handed weapons. Increases damage to elites. Yeah, that one's insane. So let's go ahead and grab that one. A lot of these that have to do with the normal, that one is just ridiculous. Like, I don't even know how to put it. I mean, maybe I know some people have probably discovered it, but if you haven't discovered it yet, like this Eliminator one or the one that's new one that scales normal nodes is
the Challenger.
It will depends on the class you're on, but yeah, it's like Challenger or Eliminator or something along those lines. It's nuts.
And if you put it on a certain board on Barb, you can get an insane amount. I think it's like 16.
So I probably want Blood Rage too, right? I would think so. Alright, and then another glyph. Things that increase our earthquake damage. I guess we could also take the Dust Devil one, since we're doing the Dust Devil stuff with it. So we could run Dust Devils and the Earthquake one together. Okay. And then we get one more board, right? I don't even know what other board I would choose. This build's weird. Warbringer, maybe? I'm not really spending, though. I guess I could spend.
Did you take the Blood Rage board?
Yeah.
That's the one that has like 16 strength nodes. It's crazy.
I was thinking about maybe Carnage. While Berserk and critical strikes increase your attack speed. I mean,
The boards I went with were Blood Rage, Decimator, Carnage, and Force of Nature.
Oh, what's your goal, Ginger?
scale the earthquakes as high as I can possibly get them.
And that's it? Like no other damage type?
I want so many earthquakes. I want the game to crash from how many earthquakes
So
I
then
have. Like that's my goal.
You're building into brawling skills then, because you're gonna make ground stop and leap on your bar.
Yeah, but there's no brawling board.
There's definitely brawling glyph.
Yeah, there's a brawling glyph. I was gonna grab that.
Yeah, I don't think you need a specific board because you're gonna take advantage of the generic ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the brawling glyph. I think that's the one that gives you like the it's like the chance to reset your brawling skills. Or there's the brawling damage one. Paragon nodes within range gain a bonus damage to their physical damage and damage reduction multipliers. What's the other one? I know there's another one for brawling too, though. It's not just that one. I'm pretty sure there was one that would like reset your brawling skills or something.
How many tiers does it go up? Does it go above 100?
For what?
No.
Hit. Okay.
It is basically 100 is basically 200. Does not go past it.
Well, it looks like they can crit, so I could also go with the crits. The brawling one's not going to give me any increase to my actual earthquakes. But it will give me an increase to my brawling skills. I really just use the brawling skills to spawn the earthquakes, which is more or less what's happening. It's kind of like a paper. Damage while fortified and damage while healthy. Let's put you in there. Go, my friend. Unlimited power. Itty bitty living space.
These guys with extra DR and health suck. At
Yeah.
these higher tiers.
Yeah. How dare they have extra health and stuff? Yeah. All right.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back later.
Okay. He's coming back, guys.
Rune dropped off of Tormented and Dario.
Nice. Berserking bonus 6%. Oh no, that's my blood rage bonus. Oh yeah, 6%. It's not good. I need more than 6%. Isn't there some more berserking on one of these boards? Yes, there is. What does that bring me to? 9%? I got 1 whole point left. Alright. Now we need runes. And we need, like, equipment min-maxed and all sorts of other stupid things. I'm not going to take, like, forever doing this kind of stuff, but we'll do some of it here. So first off, we definitely want the multiplier from the thing, so we might as well just go ahead and take the earthquake aspect and just put that directly onto one of the two-handers. It's not that big of a deal. Like, don't even think about it.
Where at?
And let's go ahead and grab the aspect of Bolcathos.
What? The what rune?
The what?
What?
What? What? What? Killing an enemy with an overpower leaves behind an earthquake at their location. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's possible. I mean, we could maybe grab that one that gives you, like, the free overpowers. Every, but you have to, it's not just getting an overpower, it's killing an enemy with an overpower, so.
I don't know. I think you stay away from that.
Yeah.
I think it's just so contradictory to what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know if that really
Oh,
works.
yeah,
at
plenty of
all.
earthquakes.
Okay, and then I need... So earthquake size is already kind of taken care of, or duration is already kind of taken care of by the board. Although I could potentially add more if I wanted to, but like it's definitely taken care of by the board, which means that I really only need chance for earthquakes to cast twice. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna grab that on my two-handed axe. Okay, and that's a 40% chance, or the two-handed mace. That's a 40% chance right there. What uniques do I use in this build? Do I use grandfather? Do I use grandpapa?
No, I don't think you're critting.
It looked like I was critting.
With the earthquakes?
Yeah, they looked like they were critting. I could go back and... Let me go back to the sorceress real quick and I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure they were critting. I was testing it on the sorceress and they were like... They were critting a lot. So, I mean, if they do crit, then Grandpapa is not exactly a terrible option.
I almost whipped it there.
Alright, so let's go back to the training room real quick. To the training room, where you can meet your fellow room in the training room.
You got 2 runes that time, so... I mean, the Tormented balls are just spitting out runes, at least in Torment 4. It's interesting.
How did I accidentally click on that? Freaking church troll, stupid. Give me back in there. How dare I look away for 1 second? Accidentally click on the stupid portal. Stupid portal. Okay. Yeah, let me double check, because obviously if I can't crit, then Grandfather's not an option. Just don't even think about it. Put it out of your mind. Just erase it from your thine thoughts. Okay, so letting it spawn. I mean, yeah, those are definitely yellow numbers. Crit, crit,
Alright.
crit, crit. Can it overpower? That's another question. Let's sit here for a little bit. At a 3% chance, I don't know how long it would take for it to overpower, but I mean, my eyeballs might dry out before I see an orange number, but that was a 6,147. That was a crit. That was not an overpower, though. 6,445 crit. It'd be kind of weird, though, if it was capable of critting but not overpowering, wouldn't it? Can Whirlwind crit?
Yeah, well, what can grab?
But it doesn't overpower.
Correct.
So I guess maybe it's considered a channeling skill? Because I see no overpowers. It is not overpowered once. And you would
Can
think...
anything that's not a skill even overpower? I have to think about that.
Probably not. But it is critting. So I think Grandfather's on the table. Grandpapa is most definitely on the table, my friend. And GGM should try and crack the simulation code of this realm. This guy will do a good job and piss off Demiurge. Serious. I can crack the code. What code do we crack him? Crack it like a ding dong. Gonna crack it like a ping pong. Crack it like a ding dong. Crack it like a ding dong. Crack it like a lackin'. Crack it like a do. Alright, so another question. Do I use any uniques in this build? Besides the Grandpapa, which I think is a good choice. So I got the Grandpapa. And then what? I mean, I've already got a 40% chance for Earthquakes to cast twice on the mace. Masterworked, I don't know what that would get up to exactly, but be pretty high. I can also grab Offensive. Well, that's another question. Is there like a Dust Devil? Oh, there is a Dust Devil chance to cast twice. So then... Oh man, do I really want to use Grandpapa? That's the question. Because then I could get double Earthquakes and double Dust Devils, and I could be making the most insane thing that you've ever seen.
Double Quake.
Okay, let's for the time being, unless the damage numbers aren't great, let's pretend that Grandfather doesn't exist, and we're just gonna use the two-hander that we had. So we had like a gargoyle greatsword or something. And then what we do is we take the temper. And we temper on here chance for Dust Devils to cast twice. Okay. Then we take both weapons. Because I don't think there's any uniques that are really going to help us. Ramalani's won't apply to Earthquakes. It won't apply to Dust Devils either. So I think we're pretty much all aspects for the weapon aspects, right? And then we're probably going to grab chance for Dust Devils to cast twice on one of these. Okay. And then we also grab chance for Earthquakes to cast twice on one of these. That'll cap us out for the twice on both. We got 20 on that one. That's a perfect. Let's reroll this one then. Earthquake duration, which we don't want. Alright, so 16% Earthquakes cast twice. Alright, then we got our secondary effects. So our secondary effects are things like Offensive. We got Dust Devil damage. Is there any Earthquake damage, or is it only Dust Devil damage? Brawling damage. I think we probably go with a more generic one then. Because I don't see one that's for the earthquakes itself. So I feel like we pretty much just go for the natural, like, the flat damage instead. Because it probably is going to apply to both the Dust Devils and the other. So we don't want damage to close, we just want damage. Not damage to distance. Okay, there we go. Generic damage. Actually, I wasn't even thinking about my multipliers. Don't I actually have one that requires damage to close, now that I think about it? I'm pretty sure that the earthquake one is scaling based on close damage. Yes, it is. Okay. So I need damage to close then. Dang it. Okay, so we're going to get damage to close on all of these. To scale the multiplier as much as we can. Oh, lucky rolls. Alright, what does that bring us to on the multiplier? That brings us to 88%. We still need to go higher. Alright, so let's masterwork these since they're acceptable at this point. At least to the first tier, because that's easy. Alright, what does that bring us to? 109%. We're close. Okay, so then rings. We do the same thing. Damage to close. Damage to distance, not what we want. Damage to crowd control, not what we want. Flat damage, not what we want. Damage to crowd control, so we bricked it. Unfortunate. See if I got another ring. I do not have another ring. You know what? It's not that big of a deal. I'm not worried about it. Alright.
A chinchilla? I don't know. The dog might get him.
Can I bring the chinchilla out so your daughter can see it? Sure. I just need to put Cody up in his cage, unfortunately. Because he'll... It's not that I don't trust Cody, and I think he would be very gentle if he wasn't so excitable. I think his main problem is he just, like... He's got hardwired excitement inside of his soul. And, just... ends up, you know, like, oozing out of him like some sort of... I don't even know. It, like, oozes out of his very soul. Let me put him up and I'll bring out the chinchilla. 16 million on the tooltip. That's pretty cool. What you over on that side? Silly boy.
They don't want us to use Inferno Hordes, but Inferno Hordes compass just dropped.
All right, what aspects am I using besides Earthquake and besides Bull Cathos, which are my 2 Earthquake aspects? I'm assuming I go for... I don't know. I'm not going to spend resource, so if I just do Anger Management, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. That'll save me some points I can put into other things. Because I have no intention of actually using any resource on this build. Edge Masters probably doesn't apply to Dust Devils or Earthquakes, right? Because it's only for skills. So that's probably not going to work.
Correct.
Elements would probably work, since it's physical. So that would be an option. Fierce winds. Your shouts create dust devils. I'm thinking maybe we do Inner Calm for the triple multiplier while we're standing still. We're going to be standing still a lot because we want to be in our earthquakes. So the more we're in our earthquakes, the better that works. So 26% times 3, whatever that ends up being, that's not a bad multiplier to add on to the equation.
Not at all.
I figure we're probably going to use a basic skill, so rapid aspect might be useful because we need to be attacking. So let's go ahead and throw rapid in there. That doesn't being able to attack fast is definitely useful. What's his name? His name is Dusty Bones. Dusty Bones. He's named after Bones from Star Trek. The dustiest of bones. A bone so dusty. Conceited is probably something that we want. Yeah, so we're going to have to figure out some way to do barriers. Which shouldn't be too difficult anyway, right? That's not terrible. We already have the aspect of perpetual stomping there, so I guess that works. What do we throw on the amulets? I guess, honestly, we throw the aspect of Bulcathos on the amulet, don't we? So that the earthquake that's created from the leap is doing more damage. Because it would increase the damage. Yes, it does. It increases the damage that it does. So we don't put the aspect of Bulgathos on the pants then. We put that on the amulet because we're scaling that. What about Dust Devil aspects? Are there any, like, really good Dust Devil aspects?
Yeah, you can increase the size of them. I don't know if you're using any shouts, but so the Dust Devils do more damage based on their size. So you get 100%. 1% damage per size percent.
Oh,
so
I see. I see that one. Aspect of the fierce winds. Yeah, we can put that. I can put that on a ring. I still got an extra offensive slot, so that works.
Then you can also get Dust Devil size now on utility. It looks like.
So I grabbed. I haven't imbued like the utility on everything yet, so if that's something I'll play with. I'm still trying to figure out whether I want to use any of the uniques or not. I mean, obviously, Tyraels makes life so much easier. Yeah, especially on a barbarian that suffers from resistance problems. There definitely is that. I feel like Shaco is not even really that great for this build because I have no skills that I'm actually trying to increase. That's something that we need to play around with too. Like, what do we actually want to use for skills? I was thinking Frenzy, because that way I could get the damage reduction. And it's fast, so I don't really have to worry about much. I don't even really have to put points into it, but we'll see. It's the easiest way to get to the next tier. I don't really want to spend skills, and I don't really need to generate Fury, so increased maximum Fury and endless Fury don't really matter. I'm definitely going to want Ground Stomp, because Ground Stomp is going to be one of my ways to do this. Let's choose the one where it applies Vulnerable to. That sounds like fun. I'm going to go ahead and grab both the Thorns ones too. Because why not? It'll apply free bleeds for me. We'll grab the Belligerence. That one's really good for this build, because that way I can get more damage out of it. We're going to grab Power Kick, because I don't want to knock them out of the Earthquakes. Because that's silly. Like, why would I want to knock them out of the Earthquakes? And I'll probably take damage reduction... And I don't need the Fury Generation or the Battle Fervor to create that, because I should be constantly in Berserking state with the new thing. I mean, I could take, you know what, I could take 1 point in it, so that whenever I kick and use up all my Fury, I can still maintain Berserking during that time period. Probably not a bad idea. Do I use an ultimate or not? I mean, if my goal is to get as many Earthquakes as I can, I guess using the Call of Ancients in there for the Earthquakes from them too would probably be a good idea, right? So I go Call of Ancients. Does that mean I go the Call of Ancients pants? That sounds like fun. So Gushing Wounds, no. Unbridled Rage, I'm not doing core skills. Barbed Carapace, I'm not setting up for Thorns. Walking Arsenal, maybe, but probably not. Unconstrained seems like the best play for the key passive. So, we probably even go with maybe like Duelist to attack faster. Ultimate skills deal more damage. Not really sure if that even applies. We can do Invigorating Fury to heal. That's fine. We can grab Thick Skin. The Fortify bonus. And also the damage reduction while fortified. And what else did we snag here? There's tons of good stuff. What does our skill assignment look like right now? We got Leap, Kick, Ground Stomp, and we're missing a third skill. I think for the barrier we probably use Iron Skin. That would be my guess. That way we have barrier active pretty much most of the time. We could also double it up as a fortify or a heal, either way we want to do it. And stack 5 points in that too, I like that. And we probably put 5 points in Leap to... Actually, no, Leap is the one that doesn't need the cooldown reduction, because we're going to be using the other ones to reduce the cooldown of Leap. So the other ones need the cooldown reduction, not Leap itself. We can pull one from there. I think that pretty much does it. Paragon's done, skill tree's done. Now we just need to make sure we got our tempers correct and our aspects correct. We need those. We need the pants. So let's grab the pants. I think we're gonna use the Area's Blessing in this build. I think that's a good play for this. That also gives us a lot of resistances too, where we might even be able to avoid Tyraels. I don't know. Not that Tyraels isn't like one of the most amazing pairs of, you know, freaking armor out there, but it totally is. Like, don't get me wrong. I wonder if if walking arsenal would be better though. Like, what if I did the walking arsenal? I could use leap as one of the other options. And then I could use the 100,000 steps for the free ground stomps. I mean, it's just an additional ground stomp. I don't know.
Something to try if you never played with it.
Leon, Bramble sucks.
I mean,
The boss Bramble? Yeah.
Yeah.
for walking arsenal, I would need what? Like 3. I need 3 attacks, which I don't think I have.
Right. You need 3.
So frenzy counts as 1. Leap could count as 2, but I would need a 3rd. Okay, well, I'm gonna try it without it for right now then. Let's go ahead and open the box, I guess. Alright, what did we get? We got a Tyraels with a 90 All-Rose. Alright.
Give in to your hatred.
I was thinking maybe the Air of Perdition for the helmet. Because it gives the 60 times multiplier.
Yeah, that would work well.
I mean, because the Harlequin Crest is going to do nothing for me except for make me tankier. Although it does give me cooldown reduction, which is not bad. And Dargles lets me tag faster. But again, doesn't really do much for me. I think Air of Perdition might be the only one that actually kind of like has an effect with this build. Wow, that helmet looks cool. The Air of Perdition has a really cool helmet. It's a really cool. I like that helmet a lot. I like that long guy. I like that long. Okay, so where are the rune caches located? The goblin that's dancing in the middle of Kyovashad. Kind of hard to miss him, since he's dancing there and all. Okay, so I think I'm missing one. And what do I maybe possibly I was thinking about maybe Fists of Fate. I don't know if Fists of Fate would work with this. I was also thinking about Ring of Ravenous too, because Ring of Ravenous gives a well, no, it doesn't really like do anything for the brawling skills themselves, does it? It just gives you a bleed with the brawling skills. No, so that's not really worth using either. I mean, there's a pair of 100,000 steps right there.
What do you need?
Alright, so let's beef up you. Look at all them resistances. Let's go ahead and beef you up. Beef you up. I'm not going to min-max every single piece of equipment. It's just not worth my time playing around with all this. So I want to get in and I want to like test the meat potatoes of the build.
The potatoes, my friends. The meat and the potatoes.
The min-maxing of the gear can wait till I actually start doing like stuff that I need to work on that with. Should I grab the devilish aspect too after generating 100 Fury your next day?
That was. I just cleared at 88, and that was a pain.
Oh yeah.
Depending on how you feel about the Dust Devils, how much you want to lean into them, yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
Hey, Leon, have you got up to 100 already?
No, I would need better gear on my barb.
Oh, how
I'm
far
not
have you
playing
got?
Lightning Spear, dude. I'm not playing the most broken thing in the game. Come on, bro. I've done an 88. I can probably do a 90.
All right.
Ground stomp size. Ground stomp size. Leap slam size. That's not what I wanted. You dirty hoe. Did I do the wrong one?
Max pit level is what now? 100?
Yes.
Feels like that's not high enough if you guys are already, well, you guys are using pretty
I've gotten nowhere near 100.
tweaked gear, right?
No,
So-
with the gear, I don't think any build can just do it.
I haven't gotten anywhere near 100. I went up to like 68, I think, is what the highest I did, and I haven't like min-maxed anything to the extreme, so.
I think realistically, most builds can get to like 80 with like really good gear. 70 is pretty easy. I did that on my rogue without even like a good version of it. After that, I think it's unique. It's like either the build is broken and crazy good, or you have just the most insane gear in the game.
I mean, I think a lot of the builds that were OP in Season 5 are still technically going to be OP this season.
Yeah, I don't get the sense that they're nerfing anything, right? I think there's just too many
That's
moving
hard.
pieces for them to.
They did apply some nerfs in the patch notes. Like the lightning spear, quote unquote, got capped at 30 stacks, but 30 stacks was plenty of stacks. Like you never even needed more than 30. But also, the real balancing patch is going to come after they see how the rune words land. I think that's what their eye is on, is the runes and the rune words.
Yeah, how busted the rune words make things.
Yeah, and with the builds and so I think they're going to wait. They're going to release the runes, the Spiritborn, all that. Everyone's going to have a ton of fun. They're going to absorb in all that information and then do a pass.
Do whatever they need to do.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be immediate, that's for sure. It's
No,
going to
didn't they already talk about wanting to let the Spiritborns be super like super powerful in the first?
They probably
season with
will
them?
be super powerful the first season. They probably will.
I'm looking forward to Spiritborn. What's the comes out on the 6th? No. When does it come out?
8th of October.
Why do they do Tuesdays?
They love Tuesdays. I swear they love
So
Tuesdays.
stupid,
Their
because now I'm gonna have to
favorite
take a
thing is
day off.
Tuesdays.
Gonna have to take a day off of work.
Because they don't care about those people at work, okay? They do it honestly, they do it so they can fix the issues.
I know, but every other like big release that they do, like Diablo 3 was always on a Friday. Diablo 2 is always on a Thursday or Friday. Thursday, Friday? I can't remember what D2R is, but
Technically, most video game releases in the last, 15 years always have been Tuesday, Wednesday. For video game releases. I'm not talking about launches like you're talking. I'm talking about like releases.
yes.
And that's because it's beneficial to the developer.
Yes.
So one is you either benefit the player, and one's you benefit the developer. That's how.
Yes. Trying to think of when does World of Warcraft expansions
Like
come out?
Tuesday, Wednesday, or
Is
the
it Tuesday,
resets.
Wednesday for them?
Been a while.
It's been a long, long time.
And then this latest one they did early access, so that was like midweek too.
Yeah.
I just realized I have an ancestral item that doesn't have a greater affix on it. That is, I was noticing and I was looking and it just kind of like occurred to me.
Breaks the rules, right?
Yeah, it breaks the rules. Look, it's an ancestral item that has no greater affix. People are going to complain about that if that happens in live.
I'm sure they'll fix that one.
That's weird. I've never had that. I've
Make sure you
rolled
report
off
that
it.
bug.
Yep, it's the first time I've seen it. I haven't seen it before now. The first, the numero uno, uno balluno.
I caught up in your stream. It should be.
I posted it in the chat so you can see it.
Oh, did you roll off the greater affix?
I don't think so, but maybe I did. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe I rolled off the greater affix.
Because I've done that plenty of times.
I don't
because
know.
It was useless.
I might have. Now that you mention it, I might have. Yeah. Attack speed.
So user error?
Probably. Yeah, user error.
It's like Xyler, man. First thing Xyler did was he just went through all the warnings and just overrode his character. It was quite fun.
That was hilarious. Are you kidding me? That was hilarious. Okay, so everything is mostly set up. I guess I could do some quick masterworks just to get this, like, in order. I mean, honestly, it doesn't cost anything, pretty much, to just do, like, the basic masterwork. Which is... Oh, apparently I didn't add 2 things onto the boots. Okay. Evade cooldown reduction. I swear, all these movement things they put onto the mobilities and whatnot, and like, ain't nobody want none of them. They just want the regular movement speed. Like, just give me the regular movement speed. Like, who they kidding? I just want regular movement speed. Alright, this is gonna be silly. Alright, this is gonna be really silly. I know it's gonna be silly. The character that I have set up here is not a normal character. I don't know what to tell you. Shit. I don't know. Okay, now we need to get our runes in here. Okay, so the first one that we're really worried about, obviously, the one that we care the most about, is the Earthquake rune. So we want the Earthquake rune. Ow! If you want to go in my shirt, just go in my shirt. Stop biting my neck. Weirdo. Get in there. Stuff you in like a Christmas ham. No. No, you just bit me. You can stay in there now. You can go in and I'll pop you in the head like this. Go pop, 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 pop. All right, so we need a way to spam the Earthquake. That's what we need. So it has a cooldown of 1 second. It costs 100 offering to spam to make the Earthquake. So we need something that's going to give us basically 100 offering as quickly as we can possibly get it. So requires 100 offering. Increased size is the overflow. So we don't want increased size. We want to just meet the minimum requirements. And what's the best thing for us at this particular time? Cast the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. That's 25. We are using Frenzy. So technically Frenzy would be going really fast. And we could go swing, swing, swing. That would be 3. Swing, swing, swing. That's 3. It might not be as good. Skill after moving. Losing your life. Spending resource. 2 offering per 5% resource. What did we say that was, like 40? Cast a non-channel core skill, which we're not doing. Actually, isn't kick technically a core skill? It is a core skill, and it's a non-channeled core skill. So that's 25 offering every single time we cast kick. So that's an option. There's also the one that makes us stand still. Which is, I think we go with that one. Let me re-grab the runes again, because I need another one.
What's the best way to farm Malignant Hearts? Is it just doing whispers?
You're not on the PTR. I was like, why are you farming Goldeneye cards?
Yeah, whispers.
I'm not on the
Whispers is where
PTR.
they come from for the most part. Both the whisper cache and also there's a chance for the bosses to spawn when you finish a whisper. So yeah.
Yeah.
150, evoke a power from another class. Evoke a power from another class. I mean, 150 would be the exact requirement, but then we would have to worry about evoking another power, which is possible. I like the stand still for 0.3 seconds. I really do like that one. I think we do that one. And then cast the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. What else do we put on here for the to go along with this? Reduce my active cooldowns. I think that's probably a good one, since we're using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cooldowns in this build. I feel like that's a really good one. So we're going to go with EOM. EOM has an activation cost of 100 as well, and reduces my cooldowns by 1 second. Or no, it has a cooldown of 1 second and reduces them by 0.25. So we need a good way to generate resource that way. Now that one is fine to overflow, which we actually kind of want to overflow it. I was thinking maybe we could use the kick one for that, but it doesn't offer like a super huge amount. Using our ultimate, that sounds like a good one. Okay. Now we are set up. Now it's time to go to the training dummy and be absolutely silly and spawn 10 trillion earthquakes, and then everybody can cry. If this character works the way I think it does, we're about to see, like, my game crash. You thought I was going to say something cool, like a momentous occasion. No, we're going to see my game crash. That's what we're going to say. Alright, let's go do multiple training dummies, and then we'll all do... let's do elite training dummies, too. Oh, my dear lord. I don't even have to do anything. I could just stand here. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Look, if the server crashes at launch, it's not my fault. Oh my god, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What is even going on right now? What have I done? What is it? What is this? I need to take this to the HellTide, guys. I need to go to like the HellTide or something. I gotta go.
Stand at the maiden and let it go.
Just sit at the maiden and just stand there. Just let it do its thing. Hold on, let me actually get some difficulties. I mean, actually, are all my difficulties unlocked? They are all unlocked. Okay, let's go to, like, something stupid like Torment 3. And let's just go straight to the maiden. We're just gonna go ride to the maiden, and I'm just gonna stand there. Yes, Mr. Dusty Butt. Why is your butt dusty? How about that? Did you ever think maybe cleaned it a little bit? Got cleaned it. Gonna clean it. Alright, boys. Time to AFK the maiden. Are you ready? Let's see if we can do it. Okay. Hands off. Hands off. I'm backing up from the keyboard. We're just going to AFK the maiden. Let's see if we can AFK the maiden. Oh no, I'm taking damage. I'm regenerating, though. I'm regenerating slowly. Oh, there's other people here. Okay. Nobody. There's no monsters around me. Okay. There's no monsters around me specifically. They don't get to come within range. Alright? They're not allowed. Wasn't I just complaining about AFK builds just the other day, Leon, and now I just created an AFK build? The maiden spawned and she immediately died. I ripped her asunder. She spawned in the middle of all my earthquakes and just got annihilated. That is freaking. I'm not even pressing buttons. Bow, 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 bow. Hey, can you imagine how much testing that these rune words are gonna take to get like everything ironed out and like so that there's not stuff like this? I mean, this is cool and all. Don't get me wrong. I like it, and I'm having a lot of fun designing these builds. But there's got to be a point at which they realize, like he talked about earlier. He said there was like feedback loops that were happening, and he said that said. Okay, hold on. He said that was kind of the idea behind my balanced decisions. The higher rarity for effect runes means higher costs with bigger effects. That said, I'm paying close attention to feedback to see where I can buff runes, but we're very afraid of the current possibilities. Laughing face. We're afraid, okay? We're very afraid. We're feared. We're very, very afeared. I can see why they're afeared. I can see why there's a fear in this. I need my little pet to go pick up cinders for me. What is he? Oh, I don't have a pet on this one, do I? Because he's not picking up anything for me. Okay, let me walk around and pick up my cinders here. There you go. Cinders picked up. Press a button. Press another button. Button, 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 button. What have I created? A monstrosity. Monstrosity. Look, it's just a theory craft. Don't blame me when the servers crash. Don't do it. I don't want to see all over the internet. It's GGM's fault. He made the stupid earthquake build. Look, you've been warned. There's warnings. I want to put them up. Bow, 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 ba, down, bow. Bow, down, bow, 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 bow.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Look, Ma, no hands. Boop, boop. No cow. Bad cow? What cow? What are you talking about? Mr. Nemo, you being a good boy. I mean, Mr. Dusty. His name is Mr. Dusty. I called him Mr. Nemo by mistake. I'm sorry. Your name is Mr. Dusty Bones. I'm gonna squish you like this.
Oh no, you squeezed. Oh no, you got squished in there. Oh no.
Dude, it never stops. Like, it just doesn't stop. It never ever stops. It's amazing. If you're this rune, I don't know if you're using this rune in one of your builds, Leon, but you might want to check out the standing still rune, because that one is ridiculous.
Yep, I have it in.
It makes so much offering. And all you have to do is stand still, and it doesn't even require you to stand still for very long. It's like, it's literally...
It's a cumulative, right?
Well, yeah, it's cumulative, it adds up, and it also, like, if you move for whatever reason, it does stop. But as soon as you stop moving, it's not like a delay before it starts counting up. It's just immediate. So anytime you move your character, even if you're just, like, moving a little bit left, a little bit right, as long as you stop at some point, it starts counting up as soon as you stop. It's really nice. Has Leon managed to do a pit tier 90 yet? Oh, well.
I'm trying one.
Go back in. You want me to, John?
I think the more... I hate to say it, but I don't really care about scaling the pit. I want to have fun making these crazy builds. That's what I want to do.
I'm having fun doing the pit.
But have you made a Earthquake Barbarian yet?
I would like to, though.
Mm-hmm.
How long is the PTR for?
7 years.
Oh, good. Then I have time.
No, I think it's till like the 11th or something like that.
Okay.
Why are you always trying to steal from me? Why can't I ever have nothing on my own, thief? You're just as bad as Cody. Cody said, I'm not as bad. I'm a good boy. I'm as good. He's I'm as goodest. Let's go to a tier 50. Let's see if we can handle a tier 50.
Yeah, pet 90, the damage starts scaling way down.
Well, yeah, they get like 10 trillion health. It doesn't matter how much damage you do. They're just like, their health goes up so high that you're gonna struggle. And since it's on a timer, like if it wasn't on a timer, you could probably complete it no matter what. But since it's on a timer, you're not completing it.
Yeah, they're not. It's not about the damage. It's about my damage, not theirs.
John wants to know why you deleted your whole rogue character.
Deleted the rogue?
Xylar. He asked you specifically.
I don't have a rogue character.
Called you out by name. Probably a sorceress then.
Listen, Xylar started the last season. He said he was a bard. That's what he is. He identifies as a bard. He's a bard main.
Yeah,
and
he's
then
a
the
bard
lightning
main.
spare sword came around, and he's like, I'm a
And
lightning spare sword.
sparkles came into his eyes.
Identify as lightning spare.
Just like when he saw his Tesla.
Leon, are you
John Hamilton?
have you switched over to a rogue main now?
Spare born next season, but I was rogue this season.
Well, you said you're gonna do a rogue every single season. You like the Heartseeker, right?
I do like Heartseeker. I did the new dance on the PTR, and I like that.
He swapped over because he likes the cosmetic that he bought on the store. That's why he swapped over.
Savannah is awesome.
Yes. They need to do something good for the Sork now. Give me something better than Kel'Thas.
You caught me.
You said it. What do you mean we caught you? You told us. You were like, I love this. I'm gonna play rogue main now forever. That's what you said. No, I remember. Rogue main forever. That was what you said. Well, goodbye, barbarian. Goodbye, Barbardin. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Leon, I think I created a monster. Like, this is insane. Like, you've played Dust Devil builds before.
Yep, I love them.
Like, do you see this on the screen right now that is currently happening?
Level Earthquake.
I'm not pressing any buttons. Like, this is buttonless. This is all buttonless. I'm not even using buttons. A complete and utter lack of buttons.
I'm not even using buttons, Batman.
Yeah, that's all you get. Remember, just a taste. Why am I running so fast? Where'd I get all this movement speed from?
Is it your boots?
Not used to playing like builds that go fast. He was just on that net crew.
Look, okay.
You're just like, what world did I enter?
I mean, it's not that I don't like going fast, nor that I like going slow. I just don't like it when everybody else in the party is faster than me and I can't keep up.
Diet and exercise.
That's rude. That's rude. That is. That's
He's calling
just,
you fat.
That's just rude. I know. That's why it's rude. Knight's gone. I think my build is superior to Knight's Thorns build.
Who has the better stand there and hit me build?
I'm gonna see if I can stand there and kill a tier 50 boss. Okay, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna walk up to him, see if he one-shots me. If he doesn't one-shot me, I guess I'm gonna one-shot him. One way or the other. Hands off the keyboard. Yeah, he died. He died. It was that was he did. He did it. That's what he is. I created a monster. That's what I created. I created a monster.
Get some movement speed and then just walk through everything.
Well, the thing requires me to stand still, so to get like the ultimate effect and to get everything pumping and running, I have to be standing still. So that is important. Boom, 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 boom. But it doesn't really take very long to get the engine running again. So like, even if you start moving around and you stop at the next location, the engine starts running, and it's actually pretty quick. Let's try a 60. Man, let's see how good this damage is on a 60. Oh, I didn't even put gems in my equipment. Oh my Jesus. How much more damage am I going to get? I didn't even put gems. I didn't even do gems, boys. I didn't even do gems. What the hell's wrong with me? I didn't even do gems. I'm a heathen. A heathen with no gems. He's a heathen with no gems. He forgot to do the most important thing, 'cause he's a big old poo. And now he's got some gems with a lot of additional strength. So now he's sitting at 4,151. Oh. Trying to think what I want to put in my weapons. I don't have any sapphires apparently. I guess I'm just gonna put royal emeralds in there because I don't have the grands. And then I don't know if my resistances are capped all the way in like all difficulties. I don't know. My armor's definitely not, so I guess we're making some skulls. Alright, into tier 60 we go. And we stand there, and we do nothing in time. No, they're gonna kill me slowly and surely, but they're gonna kill me. Okay, I actually have to do stuff? Okay. Tier 60, I actually have to do stuff. Oh wait, there was a DR guy in there. He was hiding in the corner. Okay, that actually might not be do stuff then. Nope, nope, still rolling through. Never mind. Never mind. This is so fun. The build is fun. It is a very fun build. It's kind of broken. It's actually really broken, but look. Okay.
And that's what the developers wanted. Is
they want to. He said, "I can't wait to see what crazy things you create."
Yep.
Is this crazy enough?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
I don't know. The cross-class skills is amazing. The rune words are amazing. Like I got nothing but praise to say about the rune words. They're amazing. If anybody talks bad about these rune words, they ain't test them. They ain't come in here and actually check them out. They ain't do their due diligence. Okay, I'm gonna use that word. I like diligence. They ain't do their due diligence. Okay.
Can you ungem them like other gems?
Yeah.
No?
I think that they should maintain the, like, for the sake of creating an infinite rune market, I think they should make it so that they're destroyed when they're removed. But I can understand why they, like, the people probably would complain. That's the D2 style though, that they're destroyed if they're removed. So.
Well, yeah, that's the question. Like, what are they? What's the philosophy that they're doing?
Much easier, boss.
You can remove them at any time using the same thing you would for the gems.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it has to do with.
So really,
how
you
often
just need to
change
find
gear.
them once, and you're good.
The thing is, D4 you crafted it, you had the item, and that's it. In D2, in D4 you change gear so often that if the runes were destroyed, you'll never use the rune because you're waiting for the perfect piece of gear that you'll never get to put the runes in.
Right, versus D2 where it's like, well, I just need a good base, and once I find the base, I know I'm gonna get whatever I need. Within reason, right? Like, there's some.
Well, there's people that roll the rune words all day.
Yeah, there's bad rolls on some, right? Like Spirit and stuff.
Dude, there's some snakes and stuff and some, like, bodies in the earthquakes, and they're just flopping up and down in the earthquakes. What is going on right now? They're just flying all over the place. There's bodies, like, bouncing everywhere. What even is this? The snakes are, like, flying up in the air with the earthquakes. Oh. I think maybe adding Petrify into this would probably help out a lot. I think maybe that's a way to go as well.
And so the two I'm using right now to push my character like in the 90 pits and stuff is Earthquake and Petrified. That's what I've landed on so far for just damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna try Petrify now.
Well, it's just a nice little crit multi. My Earthquakes can crit, so, like, why not? See if I throw that in there, but... I mean, I feel like it's not even going to come into play, though, until I get to content that's actually hard enough to challenge this character, which right now, a 60 is a complete, another, like, yawn fest. I mean, I'm not challenged in any way, shape, or form at the moment. I can actually just stand there and let them kill. Like, just let the automated defenses kill the enemies. I mean, if we push this a little bit further, like, I'll go to a 70 next, and we'll try that out, I guess. Just go 10 ranks up and see if I get destroyed.
I wish they'd let us target what levels we got set the glyphs to. I would rather set it to a more realistic level, like 75 or 80. And then go from there. Granted, we also, I mean, the 100 Paragon points I'm missing is going to be so much.
Yeah, I mean, eventually we'll get the Paragon points capped after leveling multiple characters. I gotta say that, like, for me and you, maybe not everybody, but for, like, those of us who like to build multiple characters, the Paragon points across the characters actually will be very helpful for us, because we won't have to regrind out the Paragon points every single time we want to make a new build, which is pretty often.
And they made it take so long that, like, if they didn't do that, there would be such an outrage.
Okay, tier 70, let's go. Let's see how badly I get my butt whooped in tier 70.
This Paragon system is.
They're just gonna be smacking my butt.
Are the boards at least? Like, is it feeling good with the boards? Like them limiting you to 5 boards?
I actually like the new boards. I'm just against limitations in general. Like, it's not my ideal place I would have landed. I just would have created more choice. Like, that's what I would have done.
They made the glyphs more powerful, so that you don't need as many glyphs. So in some way, they kind of mitigated the whole, like, taking away some of your glyphs things by making some of the glyphs more powerful. And they are a lot more powerful than they were before. So you're much more picky with your choices.
5 times.
A couple of them might be too powerful, if I'm being perfectly honest. Those new ones, those new glyphs that scale normal, I think those might be too powerful. They also gave every single class a new Paragon board, and the new Paragon boards have definitely helped to create more, like, options in the equation, so that you just have a lot of fun options for your character. I think if they had left it the same as it was before, I don't think people would have wanted to, like, do that system, because there wasn't as many options and it just didn't really work as well. But now with the additional boards and the additional glyphs and the better power of the glyphs, I mean, it kind of balances itself out.
Well, it's not a power thing for me. I'm not concerned that I can't put 8 glyphs for a power reason. I have more power than I ever had. It's not a power thing. It's more of a creativity and design thing.
Yeah.
It's like, if I want to go 8 glyphs, let me. If I want to go, set 8 legendary nodes, let me do that. Whatever it is, just let me do what I want to do. And then you have more diverse builds and more diverse Paragon boards.
I looked away.
Right now, it's going to be... It's like, to me, it's the opposite end of the spectrum. It's like you had most builds rushing 8 glyphs or whatever, 7 glyphs, however, whatever. And now you have everyone rushing the same boards because you're limited anyway.
I don't know what's killing me there. I guess maybe it's a specific resistance I'm not capped on. No, I'm capped on resistances. What the hell is killing me there? Like one specific monster maybe that's like getting me killed? Or is it the DR guy? It might be the DR guy. It's probably the DR guy, because I can't kill anything. Yeah, there we go. Now the DR guy's gone and I'm doing okay. I might not clear this one. My time's too slow at the moment. I'm having a little bit of trouble pinpointing out the DR guys. Whenever I'm in a pack and there's no DR guy, I blow right through it. But whenever there's a pack where there is a DR guy, I gotta, like, hunt down the DR guy in the middle of the pack, and I gotta, like, sit there and, like, try and kill just him. And it's not easy to kill just one guy in the middle of a pack when you have, like, entirely AoE abilities. That poison is so cantankerous, though. Ran tankers. $2.7 million.
I'm not super happy where the end game winded up now. I've been playing it for a couple hours. It's a beginning that they just have to tweak and fix.
Yeah, the beginning is kind of like bad. Once you reach the end game and you start getting into the end game, it's fun.
But I don't think they're going to fix that beginning part. They've been very clear that they want the leveling thing to be like a non-event.
But then you don't need four difficulties then, if that's the case. They're all easy.
Yes.
Just do two. One for the people who want it completely easy.
Yeah. I don't even think there's a difficulty between. There's no difference between normal and penitent really. Like once you get your character set up, they're practically the same in all regards. It's kind of hard for me to say that there's any change between any of them because like the only reason penitent might be difficult is because you're just not geared properly for penitence. But to put it another way, I feel like if you are geared properly for each difficulty, they're basically all identical between normal and penitent.
Well, what Rax was, it sounds like, unless they change something, right? Rax was saying you level up on whatever the third one is, hard, expert, whatever it is.
It's not even, and it's not even hard.
No, you level up that 1 through 37, and then you go down to the second one, and then just do all the strongholds, and you'll level up to 60.
I mean, but the thing is it's just even that, like, it's just a really boring process for the like the first 5 or 6 hours that you're playing to just go get yourself to 60.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even get any better once you hit 60, because once you hit 60, now you're in Torment 1, and Torment 1 isn't really that much more difficult than Penitent. Torment 2 is probably where like the difficulty even just starts. I was able to get to Torment 2 with no Paragon points, like bad gear, no gems,
glyphs,
like no glyphs. I mean, it was just the worst possible setup I could do at that particular time, and I still got to tier 2 with nothing. So once you get gems, once you get glyphs, once you get start getting your Paragon points, you're going to far exceed Torment 1 by many margins of power, and you're going to be in Torment 2 or 3 at that point. But it's just weird. But then once you're here, once you're like in Torment 3, once you're in Torment 4, and you're actually doing content that's around your actual like level and you're having fun with it, it's a very good experience. Like this experience. Don't like the traveling and the path up to that experience. Like, the path up to that experience is boring. And I'm not saying I want to be power leveled. In fact, in Diablo 2, like, I'm the guy who usually doesn't get power leveled. I level up my character. And I would actually like it if the leveling experience was actually fun. Like, if they made it so that it was a fun experience getting from 1 to 60, I'd totally be all for it. I'm the kind of guy that actually likes that stuff. Not everybody likes to level up all their characters, but I always find that leveling up your character gives you a much better perspective on like what skills you want to use and how you're actually going to like, use that character in the process. It's in general, it's just better to level up the character because it helps how you understand the character works.
Color of Frost.
Junior, do you remember the known bug reports? Because I just did a pit 90. I got to the boss room and there's no boss. Like, he won't spawn. I just have no boss.
Oh.
So I'm at.
It's
90,
it's linked in there.
Yeah.
I gotta go read because I just reported the bug anyway. But yeah, there's literally no boss and I can't TP out.
Oh yeah, Dev, the freaking the Runeword developers came in and said hi to me and talked to me about the runes. That's all the stuff that you see in there.
That's cool.
Apparently, G-Vun, the one member that made the joke during the campfire chat, that they were gonna they should make runes after his name, G and Vun Rune.
Yeah.
And then Anthony apparently is one of the people in charge of the development of the runes itself.
That's nice. So they've been going around.
Yeah.
Wonder, talking to a bunch of the streamers.
Yep, and they blessed Ginger with their
They
comment.
blessed me. That's the first time I've ever been contacted by any of the Blizzard devs, to be perfectly honest.
That's super cool, though.
I'm tickled pink. I'm not pink, but I'm tickled red. I'm a ginger.
Ginger being the classic distracted streamer. Leon had
Boy,
that,
I was so distracted. Wasn't that right after I was getting really excited about like messing with the things too? They showed up like right after I was doing like the spirit and the meteors and the.
Yeah, you were just like going on a rant for like an hour.
I was having fun. That was fun.
And they were trying to talk to you the whole time.
I was having fun. I'm sorry.
Alright, tier 90 is ridiculous, Leon. Like, I'm getting one shot from the boss. But it's the frost collar guy. All the other guys,
yeah.
I always have problems with him.
You're
Always
also,
one shot me.
you're also a Storky Reno.
Okay, so
Kill or be killed.
let's try adding in Grandfather into this to
I'm
see
gonna
if
go
it really
take the
increases
time out
my
and
crit
then-
damage.
Try again later.
I think that's a good plan. I'm not gonna. It doesn't look like I'm gonna complete this because I'm a little bit. I died too many times. That's what happened. Is I died too many times. I don't even know why I'm dying. Like I'm probably. It's probably just because I'm like keep looking away at the other screen a lot, and plus Mr. Dusty keeps biting my neck. Weirdo.
I mean, do you have the basics done? Like all your reses and all your armor?
I mean, yeah, I was capped on reses.
In T4? Because you're in T4 pit right now. You're basically in the
70s T4.
Yeah, 65 is technically, so you're above it. But yes, you have the full penalty.
Well, let me go
1,000.
back. Let me go back into the 65 real quick and just let me look at my stats since it shows you the stats in there. Yes. What do you want? Do you want a punch in the nose?
You just switch to T4 in the statue too.
Okay, so 78.6 on all resistances, 1,150 on armor. So yeah, I'm capped, right?
So yeah, so those two bases means you're capped on that. Then do you have any damage reduction on top of that?
Yeah, I mean when I'm standing in the earthquakes, I get the damage reduction from the Bull Cathos, which I have on the amulet. So because it's on the amulet, it's 45% damage reduction while I'm standing in an earthquake. It's not a pathetic amount of damage reduction, and I'm also wearing Tyrials.
Do you have good healing? Do you have
Well, I'm
fortified?
using the thing where like every time you kick, you get the healing. I was actually thinking maybe might swap out. I don't know. Sometimes it just seems like specific things are killing me faster than others, and I'm not exactly sure that it's me. It might actually just be a bugs in within the game. Because I was fighting this one dungeon and I was playing the whole way through. I was absolutely fine, and then there was this one boss or one elite monster, and I was in the room with him, only him. That was the only thing that was in the room, and all of a sudden my health just like dropped to 0, and then I went to go fight him again, and again it was like straight back down to 0 again. And I don't know what the hell was killing me with that boss, but I killed him eventually, and then moved on to the next pack, and there was nothing wrong. Like I was just walking through everything again. And it was like a Shadow Enchanted, Lightning Enchanted, and like something else boss. And I think it was like some sort of combination of the effects, which was adding up to more damage than I could absorb. Because, I don't know. My HP's kind of low, though. I have 6,785. I could probably get higher than that. I also need to work on, like keeping my frenzy active too. That would probably be good. My frenzy's like the only thing that I actually have to like keep active as a damage reduction buff. I think maybe sustain might be an issue. So maybe if I do work on getting some sustain into the build somehow. I mean, yeah, and Darials, but I'm using that beautiful 60 times multi from the Air of Perdition.
Not ready yet.
I mean, let's clear this 65 real quick. I'm pretty sure I can do 65, no problem. 70 might have been too big of a jump. We went from 60 straight to 70, so let's just play around with it. I think with this guy having, like, perfectly min-maxed equipment, greater affixes on a lot of his stuff. I don't know. I'm not really sure how far he would push the pits. but I can tell you for a fact he's perfectly capable of like just tier 4, just flat tier 4 with no problem. And what is the equivalent to the previous bit tier that kind of gives like some perspective? Like, what would 65 even be within the old scaling? Like 130?
Basically times 2, because 200, 200. It's basically times 2.
So around where most people were ending anyway, right? Wasn't that like the normal, like 130, 140 was like where people were
For a
getting
normal
stuck?
build, for a top tier build, it's like 160 right now on season 5.
160?
It's the top end builds.
Yeah. So I think I could have done the 70 if I like wasn't dying a lot. So 70 times 2, that's 140. I could probably push it a little further. I don't think this build would have any trouble if I actually min-maxed it and got the stats correct. Especially greater affixes and strength and other things like that to push that bonus. Because I think that's where a lot of my bonus damage is coming from right now. It's the 4,151 strength, which is giving me an 830 multiplier to my earthquakes and also to the dust devils. Why are you nibbling on me? Nibbler. I gotta put you back in the cage. Mr. Cody Monster Dog probably wants to come out. Did they give you runes to test out? Yeah, they have a cheat vendor as a demon. It's like a dancing demon in the public test realm. And you can like test out all sorts of crazy things with it.
Keep forgetting to never close the game.
Oh yeah, if you close the game, it just resets all your things. So which freaking sucks. And then you got to go back and then redo it.
It's gotta be it's not writing the file.
Like maybe where it's installed is doesn't have authorization.
Something.
I've seen that before. I'm curious about that using the potion ritual one. Like, I feel like there's a whole build there with the road where you could, like, spam your potion. You maybe use, like, even, like, temerities in the build so you get, like, permanent barrier uptime.
Yeah, there's unlimited potions, too, in the road if you take that one aspect.
It's the one where, like, you get a potion every time you move a certain number of feet or something, or meters.
Yep.
Oh no, a lethal shrine. Time for my earthquakes to always crit. The dust devils do really good damage too. Like,
oh yeah, they're amazing. They got even better with the new glyphs.
you should have seen the World Tier 3 maiden when she spawned. I'll have to go check out the World Tier 4 maiden, but like, she spawned in, and she was right in the center of all the earthquakes and the dust devils when she spawned in, and she got hit by everything. And it was just instantaneous death. Like, she just spawned in dead, and then just immediately fell straight to the ground and dropped me loot. And I was like, oh. I was like, good. That's what you get. All those times you burned me with that stupid fire attack. Okay, here we go. 65 boss. Let's actually leap on the head. We're gonna give it a good honest try. What's a den mother? What's up, den mother? Frenzy, 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 kick, 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 leap. Frenzy, frenzy, ancients. Frenzy, 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 kick, leap. Frenzy, 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 stomp. Dead. Not bad. No bad. No bad. No bad bad. No bad bad bad. I bet you she kills me. I bet your World Tier 4 maiden probably kills me. Can we AFK kill Lilith? Time to see. I don't think you can AFK kill Lilith because with all the mechanics you got to run around and stuff, but I got a
I'm gonna
pretzel.
go try Lilith.
In World Tour 3, she's super easy.
I'm World Tour 4. I'll try it.
She's once you're that high in pit, the permanent bosses are easy again. And now that we've pushed that high in pit, I can confirm that it does not scale like other comp that's nowhere near as hard.
Who is tier 90 equivalent to?
Just times it by 2. 180.
Oh, just multiplied by 2.
Yay, she's dead. All I have to do is stay alive. Good luck. No. No, 3 stacks. 70 stacks, 80 stacks.
Alan, they gave us the runes to test out. You don't have to find them. You get most of what you need. The only thing that's hard to get is an ancestral unique. That's very difficult
No.
to get. And somebody in your chat wants you to put on Tuscom.
No, I don't want to put that scum. It's poopy. It's a poopy home. I don't want that home.
That one made me laugh.
Yay, no stacks this time. Stacks, 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 lovely stacks, stacks. Oh yeah, stacks, 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 lovely stacks. Come on down there, stacks, 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 lovely stacks, stacks, stacky, stacky, stacks, stacks, stacks. Stacky, 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 stacks.
And I just want good crit gloves game.
Dang it, I'm already at 3 stacks. These stupid little orbs. Oh.
Yeah,
it's hard to know exactly when to cross the stupid boundary with the thing.
There's a thing that goes across the floor, and you just pass it as soon as that.
Yeah, I know, but
crosses.
there's you're running from the thing the entire time, so it's not exactly easy to know exactly when you're supposed to move and when you're not. But you're trying to like pay attention to the orbs that are trying to kill you, and then time it so that you get across the boundary at just the right moment, and it's I don't like it. Goodbye, Lilith. Your buttholes are stanky. You got the stanky butt. You got the stanky butt. I tell you freaking what. You got the ugly stanky butt. I do not know. What do tell you about nothing? You got stanky ugly butts and they look like nothing. They flat and they ugly. Your stanky butt. I don't know what to tell you about nothing, son. You got those stanky butt. Oh no. I dodged them for so long. I was on the last one.
I can't use that.
Ow, why you biting? Don't be biting! Uh-oh, 2 stacks already? I'm screwed. Time to jump off the platform. Ugh. I accidentally walked through one of the goopy things. No, and then I walked in one of the things that was just sitting on the ground. Just a stationary object. You know, no big deal.
I can't use that.
Look at all my quakes, my lovely, lovely quakes. I bring all the earthquakes to the yard. You wouldn't listen. My earthquakes are better than yours. I'd teach you, but I'd have to charge. My earthquakes are better than yours. Oh, I was trying to hit the button and it didn't work. I was trying to hit the button. What the hell is even going on, man? When I earthquake. Oh yeah, I get 2 earthquakes. That's right. I have like a really high chance to get 2 earthquakes per stomp. Totally even forgot about that. So there's just like earthquakes everywhere. I wonder if I'm fighting Lilith with the Air of Perdition helmet, which is her helmet that gives the Lilith's favor. I wonder if she's stealing it from me.
That would be funny.
Can't use the Lilith's favor on Lilith.
I grant you no favor.
Mother o' mankind. No, stop shooting thingies at me! I don't like it! Leon, they keep shooting thingies at me in it. I got 4 stacks. It's a lot of stacks.
Okay.
Give me a pair of gloves. That's right. Let me stand here triumphant looking all cool.
Yes. Unlimited earthquakes.
And then he looked upon what he had created, and it was a monstrosity. And he regretted. He regretted creating it. And they tried to kill the monster, but the monster killed him. Dude, this is too fun. I like this a lot. I really do. It's so
They're
fun.
built.
It's so fun. Lilith is flying and getting damaged by earthquakes. Well, apparently she hasn't played Final Fantasy, okay? I have such a nerdy joke. Now that's a nerdy joke.
Think about that build
I carry the best
inside of
of the heavens.
Infernal Hordes.
May the light keep you.
Would you like Infernal Hordes as that build, Jinder?
Think about 4 of them, 1 on each point. Just AFK. I'm gonna go see if I can AFK tier 4 maiden. Time for the real challenge. The real challenge begins. Why are you always so trying to steal my chain? You can have it if you want it. You want me to make you your own little chain? So you can have your own little chain to chew? I can make you your own little chain. I can make a little chaunchy chain. A little chancho chuncho chain. Alright, hold on. Cody's giving me the stink eye. Let me put you back in your cage and let Cody out, alright? I'll be right back.
Can't believe we gotta wait a month to play the game.
Figures, Leonard. I spent the time and effort to get a orange roll on my Talrashas, and I just got a greater affix Talrashas on cooldown reduction.
Oh, nice.
Now I get to go spend it again. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. I'm not complaining. Ooh. Greater affix on Isu's for crit strike damage. I'll take that, too.
I wind up standing still so long that I should just go back to intercom. I absolutely love this new chest. It is the perfect counter to Tyrael's. Like, you want to live or you want to die? I choose death.
Alright, now we AFK the Lilith. I mean the maiden. We gotta AFK the maiden. I don't think we can do it in tier 4. We'll probably die. She's too strong. That fire attack she has, all she's gotta do is jump on my head one time and I'm dead.
The Hellburner that you spawn are super strong in T4.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, if you don't start fighting back, they'll kill you right away. You have to, like, it's like kill or be killed against them.
That's pretty cool.
I don't want to see what other people are doing. I want to see, like, what the crazy bone spirit Necro's critting for and stuff.
Oh man, I want to try that out too so bad. I think that might be my next one. I think that might be my next one.
Yeah, because you can actually pick and choose your gear too, and play with it. I'm just a berserk bone spirit Necro.
Just a little bit of berserk. Just a little bit of zerk. Just a little bit of zerk. My personal opinion, and I don't know what you guys think, but I think they probably need to drop the stats on the gems a little bit. Well, I found a Mott gem. I think the stat bonuses on like the grand gems are too high. It's not necessarily that I don't want high stats, but I think that the stat bonuses scaling being a scaling multiplier, I think puts them in direct competition with anything else that you would put in those slots, and then therefore you might not even want to use the rune words if the stat bonuses on the strength and like whatever gems are too high. I mean, you've already talked about like, you know, like, hey, I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to put them in my weapons because.
Yeah, well, that's one advantage Barb has. Don't take it away
Yeah.
from me.
I mean, I'm not taking it away. I'm just saying I'd like it to be more equivalent, where like you're not losing out so much for choosing, you know, the fun of the rune words, which I think the fun of the rune words is really good, and I think it's way better than the raw damage. The raw damage is nice, don't get me wrong, but like being able to summon like 41 meteorites on somebody's head is a hell of a lot more fun than just raw damage output.
Well, I think right now it's going to force most people to use two-handers. So let's step away from a build that uses two one-handers or whatever, one-handed shield. We'll talk about that in a second. But just a normal build. So you're really sacrificing 300 primary stat to get a rune word, and I think that's about.
Which is what is the equivalent of that for like multiplier though? Like what are we talking about?
But depending on the class, like Bard, that's a 30% multiplier because it's 10. Divided by 10. Yeah. Other classes will be slightly higher, like 40% or something.
Okay, so I'm in Torment 4, and I'm just standing here in the center. So for right now, they can't touch me. Like, I'm not dying. I'm not taking any damage. I'm permanently fortified. So I'm just sitting here. Just, you know. Evil laughter ensues. I don't know. I'm not saying drop it a lot. I'm just saying if they dropped it a little bit, made it more competitive, you might not have people so worried about losing the stat for the fun.
Who's worried about I'm not worried about losing the stat. I'm going to use rune words.
Well,
if you don't use rune words, I feel like you're losing out.
I mean, I feel like there's a certain point where it might just become a contest of like what, you know, what's giving the best bonus, basically. And if the gems are giving a better bonus than the rune words are, then they're not going to use the rune words. Somewhere else.
Is that the problem with the gems, or is that the problem? Would that be a problem with the rune words that be powerful? Which I don't think they are. I think they're plenty powerful, but.
Yeah, I just AFK'd the World Tier 4 maiden, so yeah, okay.
I don't think you understand how powerful I really am, Leon. The earthquakes and dust devils that emanate from my very soul.
I think it's an interesting choice and discussion. I do think that the only people that would ever do the sacrifice you're talking about is this build that's like actually rolling percent primary stat in like their hamlet and going for the moon. Like if you're really going for the moon, maybe you'll sacrifice one rune. But I don't think most builds do that. Like I've done that on one build.
Irene said the dust devils were coming out of my butthole, so okay. Butthole dust devils.
You did the grenade version, now you're doing the dust devil version. Just every character is just William Wallace. It's just sometimes it's not lightning. Hopefully the boss is here, because I'm tired of clearing these pits and no boss. Let's come out.
I got an impressive. Somebody did an impressive emote at me.
Are you going full duck now? You just drink your coffee, eat your snack.
I'm over here snacking. I'm at World Tier 4. Maiden.
Beef jerky.
And I'm just snacking away. Maiden can't even survive more than like 10 seconds. She goes up in the air one time, she comes back down, she's dead.
Why's your fortify not going up? I guess you have to attack.
Yeah, probably. I got to attack. Worthy girl said, laugh my ass off. Yes. Haha. All these poor peasants actually attacking. Peasants. That's what these are. Peasants. Peasants on their peasant chairs. With your peasant stuff. Peasants. Actually moving and attacking and stuff. Peasants. No. I had to use a potion and an iron skin. What is this? Is there like a Hellborn here or something? There might be a Hellborn here. Oh no, I finally died. They got me. They got me, broskies. They got me.
Wherever you are, John Hamilton, I did a 91 for you. Now, don't ask me to do 100. I really don't feel like putting in the effort for that. That's going to require a lot more effort.
Oh yeah, there was a Hellborn here. Okay. You're right. The Hellborns are like kill or be killed over here. They dish out some damage.
Oh yeah, they are.
Not the fake Hellborns at the Maiden Summons. We're talking about the real ones that come from the or what was it called? The threat meter. The real ones that come from the threat meter are rough. They ain't no joke. Oh, he dropped me some pants. I like pants. What kind of pants did they drop? I like big pants, and I cannot lie. I do not know why I just sung that. That is so terrible. I think these call the ancient pants are better than mine. Yeah, they're like way better than mine. Okay. Okay, we AFK'd the Maiden. We AFK'd the Lilith, basically. I mean, we basically AFK'd Lilith. You can't AFK Lilith because she has mechanics. But we AFK'd her and then ran around a little bit, and then AFK'd her again, and then ran around a little bit, and then she died. So we did that. What do we do next? We do one of the torment bosses. Let's try one of the torment bosses. That'd be fun. Which torment boss should I AFK?
Trying to think, and Dario won't let you do it.
Marshawn will kill me with the pizza cutter, but I might kill him first.
Yeah, Gregory will let you do it. Dario would be interesting. He might die.
I feel like he'll poison me to death, but I would give it a try. I do feel like he'll just poison me to death. But whatever. Let's go with Varshan first, because I think I got plenty of his mats anyway.
Be wary of bandits.
Actually, I don't even know where those mats are, to be perfectly honest.
How's the party finder working? Have you guys tried it?
I haven't used
I
it.
haven't touched it, not even once.
I'm gonna look at it now.
Curious to see how it works.
You got to select a bunch of tags and
It's
stuff.
what I gathered, but like I'm just hopefully it's a valuable thing.
I mean, we'll see.
Super-
Okay. I need to go find my hearts. I think they're on my Necro or no, the Sorceress. Yeah, they were on the Sorceress because I was trying to farm a Tal Rashes. That's right.
Okay, this is pretty cool. So I went in there to find a party, and then someone has Lord's Ear listed. Bring materials. 3 people in there. I can just join. Listed 56 seconds ago.
Hmm.
That's pretty cool.
For the bosses, that's kind of neat.
Right. If you just want to get a rota going or something, it's not bad.
I mean, I wouldn't trust a rotation to it, but
Yeah, maybe not, but
because there's a very good chance you go put your mats in and nobody else puts their mats in, so which is probably what's actually going to happen. But if somebody's if it's a situation like that where they're just like bring mats and they got like 3 people and you just want to carry, that's an advantageous situation for you because you get your carry for free and like that's fine.
I got blasting in here. Ginger don't want that one.
Nope. Am I summoning Hurricane or Dust Devils while standing still? I am indeed. I am indeed. The power of my character knows no bounds. I fart wind out of my anus that is as horrendous as any gale storm, and my mere presence makes the ground shake with fear.
My skill is unmatched. Fight hard, eh?
Just my mere presence. Does anybody else want to come with me for, I don't know. I don't even know if I can kill him. I guess we're going to find out. I mean, I would offer to carry people, but I don't even know what the outcome of this is going to be, so. You just stood still and they died? That's right, Dark Bendover. That's right. I just stood still and they Dark Bendovered. That was so cheesy. There's some extra cheese on that. That was Parmesan. It was a grated Parmesan. Got that good. Cody said, you said cheese? I like cheese. Cody, you're so predictable. All I gotta do is be like, tacos? Cody, you want some tacos? Cody, you like chimkins? Cody, do you like your alligator? Where's your alligator? Alright, time to AFK Varshan. Let's go. Let's see if we can AFK Varshan. Womp, 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 womp. He's probably going to kill me. I'll probably get too many stacks and I'll die. That would be my assumption. I'm currently at 1 stack, and he also hurt pretty bad with that attack that actually did hit me, so. No, I'm slowly dying. Potions, potions, potions. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to be able to AFK him. It's this. I think the stack system and like the mechanics that you have to dodge is just
I can't use that.
so you don't have to whirlwind. I mean, I don't know anything about Dust Devil builds, Dark Bendover. Like I don't. That's not my bag. I don't do Dust Devil builds. This is the first build that I've ever done, and I wasn't trying to make a Dust Devil build. I was trying to make an Earthquake build. This is an Earthquake build. So a little bit of a different story there. Well, Marshawn is like annoying. He keeps blinding me and I can't do anything. I forgot how annoying it is to fight him by yourself when he literally sits there and blinds you repeatedly over and over again and you can't do anything while you're blinded. 3 stacks and I'm dead. Okay. So World Tier Torment 4 boss is definitely not AFKable by my Earthquake build. At least Varshawn isn't. Get him. Get him. Don't let him talk to you any kind of way. He's talking to you any kind of way. Don't let him talk to you any kind of way. Don't let him do it. Man, just killed a World Tier 4 boss by myself. He dropped me a bunch of rare, unique items, and not a single one was ancestral. Like, I feel like that's an oversight, although I can understand they're trying to make the ancestral items rare. But at a certain point, don't we have to admit that if you have if you're killing a World Tier 4 boss, a Tormented boss, that you probably have ancestral items anyway? I wish I could test this out in the Horde. This one would be so much fun to test out in the Horde. In the Navy, you can cheat your fellow man in the Navy. I really want to see what I can do with the Bone Spirit Necromancer. I think that's my next visit. I think we're visiting the Bone Spirit Necromancer next. Womp. Womp bump womp bump womp bump womp bump bump. Why do these go off perpetually? Because of the new rune words. Sat HDK 79. I don't know what that means. I tried to say that like I was an Austin Powers supervillain. 79. Have I tried the Spirit Wave builds? What's the Spirit Wave build? What's that? A smooth operator. Oh, smooth operator. Smooth operator. Cause he's a smooth operator. Oh yeah, I think you were the one that sent me the message about it. Yeah, I was thinking about that. That definitely seems like a really interesting one. I mean, we're about to find out, aren't we? Tain't we? We're about to find out, tain't we? We tain't. We tain't gonna find out. We tain't. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. We taint. There's a taint, we ain't taint. You taint, we taint. Everybody taint? Cause I'm a smooth operator. Such a smooth operator.
My bags are full.
Alright, so before we build anything,
Need something for it?
and I mean before we build anything, we need to take a look at the runes and we need to figure out what it is that we actually want to create. Because that's where like the meat and potatoes of these builds is coming from. But it's coming from the runes and taking advantage of effects specifically that are coming from the rune words. So we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna take a look at the runes. We're gonna decide what we want to like really push with this particular, you know, like setup, and then we're gonna go from there. So we know for a fact that we want to do Bone Spirit. That's what we're going to be setting up is Bone Spirit. So specifically, which is going to scale based off resource. It's going to be something we got to fire a lot. It is going to be something that I think we're going to need large amounts of resource for. So one of the runes that I think that we're definitely going to build around is the Lum rune, which those of you who play Diablo 2 know and love very well. The Lum rune is obviously used for a lot of various things. It is a beautiful, beautiful rune. A beautiful rune indeed. And I think the Lum rune is going to be where we're going to get a lot of our resource back. We're going to use this to recover resource, basically. So we can get, like, stuff. Or we may not go that path. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to build this just yet. But this could be the pathway that we're going to choose. Another one that we might definitely want to play around with is... where is it? Your next skill will be a guaranteed overpower and critical strike, which is which is not nothing. And then this one too, which is your next non-basic skill cast spends all of your primary resource, dealing 100% increased damage. So between Zan and Cax, I think that's just pronounced Cax because there's no Q on there, because Q would be Qua, and that's not what it is, because without a U, I'm pretty sure it's just pronounced Cax, which kind of sounds like kicks. Kicks are for kids. Kicks are for kids. So how do we pull this off? I mean, we need 700 offering to guarantee a crit overpower from Zan. And we need 400 offering to guarantee a 100% increased damage for our next non-basic skill cast. And... Let's take a look at our ritual runes and let's get an idea of what we could potentially do. So we've got cast a skill after moving, meh. Drink a healing potion, meh. Gain 50 offering for casting a skill with a cooldown. Technically, that one could work for us because Bone Spirit is technically a cooldown skill, despite the fact that we're going to be spamming it. So that is an option. Casting and evade, meh. Fio is really nice, but I don't think it's going to apply to what we're doing. I would like it, though. Don't get me wrong. Casting a non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. Smooth operator. Spending 5% of your maximum resource with the Pock rune does seem like an interesting option, because we are going to be spending a butt ton of resource. Like, more resource than anyone would rightly ever want to spend. We are going to be spending a lot of resource with this particular build. So that's an option. Let's put the ritual options down here. And casting a non-channeled core skill. That one is also an option. So let's put one of those down. It's only 25, but we're going to be casting a lot of those. So that's not exactly a bad choice. Okay, so I think we've got our 3 runes that we're potentially going to be looking at that are invocation runes. And we're going to be looking at our 3 offering runes, or ritual runes, which are going to generate the offering for us. Let's kind of get an idea of how we want to build this, and then we'll go from there. Now, one thing that Smooth Operator brought to my attention, which I don't know if it's a bug or not, which is one of the reasons why I'm worried about potentially taking advantage of it, is the it's an aspect called the Gore Quills, which is casting a Blood Lance will consume blood orbs to also conjure blood lances from them. Each additional Blood Lance deals 60% of the normal damage and prioritize targeted unlanced enemies. So what this does is it consumes the blood orbs, and when it consumes the blood orbs, it can fire off potential bone spirits by consuming blood orbs at a very fast rate. It's an interesting way to trigger the Blood Artisan's Curios, which is one way that you can potentially cast a large number of bone spirits. I would like to cast bone spirits itself, but this is an interesting way to trigger that. I'm kind of curious whether I want to go that route or whether I want to go the other route. I feel like the problem is that if I go this route, the aspect of the Gore Quills route, one of the issues is that I don't think this one is going to work with Bone Spirit. And I don't think this one's going to work with Bone Spirit. So I think this is the real big problem with this, is that I don't think either Zan or Cax is actually going to work with the bone spirits that are free casted from Blood Artisan's Curios. I still think we should probably use Blood Artisan's Curios, because I think it's a really powerful item, but I'm not entirely sure that that's the way to go. Now, the way to go is probably, for the way that I'm trying to set things up, there is an aspect called... ultimate cooldowns. It's the one with the blood orbs of the Embalmer. So consuming a corpse has a 35% chance to spawn a blood orb. Or you can potentially go with this one, which is one I actually prefer to do, which is Corpse Tendrils, where Corpse Tendrils has a 30% chance to drop a blood orb when damaging enemies, which is actually really effective. So that one in particular can give you a large number of blood orbs every single time it pulls enemies in, and then you can literally just run around and collect all the orbs, firing off multiple bone spirits in the process. I think this is the route that we're gonna try and play with this, because I wanna self cast the bone spirit, which I think is important. So we're gonna go with. Trying to think what I want to do for my actual main ability. I usually use Hemorrhage because I can get fortification through Hemorrhage, which is not bad. We also grab Hued Flesh for the free corpses, and we're going to grab Imperfectly Balanced, as well as Unliving Energy. Those are important to make the build work. We also... The Barrier might be nice too. That's actually kind of nice. Damage versus Elites while fortified. And we probably also use the Bone Prison with this build too, because that Bone Prison stuff is just too good. One of the problems with this build is you really need a lot of overpower, and fortification is part of that. And there's really not a lot of good ways to fortify without minions. Like I think I tried this 1,000 times, and like every single time I tried it, like you kind of had to have minions. Which, I mean, I don't exactly think that the Bone Spirit is best made for minions, but at the same time, it's an overpower build, and you kind of need your minions. I like Soul Rift too. Soul Rift is really nice. Shadow damage ability, not really super important, but you do get 30% times multiplier from having it active. But I do think that Bone Storm is probably going to be our primary there. Okay, so we're going to pull you. You go over here. There. I'm not sure what we do for the minions. I feel like none of the bonuses are really all that important as far as like the skeletons go, and having some skeletons that are immortal certainly wouldn't be bad for the build. But then again, if I don't make them like the immortal skeletons, they're not really going to do very much. I mean, assuming that we go the minion route. We probably go 3 in Death's Defense, 3 in Hellbent Commander, 1 in Bonded Essence. Three an Inspiring Leader, I guess. We can throw 3 in Finality. Three in a Necrotic Carapace. Let's go ahead and put 5 into Bone Storm so we can get more out of that. I have to have Corpse Tendrils if I'm going to use the other ability. And of course we don't have any curses. But I could... hem, haw, hem. Hem, haw, hem, haw. Hey, Droppin' Toads with the gift subs. Thank you, Droppin' Toads. And congratulations, Posty Grant. What's up, Jason Huckles? I'm having fun on this Friday. This has been a really great Friday. I'm playing around with all these rune words and stuff. It's been a blast. Probably going to be keeping going for another 4 hours or so. I actually probably want to grab Transfusion. Actually, that's the whole, like, once every 2 seconds thing, too, so it doesn't really, like, do a whole lot. Let's, 6%. Yeah, it's not really all that amazing. I would like to grab a curse. What does my bar currently look like? It's full. Okay. So, if I do grab a curse, it's got to be an aspect. That's basically what I'm saying here. So it's going to have to be like the curse aspect that curses everything around me. In which case, if I do that particular route, then I could maybe go like amplify damage. with no curses. Or something along those lines. At which case, if I'm doing the full minions, and they have, like, the defense that I need, we probably go Reapers for the carving corpses, because we want to make sure that we're fortified. We probably do the Cold Mages with the Essence return on the primary attack. And then the Golem, we don't need the pull-in from the... honestly, the Golem I think we sack. So we probably sack the Golem for the 35% critical strike damage. Because we're going to be using Corpse Tendrils. Let's see. I did get a unique chest. Did the items just disappear off the ground? Yep. I think the items just disappeared off the ground. I think that's what happened. So probably Blood Moon Breaches with this build, because Blood Moon Breaches, of course, has the chance for the both of the curses. We need to get a better one than that. What do we do? What do you do? Any favorite rune combinations? I've really been enjoying all the baby runes, like the blue runes. I think the blue runes are my favorite, like the summon Spirit Wolves, the summon Meteorites, the like summon stun grenades and earthquakes and stuff like that. I think those have been my absolute favorite so far. What were you saying, Leon?
I don't even remember. I think you were singing something, and I was saying Klondike Bar.
What would
you do?
For a Klondike bar?
Playing around with different runes now just for fun. The teleport's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, getting a free teleport certainly doesn't sound like a terrible thing. I'm trying to think, do I want to use any mythics in this build? Maybe Shaco? Maybe Shaco, do 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 do, maybe Shaco, do 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 do, maybe Shaco, do 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 do, maybe Shaco. Do do Shaco, do 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 do, maybe Shaco, do 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 do, maybe Shaco, do 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 do, maybe Shaco. I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of problems with survivability, and I actually kind of think I want to use Melted Heart of Selig with this build. As good as Banished Lord's Talisman is, I feel like with the Zan rune that guarantees crits and overpowers, and the 100% increased in damage from the Cax rune. I mean, granted, I could get even more if I tagged it up with the Banished Lords, but getting 60 more resource wouldn't exactly be terrible either. And then the survivability I gain from Melted Heart would be kind of nice too. Let's try it with the Melted Heart first, and then if it doesn't work, we'll go to the Banished Lords and we'll play around with that. I think I tried the Grandfather last time, and I love the Grandfather, but it just takes up so many aspect slots.
Yes, Mr. Papa.
He takes up the popo, the aspect slots papa. He makes it very difficult. I'm pretty sure that all my uniques just disappeared off the ground earlier. I opened the box and I guess it was too many uniques because they just disappeared off the ground.
I feel like Pac could be much better.
The what?
The Pac rune, the one that we were talking about with the max resource, 5% spent.
Yeah, that was the one we got to talk about the devs about.
Yeah. I just tried it out to see if it was good enough to give me 5 earthquake stacks, and it's not.
Yeah.
It barely even gives me 2, which is kind of bad.
Yeah. It's not amazing. That's for sure. It's not the best. 13. It's slightly better, I guess.
My burden is too great.
Looking for a better soul brand. I mean, not a soul brand. A better Blood Artisan's Curious. It's not already in here, is it? I'm just blind. It's definitely an interesting way to hand out all the items, just to like make a big old chest. Just open it up and it just drops everything. It's silly, but it doesn't actually give you all the uniques. I thought it would actually give you all the uniques. It doesn't give you all the uniques. It gives you most of the uniques, and it leaves some out. Unless they're disappearing when they fall on the ground.
The class one?
Yeah,
Maybe you just have so many.
I don't know, I've been opening one chest at a time, too, because I've been having problems with them not, like disappearing on me. So maybe it's because other people are also opening their chests next to me, like, which, I don't know, might be affecting it. I don't know. Ugh, that's a 9. Garbage. Oh, the evil monsters outside are evil. They added some funny flavor text on the actual items. It says likely useful to be by a stash before opening. I don't know why I have so many mythic unique chests. Got a double greater affix grandfather. Cooldown reduction. Greater affix on the cooldown reduction. I mean, which one do I want? The greater affix on the cooldown reduction or the greater affix on the max resource? I think I want the greater affix on the cooldown reduction for this build, right? I think that's a no-brainer, because getting that low cooldown reduction is the most important thing for the way this build works.
Oh, yeah. Oh, just get both, man.
Just get both? Okay.
Just get both.
Just keep opening them until I have both. I don't really did. I was trying to be more realistic, but you know, I understand. So one of the chests is class only and one of the chests is class specific? Is that how it works?
Yes. One's general uniques and one's class uniques.
The system for talking to this demon is atrocious. Where you have to talk to him and then you have to like, and then the menu goes away and then you have to talk to him again and then the menu comes back and then like it's not.
And sometimes you have to actually go out of the menu on purpose to repeat the same step. Because otherwise it like stops giving you materials and stuff, I've noticed. Unless I go all the way out and then go back in.
It's definitely a little buggy, but man, this is like I'll repeat because you know I'm sure the devs like to hear good feedback too. It's way better than it was before.
Oh yeah.
We're not complaining about that, okay? We like that, all right? Oh, it gives you a unique cache every single time too. Like you have the mythic unique, it gives you the mythic unique cache every time too. That was why I had multiple mythic unique caches in my inventory. Makes sense now. I just need to do janks. I need the things. I just need to do janks. I need all the rings. If you would be so kind to hand them all to me. I just need to do janks. I just need all the things. Give me all the do janks. I'll take all of them. Give me all the stuff. Give me all the fluff. Give me all the stuff. Oh, give me all that stuff. Give me all the stuff. Yeah. You know, it's interesting to like think, you know, I know Zyler was being silly and he was getting like all quad affix ones. I don't know how long he sat there doing that. But if you think about it from a certain perspective, he was actually learning something, which is how many drops does it take to get to the center of the lollipop? You know, like how many double affixes and how many triples and how many quadruples did he see as he was opening up every single box? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of a neat little thing to think about. If only Zyler was here to talk to us. But alas, he is not. For he is lost. He is lost to the world of men and elves. Demons and buttholes. Did I make an enigma? No, I didn't. Just like in Diablo 2, I prefer not to make enigmas. Just like in Diablo 2, I prefer not to make enigmas.
My burden is too
Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. Well, at least I got plenty of materials.
You can take what's left.
Getting 400 blood at farmed for 10 minutes. So nice. What? I'm trying to get a 3 Blood Artisan's Curious. Otherwise, there's no purpose to even trying to use the Blood Artisan's Curious if I can't get a 3. I keep getting like, oh, there's a 4. Okay, so now we're down to a 4 Blood Artisan's Curious. That's at least better than I've had before.
Father bless. What do you need?
Where's the Path of Trackable Boots? 30. Nice, we got some 30s. Okay, good. Solid upgrades. We need to get the 3. That's the most important thing, though. I gotta get the 3 on the Blood Artisan's Curious, and then we're set to go. Sometimes I think it doesn't let me like do it again unless I open up all the chests. Like I know it seems weird, but every now and then, like if I don't open all the chests, it like throws a fit or something. Well, there's a 60 Banished Lords. Certainly not terrible. Something is coming. Hard work pays off. I hope so. I hope so. I've been working hard for my money. Okay. Da-dum, da-dum. I've been working hard for my gold coins. Do-do-do-do. Playing Diablo for my gold coins. Do-do-do-do. I'm playing all the Diablo for my gold coins, you see. I got Diablo for my gold coins. So much Diablo for my gold coins. Come on down and play some Diablo with me.
Need something for it?
Cause he's a smooth gold coin operator. He's got so many gold coins operator. Did I get a double in there somewhere? I got a double ring of Starless.
You can take what's left.
Smooth operator. Do you know French is spoken in Canada? Yeah. I got a joke that somebody told me a long time ago. That's how I knew. You want to hear the joke, Miles? I'll tell you a joke. So a man is driving to Canada, and he means to be insulting. He gets himself one of them big trucks with the wide side, and he takes a spray can, and he writes all sorts of nasty things on the side of this truck. He writes, Canadians suck, you know, F Canadians, who wants to be a Canadian B word anyway, you know, like all over the truck, all sides, every single side that he can possibly write an expletive on, he writes expletives all over the place, right? He drives the truck through the border. He has no problem. He gets about a mile down the road, and he gets pulled over by a police officer. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to let him have it. I'm going to tell him all about how much I don't like Canadians. And blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to curse at him, and I'm going to show him my truck and be like, look at how much I hate Canadians. Police officer pulls him over and says, is this your truck, sir?
What do you need?
He's like, yeah, this is my truck. He goes, what are you going to do about it? He goes, well, sir, are you aware that in Canada all signs need to be in French and Canadian, as well as English? So you need to write everything that you've written on this truck also in French so that everybody can read it, sir. He hands him a spray can to and proceeds to make him write every expletive in Canadian, French, and he proceeds on his way. I'm sure I butchered the joke. Anyway, that's how I know that people speak French in Canada. Ooh, that's a nice one. 6.4 and a 143. That's a pretty good combo. We still don't have a 3. We got a 4, but we didn't get a 3, which is unfortunate.
372 million, the highest number I've seen now. We're just going up, baby.
Going up and up and up and up. And up and up and up and up and up. God, I hate how it does that. Like, I teleport from Zarbinzet to Kyovashat, and then there's a portal to take me back to Zarbinzet. I accidentally click on the portal, and it takes me out of Kyovashat and goes back to Zarbinzet. Smooth operator.
I love the standstill one. It's so good.
It really is. I think it might be too good, and I'm afraid they're going to nerf it.
And you combine that with the intercom, and you're just like, it just perfect synergy. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using that one, you might as well use the intercom. So, like, why not? So it is a good combination for sure. Alright, I'm gonna try one more time to get up 3 Blood Artisan Curios. If it doesn't drop, I'm just move on. We're just gonna make the build. Can't hear me over the music? What music? The music of my heart. The beat. The beat of my soul. Come on down to the music mambo. We got some music. It's a combo. Gonna get some music. It's a mambo.
Did you watch The Lord of the Rings last night?
Oh, the new episode? No, I haven't seen it.
Oh.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it.
He enjoyed it, everybody. I haven't had a chance. Too much Diablo. Not enough time. I feel like if I'm gonna do the double curse thing, I should probably put points into the curses. Let's pull Titan's Fall. And max that out. Grab Decrepify. When we take Hued Flesh, we definitely want to check that. I guess we don't really need Finality. We want Abhorrent Decrepify is what we want. Show Abhorrent Decrepify. I think that's where we go. Instead of putting points in Iron Maiden, let's just grab Abhorrent Decrepify, 3 in Amp, and then 1 in Skeletal Mage Mastery, because those guys die a lot. They do die a lot. That's unfortunate. Okay. Now aspects. I got a triple greater affix dagger on my character. Okay. Guess I'm using a dagger. Alright, so the major aspects for this are when Bone Spirit explodes inside Bone Prison, it explodes twice, which we definitely need. That's just a double damage, which is obviously very good. We also need the Swelling Curse. That one is absolutely insane for this particular build. Where's my Swelling Curse? Actually, I can't put that on a shield, can I? So I need a focus. Here's what the problem is. Yeah, I'm gonna need a focus. Let me try and gamble one real quick.
Very nice. It seems you have a bit of magic in that one.
The smooth operator.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
Take a chance.
Are there no unique focuses at all?
It seems your whole battle.
Can't think of one.
Try again.
I don't think there is. Okay. Now we need the master working. Okay, well I double hit the cooldown reduction on the greater affix cooldown Jocko, so I'm at 41% cooldown. That already brings me to 7.08 seconds, which is that's already pretty much the barrier. I could upgrade it to the next tier. It's gonna take like all my resources to do that, but and that literally puts me below the 7-second barrier. So we are now done with the 7-second barrier. We don't have to worry about that. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it a lot. At this point, we need our master working. Did they do any kind of master working or weapon stuff? Because there was pretty much like no weapon masterwork for the Bone Spirit last time. I think they added something, right?
Probably, yeah, they added it for every
chance
class.
for Bone Spirit to deal double damage. That's what it is.
That's insanity. I'm gonna try that other.
It's a 1 in 4, and I'm failing miserably. on my triple greater affix dagger.
Oh no.
Okay, there we go. 19.5%. Alright, then from here... They took away, like, bone... specific, didn't they? Like, but they got macabre damage in here, though. Which macabre is pretty much what I'm looking for. Unfortunately, it's tied together with damage to cursed, Iron Maiden, and corpse tendrils damage. So, there's a very good chance I'm not gonna get it. And I rolled it on the first try. Woo! Okay. Now we do the same thing for this one. Come on, don't do me like this. I just had to gamble you in the first place, you little turd. Oh, I barely got it, okay. And then I got Iron Maiden damage. Okay, whatever. I'll take it, because I got the Bone Spirit double. I'm not gonna, like, redo those. Alright, now we need... Macabre. Restores primary skills. That's the most important thing. We got a bottom roll on the first ring. Rough. Come on. Macabre cobs. I need the macabre cobs. Give me the cobs. Macabros a 16. Ah, man. Do I just, like, keep re-rolling until I get a better number than that? Because that's terrible. Hey, a 20. Okay. Now we do... profane finesse. Corpse central size. Corpse central size. Corpse central damage. Iron Maiden damage. And I'm pretty sure that's bricked. I mean, I'm not going to get this perfect. But... there we go. Macabre. Alright, that one still has 15 primary resource, which I'd really like to reroll. Still have 6 tries. Yes. Okay, sweet. I got 20 now. Alright, now we need to masterwork these, and it needs to hit on... it needs to hit on the primary resource, that's the goal. Okay, so no. 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 You said you do get masterworking materials when you open the masterworking box?
Oh yeah, you do get every site. Just have to keep doing it because it's like 1,000 at a time or something.
Well, it's better than the none that I'm currently at right now because I wasted it all upgrading that hat. So I just got to do what? Materials chest over and over again? So crafting materials.
Craft materials over and over. And the thing is, it doesn't work half the time. Like, you'll know if it works if it's dropping the gems.
Yeah, as long as the gems are up on my screen, it's working.
Yeah, it has like a little sound.
I cannot do that here.
Yeah, you're right. You got to back out sometimes because it stops
You have to
working.
back out sometimes. It's annoying, yeah. Yeah. It's way better than we had it, but there's definitely problems with the dancing guy.
I mean, hey, it's probably the closest to the actual, like, one I had on Lord of the Rings back in the day. Lord of the Rings had one, it was like a room you went in, there was like all the vendors, you could just buy whatever you wanted, it was free. Like, they just had shops set up, it was like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. having trouble getting it to roll on the macabre. Keeps rolling on whatever it wants to. Over and over again, the same thing, like multiple times.
Locking into something.
Yeah, and what I need is, I just need the one thing that it just isn't rolling. Come on, buddy, just like roll the right thing. There we go. I don't care if you roll the wrong thing multiple times, but like, okay, so that's 34 at this point, fully masterwork. So let's do this again on this one. There we go, primary resource. And we didn't hit it again, which sucked. Yeah, when you upgrade to maximum, it's just that final 4 tiers is just really freaking expensive. That's gonna take us some time to like cap out stuff like that. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. I just found a glitch. Apparently, if you stand close enough to him when you do the craft all materials, the menu comes back up on its own. And you can just click the button over and over again and it works really fast.
Yeah, but it's not actually working.
No, it was working. I was dropping materials on the ground.
That looks different. That looks different.
Yeah, you see it?
Because I saw you clicking back and forth because I was doing that.
Yeah, well, I think it was because I was standing really close to him. It was popping back up on its own. I think, anyway.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, I got a double on one of them. I want to get a double on the other one too, so I'm going to reset this. Okay, if it's no double by the second, then I just re-roll. Or if it's not even at least a single time on the second one. Unfortunate.
Not bad.
This is important for this build because it functions as a restorator that restores all your resource and makes it a lot easier for you to get where you're trying to go. It's very important to have this. And unfortunately this build kind of like relies on it.
Unexpected.
Okay, there's one. No, don't do that.
Not bad.
I didn't get the second one. Got the third one. Okay. So now we got 39. We got a 39 restoration on both rings from a double roll. So that's really darn good. That's exactly what we were trying for. We're also going to use... I'm going to reset the... Actually, doesn't resource generation work on that macabre bonus? So if we use Melted Heart and we grab a greater affix on the... we try and get a greater affix on that specifically, the resource generation, that'll probably work. Let me grab some unique items real quick. See, open a couple chests and see if I can get a Melted Heart that has like the good mods on it.
Is it Torment or
For what?
Aspect for the ring? One of them.
There we go.
It's Torment.
I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm gonna use right now, but I want to use the resource generation from Melted Heart to enhance the 39 and 39 that I'm getting from both of the rings. That was, I think that'll work out tremendously well. And then Let's masterwork it, see if we can get a bonus on that resource regen.
Unexpected.
So let's just reset. The first one's the easiest one, so we just reset the first one repeatedly unless we get a blue on the first one. Damage reduction while healthy. Man, I can't. It just doesn't want to roll on the bottom slot a lot of the times, I noticed. Like it's been something that I've kind of like was paying attention to, and it just seems to like not want to roll on the bottom slot. Oh yeah, my earthquake build is insane, player 2. Okay, so that gets me quite a bit. Let's go ahead and masterwork the up you. Let's finish you Oh, triple cooldown reduction. Don't mind if I do on the Shaco.
Not bad. Unexpected. Come back if you need work.
Yeah, I think that when I was just standing really close to him, I think that's what did it. So I was just doing like crafting materials, and I think it just popped up on its own. I don't really know. That was weird though. That was way better than what I was doing before. What was it? Oh, this one. Oh, I need more than that. I need like 2 more pips. How am I liking the Rogue Knives build? I haven't actually played the Rogue Knives build. Leon did though. He said it was pretty fun.
I like that. I liked it a lot. Apparently people are going victimized and it's crazy.
Yeah, I heard. I heard there was like a victimized fun thing going on. Alright, so I need to reroll. Yeah, I think I'm already at like maximum cooldown reduction. I don't know, but I really don't. I don't know. I think I'm gonna roll for cooldown reduction on the head of the focus too. That puts me at 5.27 Bone Spirit cooldown. Alright, so now we need to do our rune words. Actually, you know what? I know I just said now we need to do our rune words, but I need to like get everything set up properly. So we've got the Bone Prison one. I've got the... Oh, we don't want Bone Lance. We don't want that. We don't want that. Okay, so we need several of the Bone Spirit ones. Okay, so there's the... Oh yeah, there's that new one, the phasing poltergeist aspect. I forgot about that one. Okay, we want Shattered Spirits aspect on the ring. I don't think any of the other resource ones is worth using, so let's use the phasing poltergeist on one of the rings. Then we're also going to grab the swelling curse on the gloves, and then I believe we need... The last one is aspect of serration, I believe. And I think that pretty much does it. Now we are set up like God Kings. I know not what we have done. Or actually... There's something that we're missing, isn't it? We're missing something. We're missing... Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, hold on. We need to move phasing poltergeist. I need to take ossified essence out. That's what it is. Yeah, I think I remember I tested this and ossified essence wasn't as good as it seemed. So we move phasing poltergeist aspect to the focus. Then we move phasing portcullis off of here, and we take the God, what was the aspect called? I just thought of it, and it just left my head. And just... my brain no work good, brain broke it. Wait, I had it in my head, and then I lost it. Oh yeah. Requiem, that's the one. That's the 10 essence gained per minion that is currently active. We want that one. That's going to give us a huge amount of essence, which is what we need. All right, so now we need sockets. We need sockets, my friends, sockets. Alright, and we need gemelems. So only 4 of those slots are going to be consumed, so the rest of them are going to be topazes. So we're going to have at least 2 topazes for intelligence. Let's just put those in the Shaco. And then the rest of those are runes. The weapons are going to be emeralds. And then most likely we're going to do skulls for armor, because we should be like more than good on resistances by the time we're finished. And then the runes themselves. So the runes that we're going to be using are going to be Cax and Zan. Those are going to be the 2 runes that we're going to be using. I just need to figure out which one I want to actually put into which one. Casting a skill with a cooldown is going to be massive. I kind of want that one to be the one that's cheaper, because that one's going to be going off all the time. So we're going to put that with Cax. And then cast a channeled non-core skill. Cast a non-channeled core skill, 25 offering. I think both of these are my play. I think I go with these 2, although I'm not entirely sure. Spending 5% of your maximum resource could potentially equal up to more than the 25 offering that's being offered by Tam. Tam's going to give me 25 every single time I use a non-channeled core skill. But Pock will give me 2 offering for each 5% of my maximum resource I spend, which should be a total of 40 maximum resource. So technically Pock will exceed Tam. So then the question becomes, which one do I want? Do I want Yule or Pock? I kind of want them both triggering evenly, but they're not the same cost. So I figure what we probably do is we put the one that generates more with the higher one, and we put the one that generates less with the lower one. That way they'll kind of like even out a little bit. That's my hope anyway. All right, and then the last thing we've got to do is we've got to set up the Paragon board so that we actually have some damage output. So let's go ahead and do that, shall we? Alright, we'll do... Cursed enemies take 10% increased damage from you and your minions. Each second they are cursed up to 40%. We want that one. We're probably also going to take Bloodbath. We want Bone Graft. That's like one of our main ones there is Bone Graft. So let's go ahead and start with Bone Graft so that we have just pretty much everything we need. Okay, I kind of messed up there, didn't I? Alright, so we got the maximum essence. And then we'll grab let's grab all the boards first before we start filling in the rest of the stuff. We're not going to be running the corpse consuming stuff, even though we probably should. I mean, Bloodbath, I think, is a no-brainer for the 70% overpower times. We also got Frailty, which looks really nice because we're going to be using curses. So I think that's a decent one to grab as well. What we got here? Shadow damage over time, which we don't need. Shadow resistance and damage to crowd control enemies. Alright, so let's take this path over here since we already went this way. And then this one's most likely going to be Bloodbath. We don't necessarily need all the blood stuff that's on this board, but it's got overpower damage on the board, which we want. And it also has damage reduction, or damage while fortified bonuses, which we do want those as well. We want all the overpower bonuses, actually, so hold on. Let me rotate that. Because we want to go through the overpower bonuses if possible. I put the wrong board on, didn't I? Okay, there we go. Alright, we want to rotate it so that we have to go through the overpower node. That's the goal. So we're going to grab the fortify generation stuff on the way up to our node here. Then we're also going to go over from here and grab all the overpower stuff, which is what we definitely want. Because we are an overpower character. And is that our last board? Do we have one more board? I think we've got one more board, right? Yeah. Looks like we definitely got one more board. So let's take this one over here. Okay, and then our final board, we don't want Wither. We probably don't want Blood Begets Blood either. Scent of Death is, I mean, it's okay for a little bit of damage reduction, I suppose. Flesh Eater also has a multiplier, but we're not consuming, well, we are consuming corpses because we're summoning, yeah, that's right, we are consuming corpses because we're summoning our actual minions, so that will work, actually. Let's grab the Flesh Eater. Now we need glyphs. So, as many glyphs as we can get. Bone Spirit is physical damage. We're also running minions, so we can potentially run the minion glyphs. We also have this absolutely crazy one with damage to all, bonus to all normal glyphs in range. That gives you a huge bonus to elite damage. So, like, I mean, that could get slapped somewhere easily. I certainly don't see anything wrong with using that one. And then this one, you would definitely pull like all the intelligence nodes if you were running this, because you want to get access to all that beautiful intelligence. In fact, I might even want to pull the crit nodes with something like that. There's some really nice ones in here that have to do with physical damage. We've got the enemies who are cursed. Desecrated ground. Whenever your minions deal damage to an enemy, the enemy takes 1% increased damage from you and your minions up to 15% times. But then it has an increased minion multiplier, which isn't really what we're looking for. That's the one. You and your minions deal 10% times increased physical damage. That's definitely one of the ones that we want to take a look at. So that one is intelligence based. So we're just going to grab all the int nodes that are nearby. Beef that one up significantly. Let's not spend too many points on these until we figure out exactly what we're doing with all the rest of them. Cody, what is the matter with you, buddy? Do you got a boogum in your nose? Do you got a boogum? What kinds of boogums do you got? Them hard, nasty rock boogums? Or are they big, ugly, grody boogums? Are they the squishy boogums? Sometimes I just talk to the dog. I know he doesn't understand me. I'm not stupid. But it's funny to watch his brain wheels turn, and he'll start turning. His wheels start turning in his head, and he's like, boogums? He's like, why is he talking about boogums? And his head starts going like this. Like, boogums? What about boogums? What does he keep to? What about boogums? There's no boogums. Damage to crowd control targets, shadow damage, minion damage, desecrated ground. We want the overpower one too, yes. We want dominates. We want to dominate. Domination. We need these overpower nodes right here too. What's that? Willpower? So we want both of these. Is it active? It's not active yet. We actually want as much overpower damage as we can get, so it's a lot. Is that all the glyphs? Okay, done. 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 So we got all the glyphs. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and stack this overpower damage because that's where we're going to be getting a lot of our bonuses from. So there's going to be a way we can sneak a little bit more out of this. I kind of want to keep that 10 intelligence if I can. We could drop a 5. That'll work. Oh, we didn't even... Oh, no, we didn't put a glyph in here. We didn't activate this one. Dang it. Okay, so we'll have to pull some. That's alright. I like that one. That one's good. And that one just requires Dex, which, with some minor modification, we can probably make that happen. Yes, so that one's now activated. And that one's what? Bonus to rare nodes, and we have both the rare nodes, so that's good. Alright, so this one is finished. I guess we can just like slap an extra dewjank in one of these. Any of them, doesn't matter. What's this one? Dex. Can we reach any Dex nodes that aren't currently grabbed? Cody, what is the madams, buddy? You act like the world is ending. Didn't I take you out just a little while ago? You've got food in your bowl, you've got water in your bowl, and you've got a Chinchilla to play with, and you've got an alligator, and you've got bones, and you've got all sorts of stuff to play with. Where's your toys at? Where's your horn? Where's your horn at? Is that it right there? There's your horn. Look, it's right there. It's right there, silly. You're not looking. Come here. It's right there. Get your horn. That's not your horn. That's your bone. So you got toys? You's got toys? Give me this bone. Give me this. There's some bone. You want me to throw it? You ready? Ready. Gonna throw the bone. Ready. 1, 2, 3, go. Alright, I think he's done. Let's go test him in the training room and let's see how he does. Because I don't know exactly what this is going to turn out like, but it should be amazing. I think I just made a god tier build. We are about to find out. I need my minions. Alright, we need more training dummies. We need the multiples. Well, I just got a 40 million overpower. Or whatever that's worth.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, I need essence per second. That's what I need. I need essence per second on my equipment. So I need to go roll my boots, I think, and maybe like, well, not boots, because I can't do the boots. Whatever pieces I can do. Oh man, I don't have any pieces that can roll essence per second, do I? You can't roll essence per second on gloves, can you?
No boots, chest, helm.
Let me take a look at the occultist. Let me see what options are available on the enchantment window.
I think I've leveled up a version of this build already.
I mean, I love Melted Earth Sailing, and I know that I'm like gonna shoot myself in the foot here by doing this, but let me put on the Banished Lord's Talisman. I think the Banished Lord's Talisman is a straight shot to the foot, because it's gonna, unfortunately, make me into a weakling. Literally into a weakling. But in fact, if I do go this route, I probably can't do the Blood Artisan's Curious. I probably go with because at that point I think I'm like way too weak to be able to tank most stuff. But let's put on the Banished Lords. Let's see how it goes with that too. There was a 55 million earlier. Yeah, well, wait until you see what the Banished Lords. The Banished Lords is going to pump things up significantly.
Yo!
What's up, Chunky?
I don't care, John. Big board.
Totally not gay, Chunky. I love you. I love you, Chunky. I miss you. I miss you, chat.
Did you not read the rest of that?
What? I did. I did read. I sent Chunky a bunch of gay hearts, so just so you guys get caught up. I wanted him to know that I missed him. Okay, that's all I. Ooh, 119 million.
how much longer is that broken PTR got?
Several days. Why, you want to hop on and play? It's really fun.
Probably like
No.
4 more days.
The
Chucky.
new rune words
No,
are fun. They're really fun.
They're not rune words.
They are totally rune words.
They're not rune words.
They have encapsulated the spirit that made rune words fun. I've been having so much fun with them. I can't even tell you.
They're gems.
You got to put 2 together. Nadir is 2 runes. So is smoke. Smoke is 2 runes.
Happy.
Smoke
I'm
is.
happy on my late D2R.
That's fun.
Alright, I guess you're just gonna miss out on being able to summon a whole bunch of stun grenades or spirit wolves.
No, it's a PTR. I don't care. And besides, I have to watch my data
Okay.
because I don't have fancy internet.
Okay, fancy schmancy. We're gonna get you some Starlink. That's all. Just get you a little Starlink up in here.
Well,
Just
no,
a little.
y'all won't pay for it.
Just a little Starlink. How much does it cost? $1 million? A million.
$120 a month.
$1 million. I need to take this into like an actual like thing and play with it now. So let's take this into an actual run. So far, Chunks, I have made a barbarian that literally stands there and absolutely murders everything, which I thought was hilarious. I've made it literally, he just like spams earthquakes, and then the earthquakes form dust devils, and like I was literally just like AFK killing the maiden, which was hilarious. And that's actually a much bigger feat than it was in season 5, because the maiden's actually pretty tough now. I made a complete rogue around stun grenades, where like everything I did was dropping like trillions of stun grenades on the ground, which I thought was hilarious, and it was just absolutely fun. I did like a full wolf, like companion druid, and I was like summoning a whole bunch of these like spirit wolves, which are basically identical to the spirit wolves in Diablo 2. They have like cold damage, and they chill targets when they hit them. Sometimes they freeze them. And that one was really fun. I had like a whole army of wolves running around. That was amazing. What was the other one I tested? Oh yeah, the meteorites. With the Starfall Coronet, they added this rune that like makes meteorites fall. And there's an overflow system. So the overflow system for the rune words is basically that if you generate more resource for the effect than what the rune word requires, it like starts casting extra. Right, so the first time I tested it with like a little piddly thing, and it put like 2 little meteorites on the ground. And then I tested it with one of the really big generators, and one of the really big generators made like 41 meteorites fall, and it was like freaking like hell had opened up, and like the meteors were falling from a volcano that was nearby or something. It was crazy. It was like you know what it was like? It was like Armageddon from Diablo 2. That's what it felt like. They were like all over the place. I'm telling you, it's so much fun playing with these runes. I actually had the devs show up, Chunks. Like the Diablo 4 devs. They showed up and they were talking to me about the rune words.
Oh, they pop up in your stream?
Yeah. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
I need to temper this pair of gloves. I haven't tempered the gloves. Cody, I'm not sure what's wrong with you. You got the itchy butt or something. Itchy booty butt. You may call your mama and see if she'll take you.
Maybe he's got hemorrhoids. Got a little cougar's hemorrhoids.
I have texted your mama. Look, right there on the phone. You see? Are you not looking? Look. I let her know that you want to go downstairs. If she replies, I will let you know. He said, you better. Now sit. Thank you. Gotta be a goodest. If he's not a goodest, I don't know what you is. You gotta be a goodest. Gotta be a good arrestest, bestest boy. He said, am always good arrestest, and you know it. That's a lie. Don't even pretend that's not goodest. He said, am always goodest.
He's a good dog.
He said, I don't think you know how goodest I is. I don't think you do. I don't think you knows the level of goodest that I have acquired. And I am not getting like the rolls that I need, but oh, there we go. I actually got it that time. What do you know?
I'm not getting nothing on D2 either. For a late start.
I mean, if you
Unique's
need
just
anything, I
not
can
dropping.
certainly, I could probably try and give you something.
Come back if you need work.
Why does Sean hate on D4 so much? I don't know. People like to hate on D4. It's a common thing. Maybe it's like the baby syndrome. You guys know the baby syndrome, right? Like when you bring a baby home, the toddler is jealous of the baby and like thinks that the baby's gonna replace him. Like I don't think anybody's trying to replace D2 and nothing ever will. So like there's no fear of that. Like D2 is always gonna be there. And we're always gonna have fun with D2. And D4 is just the new baby that came home. That's really all it is. And is it better than D2? No, it's not, but it's still fun. I mean, we still love the D2 baby. We're never gonna not love the D2 baby. That's what you should take away from that. Never gonna not love the D2 baby. He's a good baby. He's a good baby, and he's a good baby. All right, let's go test this in some pits and see what he's capable of. See how tanky he is. I bet you he's probably gonna get killed by a bunch of monsters. They're gonna slap him around and use him as a dish rag, because despite the fact that he does lots of damage, I know for a fact that he is not tanky and he's probably gonna die. So, you know, let's just throw that out there. Let's actually start him easy. I know he's doing tons of damage, but I have a feeling he's gonna get slapped around. So let's start at 30 and we'll work our way up from there by like 10s. So you're taking care of your dad now? I thought you were taking care of your grandma, you said. Chunks.
I need more time.
Well, this is like crazy. That was a 15 mil casual overpower there. Smooth operator. Yeah, he's getting hurt pretty badly in this tier 30, but it's not to say that he's not dishing out lots of damage, because he totally is, but he's definitely getting hurt a lot.
Where are you getting to take care of my dad thing? He's been gone since I was 16 years old.
You said that earlier.
No, my grandma.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was, because last time I talked to you, you said your grandma,
Yeah.
but then I heard dad, and I was like,
oh.
That's why I asked. I was like, that didn't make sense. So what character did you pick for D2 season? Sorry.
Just a source.
Oh, okay. The lightning?
I was Orb Hydra, but it was...
I'm not a big fan of Orb Hydra.
I like Orb Hydra. It was just slow with no gear.
I think I like Orb Firewall better. That's my preference. I feel like Orb Firewall just works better. Less points. More. It's easier. It's easier to cap out earlier.
Hydra's safer, I guess.
I mean, you can
throw it like around a corner.
You can firewall around corners.
Yeah, but
you just got to be
Firewall
skillful.
doesn't aim.
You just got to be skillful. Well, you can aim it.
I did the Orb Firewall. I liked it. I just didn't do it this time. And then I respec'd in the woods so I could actually farm.
Yeah.
Like bosses.
Yeah, unfortunately, most of
semi-timely fashion.
Most of the kinship went. They went hardcore this season. Yeah. And then Bob was with us in softcore, but then he abandoned us when Squiddy showed up. Abandoned us.
I'm still using Dodge plate. Just random. I did trade for a shotgun.
I got 2 shotguns. I'm wearing 2 shotguns on my character.
Using a blue 3 to cold Annie. Some rare boots.
I mean, this is obviously way too easy for him, so we're gonna bump this up by 10 and we'll do it again. He's probably gonna just demolish the boss from existence. Alright, we ready to go? We ready to go. Let's go. We're gonna do a little bit of that, and then we do that, and then the boss is dead. So, okay, that's pretty much what I expected. Alright, let's move on from tier 30. Let's go to 40. We'll bump it up to 50. I want to see where I die. I don't think I'm going to have trouble with damage, but I'm definitely going to die. Or you know what? We just go balls to the walls, and I'll take it to 70 and see if I can kill anything. I bet you I die. I know that. But let's see if I can kill something in 70. Smooth. Smooth bone spirits. Oh, smooth bone spirits. Smooth bone spirits everywhere. We got smooth bone spirits. Well, just like I thought, I died, but that was pretty good damage. That was not bad damage. I am not upset about that damage output that I was doing. Damage reduction is not on point, but let's try taking the Blood Artisan Curios out of the build. It'll drop our Bone Spirit ranks, and we'll lose the ability to get the free ones from the Blood Orbs, but could be worth it. Let's try it. I think I got like at least a. Yeah, I got a Tyraels right here. There you go. There's the Tyraels. Let's socket, unsocket the pockets. Put that back in the Tyraels. Oh, you can't even put the rune in there unless you got 2 sockets. That's kind of funny. Pock. Yes, okay. Might as well masterwork this a little bit so it's not so garbage. What's my favorite thing so far about PTR? Oh, the rune words. The rune words. Yeah, they're very good. There's an element there that they captured very well from the Diablo 2 runewords, which is cross skill fun, and they do it very well, and it's very effective. There's a lot of really fun cross skill things going on, as well as using the cross skill stuff, you know, inside of your own character stuff. So. I can't even make my army without dying. That's hilarious. I think without my army, my damage is just like stunted. I was on the hunt for a Bone Slayer blade the whole season and couldn't find it. Made me upset.
It sounds like one of those that any other time you find.
Yeah, probably would have had 4 of them in my inventory if I wasn't looking for it. It's a little upsetting.
Coming back to PTR once the PTR ends?
Yeah, eventually when PTR is over, I'm gonna hop back over.
I meant like this season.
What?
This season?
Yeah, because there's plenty of time in between the where the D2, like, so once this ends, then the D2R is gonna go for a little while longer until the season actually starts for real on D4. So I got time in between that I'm gonna hop back on D2. I was having fun on D2, and I need to find my Bone Slayer blade. So
Well, if I find one, I will keep it for you.
I need an ethereal Bone Slayer blade.
Oh, you need an ethereal.
I've got a non-ethereal one.
Okay, well, I need source storage.
Those are kind of
them
rare.
under.
Those are kind of rare. So I don't think I'm gonna be able to clear this 70, but it's fun to be able to at least do it. Oh no, they're gonna kill me. Man, even with Tyraels, I can't take the damage. Am I capped? I'm not capped on armor. I'm slightly off cap. Just by the tiniest amount. I mean, that's normal. I do the same thing. I used to compare every game to D2. I still do.
You don't happen to have a elite insight base.
Ah, no, I'm still looking for one of those myself. Oh, the DR guy got me killed. I would have killed those guys without the DR. I wasn't paying attention. Stupid DR guy. I mean, it's interesting to see what this build can do, and I took it to tier 70, and it's not ready for tier 70. It needs to be refined a little bit more. I bet you could do like tier 65 with ease, though. There seems to be a really big difference. I don't know, like, because whenever I go in like a 60. Or like a 50, or like a 55, or a 60, or it's not that big of a deal. But as soon as you get to, I don't know, like a certain level above an exact point,
Scaling just takes.
it's like it's scaling a lot more than it was before, like per tier. Hey, what's up, Rezar J? Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Sorry if I wasn't paying attention. I was dying a lot, so that's my defense.
It's not a very good defense.
Hey!
Well, I mean, if you're dying a lot, I'm sorry, it's not.
It's supposed to back me up, chunks. Cody.
I heard it. I heard it.
Your mama did not answer. She's probably asleep. I'm sorry to tell you. So, we're not gonna wake her up. You know she gets a little angry when she gets woken up. Yeah, she does, and you know she do. You know that she do. You do. Don't look at me with little puppy dog eyes. You're not a little puppy dog no more. You're not even little. You're nowhere near little. You're right. You're gone from little. Little isn't even in your league.
He's a good boy.
It's just because I'm big don't mean you can't be mean to me though. So I'm a goodest boy. I'm a goodest. Ow, my butthole. I take him out again, but he keeps asking to go out. I don't know if he's got like diarrhea or something or what's going on, because he just wants to go out multiple times.
Got the poops.
He's got the duty pooties. He's got the rootin' tootins. He's got the rootin' tootin' pootins. Let me tell you, sir, he's gonna root and toot and poot his way around. He's got that root and toot and poot. And... Wow, my resistances are really low. I mean, my intelligence is really low. I only got like 1,900 intelligence. Why is my intelligence so low? Ow, my butthole! You have been slain. Yeah, he's just not tanky, that's for sure. He's not tanky. He is not tanky at all. His damage output is fine, but his tankiness is garbage. Okay, well, we ain't gonna complete this one. Neither. 65, he's kind of failing on a 65. I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, I guess I can understand what they're trying to do, which is they scale it up to 65, right? And then, like, so it's like this gradual slope to 65. And then once you hit 65, because that's World Tier 4, then it's like this ramp up, like from 65 up. Because it's not a gradual slope once you pass 65. It seems to be going up a lot faster and a lot like more intensely. Like for each tier past 65 than the rest. Okay, Cody, I'm gonna take you out. God dang. He don't even let me talk neither. If I turn around and I look at him, he's fine and he won't say nothing. But as soon as I start talking, it's like he's trying to interrupt me. He's like, no. He goes, no. Don't talk. No.
Like,
stop.
Stop. He's like, Dad, my tummy hurts.
I gotta go dookus a pookus and you better let me out. You want some TP for your butthole? You want some toilet paper for your butt? You want some butt paper? All right, let's go. Get out the way, drum beat.
I'll be back.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily easier to do cross kills. Aw, Chunks is gone.
Not do that here.
And then it was just Ginger and Leon.
Back to the 2.
I kind of want to put on the, that one that gives berserking. I know it's not better than materials, but I kind of want to put on the one that gives the berserking just cause. To see, like,
Movement speed and damage.
no, to see like what kind of damage output I can reach.
Yeah. That means 40% multiplier for you and 25% movement speed.
Oh, triple greater affix ring. A triple greater affix. Ring of the Starless. Where's the new one at? Shattered Vow, that's what it is. 44% chance to gain berserking.
Oh, I thought you were going to use the rune berserking thing.
Oh, that's the pole arm. No, that's not what I was thinking about. That's a pole arm. I thought it was the armor. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know now, I think. Let me see what kind of damage I can get my build up to if I follow the right rotation.
Yeah, I've been trying to min-max a little bit because I'm crazy in the head. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Cookie in the head, cookie in the head, cookie in the head, cookie in his head. What rune combos am I currently using? I'm currently using Hawk Cax, Voracious Reckless Sacrifice, which is spend 1000% of your maximum resource. Your next non-basic skill cast spends all of your primary resource to deal up to 100% increased damage. And I'm also using Yule Zan, which I guess I don't need Yule Zan now if I'm using Banished Lords, so I could probably replace Yule Zan. That's actually not a bad idea. Let's replace Yule Zan with a different option. So instead of Yule Zan, let's do Yule Lum. Let's see how that works. That should be interesting. There totally are rune words. Y'all people silly coming in here saying they're not rune words.
I don't know why people are obsessed with that comment.
They are 100% rune words. As a D2 veteran, as someone who's played the game for nearly 25 years, as someone who's made a video on every single rune word and everything that it can possibly be made on videos on for Diablo 2, they are 100% rune words. And honestly, anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
You don't have to like D4. You don't have to like the game, but you can't.
They are 100% rune words.
There's no reason to come in and argue semantics. The runes make a rune word in D2 as well. So it's not the amount of runes.
$59 million. I don't even know why I have hemorrhage on the bar. I'm not even using it. 118 million. $232, $261. Y'all are just arguing semantics at this point. The point of a rune word is that the rune words give you a special power. Alright? The fact that rune words in D2R had stats was merely a necessity, a needed thing to make them worth using. So if you look at them from a certain perspective, the rune words are giving you a special power. This special power is something like the ability to teleport, the ability to use Zeal, the ability to use Berserk, the ability to cast your battle cry, your battle command, the ability to use Fireball, the ability to use cast Hydras, and so forth and so on. The special power of the rune word is what made the rune word. That was literally the rune word in every way, shape, and form. The additional stats, so the additional stats that were on the rune word were nothing
Just
more
made
than
up the item.
they
yeah.
were just fillers to fill the item out so that you actually had something that was worth putting on. The way that they did it in this game is actually better than the way it's done in Diablo 2, by far. In Diablo 2, there were several extreme drawbacks to the rune words when they were added. Drawback number one, or let's say con, the con number one was that they replaced existing items completely, making those items worthless. So this was a pretty big thing when rune words came out, and there are still people to this day who swear up and down that rune words were the worst thing that could ever have been added to Diablo 2 because, as they put it, they invalidated a large swath of the game, making basically most of the items in the game useless as a result. And they're not wrong. No matter how you want to argue this, they are not wrong about this. When rune words were added, the rune words invalidated a large amount of the original items in the game and caused those items to be garbage. This system doesn't have that same con. Because you're putting the runes with the special power into the item as opposed to into a white base, you don't need the filler stats, and because you don't need the filler stats, you're using the existing items instead. Imagine if you could just simply make the rune word in Diablo 2 into the item. So you could take, for instance, I don't know, like an Enigma, and put it into, I don't know, an Arcane's Valor. And then instead of having filler stats on the Enigma, the runes just simply give you the +1 teleport on any armor that has 3 sockets, including Griswold's plate, Black Hades, and any other plate that has 3 sockets that you might potentially want to throw Enigma in. That's where this system kind of beats the original rune word system. Number two is, and kind of like one of the bigger cons of rune words, is that they were itemized for specific purposes or classes, which was kind of an issue. So if you had a specific rune word that was itemized for a specific class or a specific purpose, and it had no other purpose, basically, and if you were using it in a specific item that was obviously only going to be available to that specific class, it kind of locked them down as far as usefulness was concerned. This system kind of fixes that too, because now you have the rune word with a special effect that can now be placed in a hat, an armor, or a pair of pants, or a two-handed weapon. So you don't necessarily lock it down to a specific item or a specific purpose. Now you can put the special power on just about any class, but there's a limit to the total number of powers that you can have, so you're too choosy with it. Just like in Diablo 2, you can't wear more than one of the same rune word, so you can't put on like 2 beast weapons or, etc. You can put on a spirit shield and you can put on a spirit sword, but those are technically 2 different rune words because they're not really the same thing. Well, actually, you can put on 2 crescent moons. I guess that's one of the few, and 2 griefs. No, never mind. I'm just, yeah. It's only the barbarian can really do it, though. I guess that's just kind of like a barbarian-specific thing, is that the barbarian can wear 2 of any of the rune words as long as they're weapons, but nobody else really can. Unless you count dragons and dreams. Dragons and Dreams are an exception. But basically, the opening up of it makes it so that you can take the special effect and put it on just about anything. Now, what made the rune word special? The special power is what made the rune word special. And the rune words in this game also have that special power, and they're actually really cool. You can do things like cast the Druid's Petrify. You can summon Spirit Wolves, which are literally the Diablo 2 Spirit Wolves that freeze things. You can summon down Meteorites that makes it look like the Druid's Armageddon ability from Diablo 2. You can do all sorts of really cool things, to be perfectly honest. Like drop tons of stun grenades. You can like just summon earthquakes from nothingness, and there's tons of various ways that you can go about paying to activate these effects, which I think is a really neat way to go about balancing them as well, so that it's not so crazy. Although you kind of had to pay to balance them in Diablo 2 as well, because there was always some way that you were activating the effect, whether it was mana, whether it was like a I guess it's not called Lucky Hit Chance in Diablo 2, but it's sort of similar to the Lucky Hit Chance that we have in Diablo 2, whether it was a proc chance, right? There was always something that was garnering whether or not the effect was actually going to go off. The really cool thing, I think, it comes down to kind of how they have it set up, and I'm tired of hearing my skeletons smack on the dummies here. They just don't stop. They just keep smacking on the dummies forever. The coolest part of them seems to be designing ways to get the most usefulness out of them, which is also very similar to the way that Diablo 2 did things. So Diablo 2 was all about, like, here's a power, right? And they're like, all right, here's your power. Bam. All right, what are you going to do with it? And then you're like, oh man, well I could make this character, and man, if he attacks real fast, then I could maybe get like real fast speed, and then I could get like I could get lots of proc chance, and I get my proc chance up real high, make sure I got lots of proc, so I'm doing lots of procs, and then I'm gonna get like tons of static fields, and then and your brain starts exploding from just the simple power that particular item is providing. Right? And that's kind of what I've been doing, is I've been looking at these and I've been like, okay, well, like, what can I do with this? Right? So I pick something. I'm like, okay, well, let's try Spiritborn's Pestilent Swarm, which shoots out little poison things. So when I first tried it, I was like, oh, that's not really all that amazing, right? And then I played around with it. I tried to like mess around with the overflow system, which allows you to apply more power to the effect than what is actually requested, which is also a really interesting system. So for those of you who might just be joining, let me do a couple demonstrations here, and I'm going to show you the difference between an item that is activated at like minimum power and an item that is activated at, say, maximum power. And to do this, I'm going to need some items. So let's just use a couple pair of pants. It doesn't really matter. We'll just use like there's 2 pairs of pants. That'll be good enough. I have to throw 1 extra sockets in there, and we're gonna socket up a couple rune like combinations, and I'm gonna show you the difference between the combinations and how drastic it can be. Just kind of like deciding how things are gonna work, right? So this one's not as flashy, and when I mean not as flashy, it like doesn't really show off as well. But it's a drastic one that can definitely show you the difference, right? So I'm going to show you the difference between these two. So we're going to put the Tal rune, or what is it? It's the Tal rune. We're going to put the Tal rune in both of these. You guys remember the Tal rune from Diablo 2? What does the Tal rune in Diablo 2 do, guys? What does it do? What does the Tal rune do? Well, especially when you put it in a weapon. Let me specify. What happens when you put it in a weapon? Well, Tal makes poison damage. Exactly, Brick. It makes poison damage. All right. So how are we going to use this to our advantage? Well, we're going to find a way to force that poison damage to do what we want. Right? So we're gonna cast abilities and we're gonna get the poison damage the way we want, right? So this particular ability is exactly the same. Pestilent Swarms is the ability that they chose for the Tal rune, and it's very fitting because it is actually a poison ability. And we're gonna summon it in one of two ways. So the first way we're gonna summon it is actually gonna be the massive way, which is the Fio. So Fio is a pretty crazy one that basically makes it so that if you get crowd controlled or injured, you immediately gain 1,000 points in offering, which is going to overflow the Pestilent rune drastically, and you're going to see a big difference between it. Now, we only need 100 offering, and to obtain 100 offering, we can do that in a couple ways. So let's do the Pock rune, which is really easy, or, yeah, we'll do the Pock rune. The Pock rune works just fine. All right, and then we're going to go into here and we're going to show off the difference between using the Tal rune with the Pock rune and using the Tal rune with the Fio rune. And you're going to see the massive difference that it makes just by like using your brain a little bit and trying to figure out exactly how you want to make these things function. And just for the sake of this test, because there's going to be tons of numbers all over the screen, let me sack my minions real quick because they're just going to make things more difficult for us. And we're going to go ahead and grab multiple training dummies, and you can actually make them attack you now, which is what we want. So under the conditions of the Paktal, which we're going to put on... I can't put on Tassets of the Dawning Sky? Oh, okay, I got to take off my existing runes. That's all. Okay. All right, so Paktal is has a specific condition. The specific condition is that Paktal wants me to... spend 250% of my maximum resource, which is really easy. I'm going to fire off a Bone Spirit. That's going to spend a really large amount of my maximum resource, and it's going to get some of that quantity that I need. I'm going to fire off another one, and we're getting pretty close, so we're almost at 250%. I fire off the third, and you're really going to have to pay attention here because it sucks, okay? I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It sucks. So we're going to fire off our third, and you see that little tiny poison thing that came out of us? 550 poison damage. That was it. That was the effect. Once I fulfilled the condition, I got 550 poison damage that came out of one little doojang. All right, now we're going to swap this with the Fio rune. The Fio rune is going to be paired with the Tal instead. And just pairing the Fio rune with the Tal is going to change the way that this works. So I'm going to deliberately let myself get hurt. Did you see how many freaking poison things came out of me? Now, there's a cooldown on the Fio rune of 15 seconds. You can see it right here, so I cannot activate the Fio rune again for another 15 seconds. But once that timer is up and I get hit again, you see all of the poison damage that now comes out of me. And there's a lot of things like this. So let's make some more examples, and so I can show you how drastic a difference it is between like one and the other. All right, so another really fun one that I was playing around with is the Meteorite rune, and we're gonna play with the Meteorite rune real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna pull this off. Let me put these over here before I accidentally destroy them. And we're gonna pull these out real quick, and I'm gonna redo this with the Meteorite rune. So the Meteorite rune is really cool because it's it drops these like little meteors on the ground. It's not exactly the most amazing like rune if you only use it with its basic abilities. Where's my meteorites? There it is. So we're going to do the meteorite rune, which is Tawn. Tawn is the one that fires meteorite runes. And then we're going to utilize the... which one we want to do. We're going to do the Fio again, because the Fio is really good for getting like a huge number of meteorites. So we're going to put that in one of them. I didn't like the way we were doing it with the Pock earlier. Let's try a different one for the ritual on this one. Standing still. Let's do the standing still one. This one's really cool. All you have to do is stand still. That's it. For every 0.3 seconds, it's going to generate you 25 resource, and you're going to be constantly generating 25 resource every 0.3 seconds. So 3 times, that's 75 resource in 1 second, basically, with like a carryover of 0.1 of a second. And it does actually round up to 3 seconds. You end up with 10 25 resources, which is pretty nice, right? All right, so First, we'll do the while standing still with the beautiful standing still rune, so the Lith Tawn. So as you can see, the Lith Tawn rune is activating the meteors in sequence. Every single time it generates 25 offering, it's going to put the meteors coming down, right? So we've got meteors constantly firing, but they're not exactly like, you know, dramatic or anything, right? And if we're not near a target, they just kind of like fall around you like Armageddon. They just kind of fall randomly around you and like wherever you are. Now, if we switch this with the Theo rune, the Theo rune is the dramatic one, right? So we're going to get hit. Pretty ridiculous, right? Like the difference between the two and how you set them up and like what ritual you use to summon forth the power that's on the rune makes a dramatic effect, like change in what's going on. So like there's a lot of actual like choice and like thinking and going on here, just like you would with the runes in Diablo 2. You have to spend time and you have to spend effort to try and like figure out what is going to be the best possible configuration for what you're running. I've already done quite a few configurations. Let's play with the wolves real quick because I really like the wolves. The wolves are called spirit wolves, and they're basically exactly the same as the Diablo 2 spirit wolves. The spirit wolves in Diablo 2 are cold damage. These are cold damage. They look like the spirit wolves. They actually behave like the spirit wolves in pretty much every way. And you can summon forth spirit wolves pretty quickly. Let's play with the wolves. We'll do the same combination that we currently have here, but we're going to change out for the wolves. So we're going to go here, and I believe I have the spirit wolves. So 1, 2, and then I'm going to take the Theo rune, which is pretty neat, and we're also going to take the Tawn. So the Tawn rune, which is no, not the Tawn. Sorry. Yeah, the Lith. So we're going to do Lith, and we're going to do Keh, so Lith Keh, and we're also going to do Theo Keh.
I have no potions.
Oh yeah, I need potions. Hold on. Whoop. All right. So let me show you this one too. I kind of need to like get all these prepared for a video. All right, so first off, we're going to do the standing still one. So if you wanted to summon the spirit wolves while standing still, that's the Lithke. Right, so we're just going to stand still. We're not going to do anything. And while standing still, we're going to start summoning spirit wolves because we're going to be gaining resource as we summon them. You see how we're just getting a constant number of spirit wolves. And as long as we continue to stay still, they're going to continue summoning. Now, they only last for 8 seconds, but as you can clearly see, you've got enough of them that they're actually going to be quite useful in this scenario. However, if you start moving with the Lith rune, which is, you know, for instance, like say you were doing a channeling build. This would be really good for a channeling build because in a channeling build, you don't move a lot. That's kind of how that works, right? Well, Lith rune doesn't work really well if you're moving all the time. So you do have to be standing still. But as you can clearly see, if you do stand still, you're going to very quickly start to summon a large number of wolves where they're going to be by your side, and they're going to help you out in terms of like your damage. Now, another way that you could potentially do this is the Theo rune. Now, the Theo rune is really cool too. And let's let these go away for a second, and then we're going to play around with the Theo rune. So I'm going to let myself get damaged deliberately so we can use the Theo rune. And notice I now immediately got 10 spirit wolves instantaneously that came to my rescue because I was injured. Pretty cool in my opinion. Another very interesting way that you could potentially do it. So you could get like one every certain number of seconds over a certain period of time, which could eventually build up to a large number. Or you could potentially just have it set up where, like, whenever you get injured or crowd controlled, they all summon around you instantaneously, like bam, like linebackers to come save you in times of trouble. And these are like two completely different ways that you can set up the same thing. And they're both honestly really cool. Let me show you some more. Like this isn't even like the full breadth of it. I've got tons of characters set up so far that have been playing around with these runes. So I set up an earthquake barb. I took some time and I really min-maxed him, okay? So, like, don't blame me that he's the most broken thing that's ever existed, okay? But this is definitely one of the fun things that I've created so far with this particular, like, Runeword setup. Is I was able to achieve something that honestly probably shouldn't be achievable, but I mean, heck, that's pretty much what you do with Runewords in Diablo 2 until they nerf them. Let's go over to the training dummies, and I'm going to show you what I mean with these guys too. So for instance, right now I'm utilizing several Runeword combinations. So I currently have the Lith Tech. So remember, Lith is the Runeword that works when you're standing still. And Tech is the Runeword that works for the Earthquake. So it's the one that gives you Earthquakes if you build 100 resource. So I'm generating 25 every 0.3 seconds. And I am getting 1 earthquake every 100 resource, which means that I can potentially get a single earthquake every, 1.2 seconds, right? So 1.2 seconds. Then I have my character set up to take advantage of this, right? So I have bigger earthquakes, I have earthquake damage, I've got double chance to cast double earthquakes. I also have the Paragon node that allows me to summon forth Dust Devils when I summon earthquakes. So the more earthquakes I have on the battlefield, I'm also going to get Dust Devils, and it's pretty amazing, right? So I'm taking advantage of it as much as I possibly can. On the other side, I'm currently utilizing the Zan Eom, which is whenever I cast an ultimate skill, I'm going to reduce the cooldowns of my active cooldowns by 0.25 seconds. It's going to give me 150 resource, and I only need 100 to actually activate the effect. So I'm going to get a little bit more of an ultimate reduction, or a cooldown reduction, whenever I use my ultimate. So I'm basically spamming Call of the Ancients at this particular point to get as much damage as I can, in hopes that I can reset my Ground Stomp, my Leap, and my Kick faster so that I can spam more Earthquakes, which is basically the entire build. All right? And when you see exactly what happens with this particular character, because I'm using the Lith rune, you're going to laugh. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up a multiple training dummies. And let's make them into elites. Alright. And I'm going to stand right in the center here, and I'm not going to do anything. Alright. Now, because the Lith rune is activating the earthquakes, because I'm standing still, as long as I stand still, I'm getting 1 free earthquake every 1.2 seconds, which can also double cast, and the earthquakes are also giving me Dust Devils, so I'm getting potentially 2 earthquakes every 1.2 seconds, which are then spawning Dust Devils, and on top of this, I can potentially spawn my own earthquakes. So as an example, I can also Ground Stomp, I can Leap, I can Kick, I can Leap, I can Call of the Ancients, I can start attacking to try and reduce my cooldowns. I Kick again, I Leap, I Kick, I Ground Stomp, I Leap, and I have so many earthquakes active on the battlefield at any given time that it's absolutely insane, and the damage numbers that you currently see are just ridiculous because there's like 10, 20 earthquakes all overlapping each other, which is just insane. However, if I start moving, and keep in mind that moving in Diablo 4 is very important. If you stand still for too long, you're dead. And unless you're like super duper tanky or you can kill things before they kill you, if you stop moving for whatever reason, you're dead, right? So this is a melee character that has to stand still to get this benefit. And I'm basically forced to stop in the middle of combat and try not to move as much as I possibly can to try and get this benefit so that I'm doing as many earthquakes as I can possibly do within a certain time period. And this is just one of the fun things that I've been able to create so far. Another one that I played around with, and let's go ahead and hop off this one, is the meteorites. So I was like, okay, well, those meteorites are really cool. What if I combine them with the existing meteorites that are already present on the sorceress? Like worked in the Starfall Coronet, grabbed as much of the like cooldown reduction as I could to see like how far I could potentially push that into, you know, like almost like I had like a full Armageddon running around me at all times is basically what I was thinking. And I think it turned out pretty good, and I'm going to show you the result because I believe she's still set up for it. So let's go ahead and throw this on here. I believe she still has... No, she's currently using the Earthquake, which is not what I want. So we're going to have to change that back. That's okay. Alright, so let's change this back to what I was using before. And we're going to go boop, and then boop.
You lose a little mass to dust.
Okay, so we need the meteorite one, which is this one. And then we want... I can't remember which one I was using to get like the best effect. I think it was the cooldown one. Yes, I'm pretty sure it was the cooldown one. And then we could throw in something else in the mix too if we want to make it even crazier. So like, what else do we want to throw in the mix to try and like make it even more silly? Make it even sillier. Silly Willy. I'm trying to think what I want to throw in there so we can really make it dramatic. You probably want to use Eom. That would be my guess. Okay, so Eom is the one that reduces our cooldowns, which is going to allow us to spam that cooldown, so we can feed into it, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're gonna use this, which is we get 50 every single time we use a cooldown, which is going to summon the meteorites whenever we hit a cooldown, right? But then we're going to use Eom because Eom's going to help us reduce those cooldowns to make it so that we can spam more cooldowns to get more meteorites, right? So how do we get the offering for Eom? Well, the offering for Eom. What do we want to do for the offering? Let's take a look in the chest because I think I might be out of the runes that I'm looking for. So we're looking for the ritual runes. And if you're curious about like learning the difference between these, they're actually really easy to tell because they made them a top and a bottom. So like if you ever like were learning like the your blinker in your car, like you know you're right up to heaven, left down to hell, right up for rituals, left down left down for invocations, right? So your invocations are always pointing down, right? And your rituals are always pointing up. That's basically how you can always know the difference between them. It was really easy for me to figure out early on. So what do we want to do for this other one? I'm trying to see. We don't want to do spending maximum resource because it's a crowd control. So that's not going to help us. Casting the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. That's not going to work for us. Drinking a healing potion. Casting a skill after moving. Cast a non-channeled core skill. Does this technically count as core? It does count as a core skill. So we could use TAM. So that works just fine. We'll use TAM. Alright. So now that we've got our runes set up and we've kind of like, you know, used our brain a little bit, you know, got to turn our brain on. Got to get that engine started. We got to use the little brain meats, and we trying to figure out exactly the best combination, right? So we got our Starfall Coronet on. We've got our meteorites spawning every time we use a cooldown. The Starfall Coronet turns meteor into a cooldown, which is to our benefit. We're then getting the cooldown reduction from the Eom rune, and we're feeding into that by spamming the core skill, which is of course our meteor skill. So the more we spam our meteor skill, the better, right? So that's like the meat and potatoes of how this particular build is going to work. So let's go to the training dummy and let's test and see how the fruits of our labor have amassed, right? Like, did we do a good job, basically? All right, so let's go ahead and grab multiple training dummies because why not? And first, we're just going to test one meteor. So not bad, right? Not bad. Let's augment this even further. So we have the meteor enchantment, but we could throw on something like maybe firewall. Or not incinerate, no. Firewall, that sounds like fun. So let's throw that in there. And then we're going to start spamming. So we're going to spam our meteor as many times as we can. We're going to use our cooldowns because every cooldown is going to summon meteorites. And we're going to just keep rolling this rotation. I mean, it could be better. I could get more cooldown reduction, which I think would be a really good boon to this particular build. I think stacking cooldown reduction is one of the keys with this build, and that would definitely make it a hell of a lot better. But as you can clearly see, I've got pretty decent amounts of meteors falling. I'm getting all the meteorites as well. We get the individual meteors that are falling, the lucky hit proc meteors, the meteorites coming from the aspect, which is the aspect of the shattered stars, and combined all together, it makes for a very interesting and very visually pretty show. And this is not even a character set up to actually utilize this. This is just me kind of like proof of concepting the idea behind potentially spamming as many like meteors as I possibly could. So like for those of you who might have been a big fan of the Starfall Coronet build, you know, like from the season, I think it was like season 3 is when the Starfall Coronet came out. Starfall Coronet build has gotten even better with the meteorites. It's actually a really cool system in general, and I've had a lot of fun kind of like exploring the options. I'm actually kind of excited to see them go further. There are things like casting Abhorrent Iron Maiden, so you have the Iron Maiden curse. Sound familiar? There are definitely items in Diablo 2 that can cast the Iron Maiden curse, like for instance Saracen's Chance, or what's that armor? I can't remember the armor's name. One of you guys. Yeah, one of you guys can be my hero. What was the armor that cast Iron Maiden? There's also things like the Necromancer's Desecrated Ground, which basically kind of like is similar to Blaze in some ways, but it's shadow damage instead of fire damage. This one is really cool. It's Druid's Dancing Bolts. It really kind of reminds me of like the old school Nova. I don't know if you guys remember the old school Nova from Diablo 1 that would kind of come out, and there was like these bolts that would come out in a Nova around you, and they would just kind of spread out, and they weren't connected to each other. So the further away they got, the further the gap was between them. But the dancing bolts are very similar to the Diablo 1 Nova from Diablo 1. And they do seek the targets, though, which is interesting. So they actually seek out the targets and they try and hit them. Yeah, Steel Carapace, that's it. I think Steel Carapace is the one. The magic ones are really cool because they have a lot of overflow potential too, because they're relatively low offering with a relatively high effect, which can be like stacked significantly, so you can get really good effect out of them. I actually set up another character, so let's go over to one of the other characters that I set up for those of you who are interested in this. I've set up a rogue that was basically just spamming freaking thousands and millions and billions and trillions of stun grenades. Do you like stun grenades? Because I have some stun grenades for you. I have a lot of stun grenades, and you guys are very excited about my stun. I got more stun grenades. Billions. Okay? Billions of stun grenades. How do you maintain fortified? Do you have to lose some HP? Fortification is something that goes away naturally on its own if you don't generate it, so you have to generate it constantly. If you take damage to your HP, your fortification does disappear, yes. And it just takes a little bit of time for your fortification to go poof. In the training room, it doesn't seem like your fortification actually goes away. I think it's just a perk of the training room to try and help you with your testing, so you don't have to constantly worry about building your fortification. Alright, so you want to see stun grenades? I got stun grenades for you. So number one, first off, I make stun grenades when I shadow step. Second off, I make stun grenades when I use smoke grenade. I also put down a totem and an exploding guy when I use smoke grenade. Number 2, I also summon smoke grenades through the runes. So one in, for instance, is the Theo rune, which I'm currently using with the Evoke Countering Concealment. This is to give me stealth. So whenever I go into injured status, I get stealth. And when I go into stealth, guess what? I also drop stun grenades. And I'm also utilizing this aspect right here, which is Zan Tun. Zan Tun is Evoke Rogue's Stun Grenades, stunning enemies and dealing damage to them. And that is to cast an ultimate skill. So every single time I cast an ultimate skill, I'm going to drop stun grenades. Alright, see, I guess drop stun grenades on the ground right there. Right? So now let's put it all together, and let me show you kind of like what I created. I'm actually very proud of myself for this one, because it is absolutely astonishing in, like, in what it does. So you start off just by attacking, right? So you're just going to attack. It's not a big deal. Build up your resource, and you're going to get your inner sight gauge full. And once you have your inner sight gauge full, you're going to start absolutely destroying everything. With many, 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 many stun grenades. All the stun grenades that one can summon forth. As many stun grenades as is capable of being summoned. So many stun grenades. All the stun grenades. Many, 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 many stun grenades. And you're going to use your evasions, and you're going to use your shadow steps, and every time your evasion's up, you're going to use more of that. And you're going to use your stun smoke grenade every time that's up, and you're going to shadow step, and then you got to do put your ultimate out, and that gives you some more stun grenades. And once you've got all your stun grenades, you put some more stun grenades on the ground, and there's a lot of stun grenades. So don't worry about the stun grenades. We got lots of stun grenades. Yes. Took the words right out of my mouth, Dark Bendova. It is quite stunning indeed. Very stunning. A stunning endeavor. Boom, 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 boom. Let me stand out here so you guys can actually see some of the stun grenades. Like, so you can actually see what the hell's going on. Because it's kind of, like, hidden by all the things that are going on over there. Do you see how many, like, crazy, like, traps and stun grenades and everything that I'm currently dropping on the ground, like, all over the place? And, of course, the death traps are just, like, completely messing up my thing here. Hold on. Let me move a little bit closer. Hey, Speedy with the $50. Thank you, Speedy. That's my boy, Speedy, over there. He's the Australian that wrestles kangaroos. He's a kangaroo wrestler. Professional kangaroo wrestler. He's got big chonky arms. You need them if you're gonna wrestle kangaroos. Does that create a ton of stagger? I would imagine that it does. Can I do a boss training dummy? Does it show stagger bar on the boss training dummies? Let's try. I would say the answer to that question is safe yes. Oh, in the Navy, you can stun your fellow man in the Navy. You can stun your fellow fans in the Navy. With your lily white fanny in the Navy. Somebody once questioned my gingerness. They questioned my gingerness. You know how I know I'm a ginger? At the beginning of spring, when the sun was only just finally coming out, I put on a pair of shorts. And I left the house. Because it was finally warm enough for me to wear shorts. Somebody held their hand over their eyes when they looked at me like this. And were like, oh my god! As the sun reflected off my white skin, and they literally had to shield their eyes from the torture of my horrible white flesh. Like Gollum. Like Gollum, like getting blinded by the light. Oh man, I love it. Look at all my stun grenades. Look, stun grenades, 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 stun grenades. I'm trying to like just show you the stun grenades, but it's hard for you to see the stun grenades with all the traps all over the place. It kind of sucks that my death traps won't spawn anymore just because they're not touching a monster. No soul and a vampire? Dang. Dang. Why'd I have to be both? I could have just been no soul or a vampire. You had to throw both at me. That's just rude. Alright, let's stand right here. Alright, ready? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I really want to create some more builds. I want to create even more.
1 million builds.
1 million builds.
They're over there creating a million builds. I'm over here just banging my head against the wall.
What are you trying to do? Maybe I can help.
I'm not. I'm just like, I'm min-maxing every little paragon point.
Oh, so
Every
you're,
little thing.
oh, so you're trying to get like the maximum possible. What are you just
Damage
going
out
back
of
to
it.
the? You're going back to the vendor over and over again and getting more masterwork materials and trying to like perfectly masterwork everything.
I haven't done the gear yet. I'm
Oh.
min-maxing the paragon board and the runes and like different glyphs and trying like different combinations and different boards. The gear is a whole nother thing. I need like way better gear. The hardest piece is the Banished Lords. Like getting that 60% Ancestral is going to be near impossible.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely not easy to get that 60% ancestral. Banished Lords is amazing too. I honestly can't believe I'm hitting such high numbers on the Bone Spirit Necromancer for a Necromancer that like got nerfed so hard. I mean, did you see I hit like almost like a 300 million in there? Wasn't bad. Not bad. I'm pretty sure I was singing that earlier. My stun grenades bring all the boys to the yard. My stun grenades are better than yours. I teach you, but I'd have to charge. My stun grenades are better than yours. Come on down and I'll stun you for. My stun grenades are better than yours. You gotta get to work, Speedy. Well, thanks for stopping by and throwing money at me. I appreciate it. I wish more of my friends would stop by and throw money at me. It's very nice. It's a very
nice. To work and get us more money.
It's a very nice thing to do, you know. Another $50 from Speedy. Holy crap, Speedy. Thank you. I think you'd have to replace grenades with nades. I think that would be the easiest way. My stun nades bring all the boys to the yard. My stun nades are better than yours. I got all the stun nades, yeah. All the stun nades in my car. Come on down to the car, yeah, yeah. I got stun grenades in my car. Gonna sell you all them nades. Got them stun nades, you are made. It's so stupid. I'm a big dummy, Speedy. I'm trying to think of what else I want to like play around with. I feel like I need to make my trilogy druid again, and I need to like really see if I can max him out. But the problem is, I think there's no way for me to get like an ancestral Shard of Verithiel. Is there? Because the ancestrals don't seem to come from those boxes. And without an ancestral Shard of Verithiel, I don't think I can set the build up.
You'd have to get randomly super lucky, like just world drop, like HellTide chest or some gamble or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you get unlimited gambles, but still that's still luck upon luck.
I mean, I could set him up, but I wouldn't get like an actual real idea of like how he was, what he would be capable of, I guess. I mean, I could get everything else ancestral. I could get the focus ancestral and a lot of the other things that I was using before, but I wouldn't be able to get the shard ancestral. I could get a 200%. I could get a perfect shard, just not a perfect ancestral shard. I mean, the best I could hope for is a 200% 750.